Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had the Strongest Parents? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Jiraiya Senju stood before the gates of Konoha, reflecting on the place that had been his home for so long. The betrayal of Orochimaru and Tsunade's self-imposed exile had made it unbearable for the Sage of the Toads to continue living there. Since that moment, he had not had a permanent home, moving from village to village, conducting his research, and spending fleeting nights with charming women. He returned sporadically to visit his student and friend, Minato Namikaze. 3 months had passed since his last visit, during which they had discussed Jiraiya's failed book, The Tale of the Brave Ninja, and how Minato wanted to name his firstborn after the main character, Naruto. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had written his first romantic novel, Aika Aika Paradise, which quickly became a bestseller, significantly boosting his already substantial bank account. He had been planning to visit Konoha again once the child was born to present a special gift to the newborn. However, as he was on his way to Konoha, a ninja messenger arrived with tragic news, requesting his presence in the village. Upon reading the letter, which contained all the details, he initially thought it was a cruel joke, but the letter bore the Hokage's seal. Now, standing at the gates, he realized it was no joke. Even from the outside, Jiraiya could tell that Konoha had recently suffered a devastating attack, a fact confirmed when he entered the village. The streets were nearly empty, buildings lay in ruins on either side, and plumes of smoke rose everywhere. The gray sky seemed to echo the somber and depressed mood enveloping the village. Jiraiya hurried toward the Hokage Tower. Inside the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Saruobi sat in his old office, soon to be his again, gazing distractedly out the window, mourning Konoha's current state. An ANBU appeared behind him. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has arrived as you requested, the ANBU announced. The third Hokage turned inside. Please let him in. As you wish, the ANBU replied before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Moments later, the white-haired Sannin entered the office. Hiruzen couldn't help but smile slightly upon seeing his former student. Hello, Jiraiya. It's good to see you again, even under such grim circumstances. How was your journey here? Hiruzen asked as he settled into his chair. I don't mean to be rude, but that matters very little now. Is it true, Sensei? Are Minato and Kushina really gone? Jiraiya asked, struggling to suppress the anguish in his voice. Yes, Hiruzen replied solemnly. Jiraiya averted his gaze, sighed, and muttered a curse under his breath. He looked back at his former teacher and asked, Can I see the bodies? You can, but not right now. There are urgent matters we must address first before you can pay your respects to your student and his wife, Hiruzen said gravely. Matters concerning their son. Their son? Where is Naruto now? Is he all right? Jiraiya inquired, concern etched on his face. Naruto is fine. He is possibly one of the few who emerged unscathed from this, Hiruzen reassured him. I'm not sure I would call being unscathed having a demon sealed inside him, Sensei, Jiraiya pointed out. Not to mention that the boy just lost his parents. True. I apologize for my insensitivity. To answer your first question, he is downstairs. A couple of medical ninjas are taking care of him. Now, Naruto is the reason I called you here. Because I am his godfather. Exactly. According to the will of Minato and Kushina, everything was left to Naruto, all their financial assets, including their home and other properties, as well as all liquid assets, which would be managed by his legal guardian until Naruto reached adulthood. And according to their wishes, that person was to be Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood the weight of this responsibility. An uncomfortable silence followed his brief acknowledgement. He was aware that he was being asked to become Naruto's legal guardian and care for him until he turned 18. If he refused, they could assign another guardian, but the thought of that troubled him. The offer was tempting, yet Jiraiya had long decided he would never settle down. He envisioned a life of adventure, wandering the world and enjoying its pleasures. Caring for a baby would make that impossible. He would have to stay in one place, most likely Konoha, since neither his sensei nor the elders would allow the Kyuubi to leave the village and prioritize Naruto's needs above all else. The idea of becoming a single parent was far from appealing. However, he realized that if he didn't take care of Naruto, who would? Few in the village would want to be near Naruto after the Kyuubi's attack due to fear, and he knew others might try to use him as a weapon, robbing him of a normal childhood. Jiraiya felt a moral obligation to Naruto. No one else would care for him and raise him as a normal child except for him. Just as he was about to respond to his sensei, loud shouts from outside the office caught their attention. A male voice, which Jiraiya vaguely recognized as the ANBU he had been speaking with, stated that Hokage-sama was in a meeting and could not be disturbed. A furious female voice, one Jiraiya knew all too well, retorted that she was sure her sensei would make time for one of his former students. Hiruzen, visibly concerned, expressed surprise at her early arrival. Jiraiya shared his worry and asked what she was doing there. Hiruzen explained that the guest was also one of his former students, but before he could finish, the door burst open. A blonde woman stormed in, her eyes fixed on Jiraiya with a fierce glare before turning to Hiruzen with anger. Tsunade declared that she had come to prevent a grave mistake. Hiruzen calmly reminded her that hitting his ANBU and barging into his office was inappropriate. Tsunade insisted that it was necessary to stop him from making a significant error. 6 months after the Kyuubi attack, Jiraiya and Tsunade were exceptional ninjas, the kind that appeared only once every few generations. They had graduated from the academy at an age when most children could barely tie their shoelaces, advanced to Chunin before reaching PBRTY, and became Jonin before turning 16. From that point on, the two Sannin and their former teammate Orochimaru undertook countless dangerous missions. If there was a task with a high probability of death, they would complete it without a scratch. If a mission seemed impossible, they made it look achievable by a mere genin. They never stopped pushing themselves to improve their skills. Jiraiya became a renowned master of seals and one of the few living practitioners of senjutsu. Tsunade emerged as one of the best medical ninjas the world had ever known, and both became incredibly powerful, admired by many. Yet, despite all the skills they had honed throughout their lives, nothing could prepare them for the challenges of caring for a baby. Naruto often cried for no apparent reason, especially at night. He required constant supervision, or he would mysteriously disappear, only to reappear outside the house. He reached for anything within his grasp and often attempted to put it in his mouth. One of the few things that could calm Naruto during his crying fits was being held against Tsunade's chest. Jiraiya joked that Tsunade's comforting presence would have a soothing effect on any man, regardless of age. However, it became more than a joke when Tsunade nursed Naruto, and the little Jinchuriki refused to let go. The fact that the baby seemed ecstatic whenever Tsunade began to unbutton her blouse was not a good sign at all. Tsunade remarked that it was troubling, as Naruto was not even a year old, yet Jiraiya was already influencing him. Alternatively, it could have been due to Naruto's insatiable appetite. He would eat a lot and never seem satisfied. Whenever he was denied food, he would erupt into tears, leaving everyone wondering where he stored all that food in his tiny body. On the bright side, Naruto was relatively easy to feed, albeit a bit costly. Today was one of Tsunade's 2 days off after a long shift at the hospital. She would have preferred to sleep, but with neither Jiraiya nor Shizen around, she had to keep an eye on Naruto, who had just calmed down from one of his random crying fits. She sighed in relief when she heard the front door open. Shizune entered the house, announcing her return. She wore a standard green flak jacket common among Chunin and Jonin in Konoha over her usual attire, with a forehead protector wrapped around her head. Unlike Tsunade and Jiraiya, Shizen had shown interest in joining the ranks of Konoha's ninja. After testing her skills, Shikai Nara, the current Jonin commander, along with other Jonin, deemed her capable enough to be a Chunin. Additionally, she was a competent medic, which Konoha desperately needed. Tsunade instructed Shizune to buy baby food, explaining that she had planned to go herself but knew how Naruto became when he was hungry. Shizune, incredulous, asked what had happened to all the baby food she had bought before leaving on her mission. Tsunade looked at her with an expression that clearly conveyed her disbelief. Without further ado, The younger woman nodded and went to buy the food she desperately needed. Tsunade wondered what Jiraiya was up to. Since the Sage of the Toad rarely left the house, having been prohibited by Tsunade from conducting any research, which meant he could only use his imagination to write his novels, she hoped he would take care of the baby while she enjoyed a much-needed nap. Unfortunately for the legendary slacker, an ANBU appeared, claiming that the Hokage requested Jiraiya's presence. It seemed that fate was conspiring against her. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga compound, a small child sneezed. Jiraiya expressed his surprise at being called to action so soon, questioning whether the mission was truly something only he could handle. The old Hokage activated all the privacy seals before confirming that Jiraiya was indeed the best information gatherer the village had seen. If anyone could unravel the mystery, it was him. He ventured to ask if the escape of the Kyuubi from Kushina was an accident, noting that everyone had anticipated it could happen. The Hokage acknowledged this but explained that they had taken appropriate measures. However, they concluded that someone was behind the attack. Jiraiya frowned at the mention of Danzo, known for his extremist views and willingness to recruit orphans to bolster his ranks. He was a vocal critic of Sarutobi's conciliatory efforts with other villages and had openly sought the Hokage position for himself, though he never garnered enough support. Jiraiya inquired if Danzo had discovered anything. He knew there were two possible outcomes: either nothing was found, or they had uncovered something that Sarutobi disapproved of and sought a second opinion. He hoped for the former, but fate seemed to have other plans. The Hokage sighed and confirmed that Danzo had indeed made some interesting discoveries. They discussed the events of that fateful night, revealing that the Kyuubi had not simply broken through their defenses but had appeared suddenly in the village, emerging from a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya noted how similar this sounded to a summoning technique. The Hokage agreed, expressing disbelief that someone could summon the Kyuubi. The only person he could think of capable of such a feat was Madara Uchiha, who had been dead for decades. They speculated whether Madara might have had an apprentice who learned to control the Bijou. Jiraiya dismissed the idea, recalling that Madara had left the village alone and attempted to destroy it without any heirs to avenge him. Nevertheless, Danzo had decided to investigate Madara as a starting point. He had made some intriguing discoveries regarding Madara's ability to control the Bijou, which they believed was linked to his Sharingan. The Hokage explained that Madara's Sharingan was not ordinary. He had awakened a higher level that granted him extraordinary powers. Jiraiya pointed out that while Madara was incredibly powerful, it didn't mean his abilities could be replicated by his clan members, just as Hashirama's descendants did not inherit the wood release. The Hokage clarified that the new Sharingan, known as Mangekyo Sharingan, could be attained by all Uchiha, though very few did so due to its steep cost. The requirement to awaken this power was to kill someone close to them. While Uchiha were known for their battle instincts, even they would not go that far just for power. Yet Danzo believed one of them had done just that. Jiraiya questioned the motive behind unleashing the Kyuubi on the village and expressed his disbelief that Danzo thought the entire clan was behind the attack. The Hokage confirmed this unfortunate belief, leading Jiraiya to murmur in frustration about Danzo's irrationality. He felt grateful that Danzo was not Hokage, as the situation could have been far worse. The Hokage explained that Danzo had ordered the Uchiha to stay behind and assist in evacuating civilians, not wanting any Uchiha near the Kyuubi. Jiraiya remarked on Danzo's suspicious nature, asserting that he needed to stop Danzo, as the Uchiha were already on edge without his interference. The Hokage explained that the only way to counter Danzo was to gather enough tangible evidence to discredit his findings, and he believed Jiraiya was the best person for the job. Though flattered by the Hokage's confidence in him, Jiraiya reminded him that he was not omniscient and that this task would take time. The Hokage acknowledged this and assured Jiraiya that he would keep Danzo at bay while he worked. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, he reminded the Hokage that working on this mission would cut into his writing time, delaying the next installment of his series. The Hokage gasped in shock, his eyes widening in horror before relaxing into a sad smile. He reminded Jiraiya that sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good, no matter how painful. Shizen was at a market near her home, fulfilling Tsunade's requests. After locating Naruto's favorite baby food, She decided to buy it all at once to minimize trips. She couldn't help but wonder how long it would last, realizing she needed to teach the child the meaning of moderation. Suddenly, a voice called out to her from behind, and she turned to see a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, looking at her. She had dull black hair long enough to tie into a ponytail, deep black eyes, and wore a black shirt, black pants, and blue sandals. She appeared to be an Uchiha. Shizune greeted the boy with her best smile, wondering if she could assist him. He asked if she really needed all that baby food, expressing a desire for some himself. Shizune explained that there was more baby food available, but the boy quickly clarified that it was the only brand his brother would eat without throwing a tantrum. Shizune laughed, relating to his situation, and offered to share. When he requested 2 jars, she happily obliged and handed them over. The boy thanked her politely, introducing himself as Itachi Uchiha, confirming Shizune's assumption. She complimented him on being a caring older brother, which made Itachi blush slightly. As they moved toward the cashier, Itachi continued the conversation, commenting on how much food Shizune had for her baby. Shizune chuckled, explaining that her baby was quite small and that Tsunade had remarked on how he always seemed hungry without gaining weight. Itachi then asked about the baby, realizing he was referring to the child with the sealed demon fox inside him. Shizune's cheerful demeanor shifted as she contemplated how to respond. Ultimately, she decided honesty was the best policy, acknowledging that it was indeed Naruto. Curious, Itachi inquired about Naruto's condition, asking if there was anything that made him different from other babies. Shizune reassured him that, deep down, Naruto was just like any other child. Itachi mentioned that he had heard many adults say it was dangerous to be near Naruto, to which Shizune reacted strongly, insisting that Naruto was a normal boy and that the seal placed by the 4th Hokage would keep the demon fox at bay for a long time. Itachi questioned why Jiraiya and Tsunade were brought in to care for Naruto, which made Shizune uneasy. She clarified that they were there because of their strong ties to Naruto's parents, not because he needed to be watched. She emphasized that he was not a threat and that the seal would ensure the safety of everyone. Itachi listened intently, his expression unchanged. He acknowledged her point, realizing that if Shizune was not afraid, then he shouldn't be either. Shizune felt a surge of hope at his understanding. After they finished their shopping, they parted ways, with Itachi expressing his pleasure in meeting her. Shizune felt uplifted, thinking that Itachi was a pleasant and intelligent boy. She wished he were younger so he could play with Naruto, but she felt more optimistic about Naruto's future friendships. Meanwhile, Tsunade was regretting her decision to spend the afternoon sleeping, as she found herself too rested to fall asleep that night. She tossed and turned in her bed, adjusting her pillow and opening and closing the window in search of comfort. Frustrated, she decided to seek out her best friend for company. In the living room, she found Jiraiya awake, along with a bottle of sake. He asked why she was still up, and she playfully returned the question. Tsunade sighed, admitting that she couldn't sleep and thought a little sake might help, requesting a cup from him. Tsunade listened as Jiraiya shared the weight of his new mission, one that could take years to complete and potentially jeopardize Konoha's relationship with the Uchiha clan. He poured a bit of sake into her cup, noting how she seemed exhausted from her workload that week. Tsunade had spent the day resting, but she acknowledged that her sleep cycle had been disrupted. As she downed her sake in one go, Jiraiya refilled her cup without a word. Jiraiya then pointed out the unusual silence in the room, noting that Naruto hadn't cried since sunset, which was a first. Tsunade hadn't realized it either and found it ironic that they were unable to sleep on their first quiet night since taking care of the noisy child. Jiraiya chuckled, teasing Tsunade about her appreciation for irony, while she insisted that she was not complaining. Reflecting on her past, she realized that after leaving the village, she had felt aimless. Her dreams of a future with Dan and Nawaki had been shattered, leading her to wander without purpose. However, returning to Konoha and caring for Naruto had reignited a sense of determination within her. Though she couldn't save Dan and Nawaki, she vowed to protect Naruto with everything she had. Caring for Naruto was exhausting but rewarding, and living with Jiraiya turned out to be more pleasant than she had anticipated. He respected the boundaries she set, and it felt reminiscent of the old days. Tsunade admitted that she felt as if she was finally doing something meaningful again. Jiraiya, too, had dreams of a future with Tsunade, imagining a life where they lived together, perhaps with children of their own. He envisioned a successful career as a writer, admired by many, and hoped to bring Orochimaru back to the right path. Yet he was also haunted by his past failures and felt unworthy of such dreams. Despite his fears, the thought of Tsunade and Naruto being part of his future brought him comfort. He acknowledged that while he had enjoyed his carefree life, being there with Tsunade and taking care of Naruto was a refreshing change. When Tsunade inquired about his new book, he admitted progress was slow due to his responsibilities. Tsunade teased him about the implications of living together and raising Naruto, but Jiraiya deflected, insisting he hadn't said anything. Their conversation shifted to Orochimaru, and Jiraiya nearly choked on his sake at the mention of their former teammate. Tsunade reminded him that reflecting on their past was necessary, especially since Orochimaru had once been part of their team. Jiraiya expressed his disdain for Orochimaru's current path, speculating that he was likely lost in his own twisted pursuits. Tsunade pointed out the irony that Orochimaru seemed to be the only one whose life was unfolding as he had planned, while Jiraiya lamented that Orochimaru's quest for immortality would only lead to disaster. He felt that the only thing preventing him from enjoying the thought of Orochimaru's downfall was the innocent lives that would be affected. Tsunade reassured him that he didn't need to justify his feelings, but Jiraiya insisted that his words were not meant to comfort himself, though he admitted there might be a hint of that intention. When feeling down, seeing others in a similar state, especially hated enemies, can provide a bit of comfort. Yet, the truth of the matter remained clear. The thought of whether they would see Orochimaru again lingered in the air. The response was grim. There was a strong belief that Orochimaru would never let go of his grudge against Konoha and their teacher. He would return seeking vengeance, not now perhaps, but at some point in the future. This certainty was unsettling. The mention of Orochimaru was not the best idea, and Tsunade, feeling the effects of the alcohol, decided to decline another drink. She gestured dismissively when Jiraiya offered more sake, surprising him. She acknowledged her fondness for drinking but knew when enough was enough. It was time to rest. Jiraiya agreed, hoping Tsunade would misinterpret his words and clarify that he wasn't invited to her bed, but that comment never came. They both felt that perhaps they should do this more often, or at least when sleep eluded them. Jiraiya noted he would need to buy more sake and wished her good night. As they settled into a comfortable sleep, a sudden loud cry shattered the peace. Naruto's wails echoed throughout the neighborhood, prompting Tsunade to groan as she reluctantly got out of bed, grumbling about the troublesome child. 2 years had passed since the devastating attack by the Kyuubi, and if a stranger were to visit Konoha, they would hardly recognize the village that had endured so much loss. The reconstruction efforts had concluded, and most of the villagers had moved on, though acceptance of Naruto remained elusive. Whenever one of his caretakers took him out for a walk, people would scatter, murmuring among themselves. While no one dared voice their opinions aloud, fearing the wrath of the Sannin, sympathy was not forthcoming. The Sannin, upon learning from Shizune that they were seen more as Naruto's jailers than his guardians, found it frustrating yet understandable. They often spent their evenings discussing strategies to alleviate the villagers' fears of the young boy. Caring for Naruto became increasingly challenging once he learned to walk. Despite his short, chubby legs, he was remarkably fast, darting from room to room without pause. Attempts to contain him with a baby gate failed, as he always found a way to escape. The only way to keep him still for any length of time was to engage him in play, which left the adult caregivers exhausted after just an hour. Despite the challenges, there was always someone willing to play with Naruto. His infectious energy could lift the spirits of anyone who spent time with him. The rare occasions when all 3 adults were present turned into the most enjoyable moments, often leading to Naruto being the first to fall asleep. That day promised to be one of those joyful occasions. After finishing her shift at the hospital, Tsunade headed home with a smile. Shizune had recently returned from a mission, and Jiraiya was free until the next day. The family would be together. Then she paused, realizing the implications of her thoughts. Was she genuinely happy at the thought of Jiraiya being home? Did she consider him family? During their time together, the two Sannin had not only repaired their fractured relationship but had grown closer than during their days as teammates. Their late-night conversations over drinks served as both a release and a way to strengthen their bond. Tsunade found herself growing fond of the white-haired man, who had kept his word and behaved less inappropriately around her. But did that mean she was developing feelings for Jiraiya? She quickly dismissed the notion as she approached her home, eager to enjoy an afternoon with Naruto. Upon entering, she announced her arrival, only to find Jiraiya was not with Shizune and Naruto as she had expected. Instead, the young Kunoichi and the blonde baby were playing with toys across the room. Jiraiya stood beside two small frogs dressed in black cloaks, one green with bushy gray eyebrows and a matching goatee, the other a yellowish green with a bulbous purple head and thick purple lips. Jiraiya introduced the frogs as Fukasaku and Shima, the two great sage frogs. Fukasaku greeted Tsunade warmly, while Shima complimented her on becoming quite a charming lady. Tsunade respectfully acknowledged their presence and inquired about the reason for their visit. Shima explained that the great sage had requested to see both her and Jiraiya, and now that she had arrived, they needed to head to Mount Mayaboku immediately. Fukasaku added that they would travel there through reverse summoning. Tsunade was taken aback, realizing she had no summoning contract with the frogs. Fukasaku reassured her, asking for her hand. She complied, and as he focused his chakra, his hand glowed blue, causing a tingling sensation in her palm. When the Toad Jutsu concluded, the kanji for oil, representing Mount Mayaboku, and the kanji of Jiraiya's forehead protector, was etched into his hand. Fukasaku explained that it was a special seal that would allow Tsunade to be summoned by the toads and to summon any toad she desired. Although it would only last a day before fading, it would be more than sufficient for their current endeavor. Shima declared that they were ready to leave as she and her husband began the reverse summoning process. In less than a second, Jiraiya and Tsunade found themselves in the midst of Mount Mayaboku. While Jiraiya had visited several times, Tsunade spent a few minutes exploring the vast surroundings, marveling at the natural beauty of the toad's home. The area was filled with giant plants and mushrooms, along with beautiful flowers she had never seen before. Several rivers and streams flowed through the mountains, and many toad statues were scattered throughout the place. For some reason, Tsunade found the location strangely familiar. She then realized that this was the inspiration behind Jiraiya's decoration of Naruto's bedroom. Shima asked Tsunade what she thought of their home. Tsunade responded that it was amazing, overwhelmed by the natural energy of the place, filled with so much life. Fukasaku interjected, cautioning Shima not to put Tsunade on the spot by asking such questions. Tsunade clarified that she wouldn't use the words better or worse to compare the two places, suggesting instead that they were simply different. Jiraiya then brought the conversation back to business, reminding them that the great sage Toad wanted to see them. Fukasaku agreed, urging them not to keep Gamamaru waiting. Shima jokingly remarked about the old sage's forgetfulness. As they made their way to see the spiritual leader of the Toads, Fukasaku took the opportunity to bring up Jiraiya's training. He hopped onto Jiraiya's shoulder and asked if he had considered completing his senjutsu training. Jiraiya hesitated, claiming he was busy at the moment. Fukasaku teased him about his excuses, pointing out that he had been taking care of a baby for the past 10 years. Jiraiya insisted that he would finish his training eventually, but right now he needed to focus on Naruto. Fukasaku understood but warned him not to delay for too long, as the difference between incomplete and complete sage mode could mean the difference between life and death. After a short journey, the two small toads and the two Sannin stood before Gamamaru, the great sage toad, who was seated in a shallow pool. Tsunade observed the large red toad, noting his many wrinkles and drooping eyes, indicating his advanced age. Some said he was so old that he had met and advised the Sage of Six Paths, although she thought those were mostly rumors. Fukasaku announced their presence, and both Sannin bowed to Gamamaru. The great sage acknowledged them slowly, indicating that there was much to discuss. Jiraiya and Tsunade waited expectantly, but after a few moments of silence, the old toad appeared to doze off. Fukasaku called out to Gamamaru, trying to bring him back to the conversation. The great sage stirred, confused and disoriented, asking if it was lunchtime. Fukasaku reminded him that he wanted to speak with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Gamamaru then warned them that a turbulent future lay ahead, not only for them but also for the young toad under their care. Tsunade's concern grew as he spoke, especially when he mentioned that Naruto would face a difficult path filled with great challenges and terrible enemies. They would need to protect him until he could stand on his own. Jiraiya vowed to do so, and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Gamamaru shared a foreboding vision of Konoha in flames, divided against itself, with friends becoming enemies and children fighting their parents. He warned them to be vigilant against a one-eyed demon that would pursue Naruto, emphasizing the need to protect him at all costs. With that, Gamamaru declared he had nothing more to say and instructed them to return home and reflect on his words before falling asleep once again. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, their minds racing with the ominous predictions and what they could do to ensure everything would be all right. Half an hour later, they returned home to find Naruto crying while Shizune attempted to console him. Jiraiya frowned and asked what was happening. Upon hearing his voice, Naruto turned, his tears drying as he broke into the brightest smile they had ever seen. He jumped into Jiraiya's arms, exclaiming that they had returned. Tsunade, placing her hands on her hips, asked Shizune what had happened. Shizune explained that Naruto had seen them disappear in a cloud of smoke and thought they had left for good. She had been trying to reassure him that they would be back soon, but he hadn't believed her. Tsunade, feeling sympathy for Naruto, realized they had left without saying goodbye and took him into her arms. "Forgive me, dear, I promise we will never do that again, okay?" Naruto wrapped his little arms around Tsunade's neck, responding with enthusiasm. "Alright, enough of that. Who's ready for our game night?" Jiraiya announced, and everyone applauded in excitement. After a fun and lively game night, Shizune and Naruto went to bed. Jiraiya and Tsunade attempted to sleep but found it difficult. Both were preoccupied with Gamamaru's warnings concerning not just Naruto, but the world at large. As usual, they were in the living room with a couple of bottles of sake. "So, Naruto is in danger from a one-eyed demon. Does that mean we should be wary of anyone with one eye we encounter? Losing an eye is quite common in our line of work," Jiraiya remarked as he emptied his sake cup. "My first thought would be Danzo, the leader of Root. The only person with one eye I know is Kakashi. Could he have been talking about him?" Tsunade suggested. "Kakashi has two eyes, even if he only uses one most of the time. Besides, he's a good kid, he wouldn't harm Naruto. After all, he was a student of Minato. And a big fan of your books." "And a big fan of my books, yes. But I'm not defending him for that, Haim. I know, I was just joking with you. Couldn't that old frog have been a bit more specific about this one-eyed demon? A few more clues would have been helpful besides just missing an eye. First, Gamamaru is a toad, not a frog. Never call a toad a frog, they don't take it well. Secondly, Gamamaru lacks the context for the visions he has, so all he can do is interpret them as best as he can. Well, that vision of his put me on edge. He told us Naruto is in danger, but didn't specify what kind of danger, and we can't protect him from everything. I mean, it's not like we can lock him in his room or something. Even if we did, he'd find a way out. He always does," Jiraiya noted, causing Tsunade to chuckle softly. But of course, that's nothing new. His parents, especially Minato, had many enemies who would love to take revenge. Through Naruto. And he already has another target on his back for being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Even worse then. What also worried me was the part about Konoha being in flames. Do you think someone is planning to attack us? I wouldn't rule it out. We're still recovering from the Kyuubi's attack, which has left our forces diminished. I hope our presence here serves as a deterrent to any village that wants to invade Konoha. I hope so too. We may not be the Yellow Flash, but the name of the Sannin can still inspire fear among our enemies. And that part about friends turning into enemies. Do you think one of our allies will betray us? As far as I know, our current allied village is Suna, but even with our recent losses, they still lack the numbers and power to wage war against us. At least on their own. They might ally with one of the other three great villages, but that seems unlikely. Even then, it might be a good idea to strengthen our ties with them. Paying them a visit, sending some sake to the Kazekage, things like that. Sake seems to be your answer for everything. Because it works. I mean, remember when we came back here, how we couldn't go 5 minutes without yelling at each other? Actually, you were the one who yelled more, Jiraiya said with a cheeky grin as he poured more sake into his empty cup. However, once we started having these night drinks, everything became much smoother. Now I'm even happy to see you at home when I come back from work. If that's not proof of the miraculous conciliatory powers of sake. Of course. Tsunade exclaimed, realizing a big smile had formed on her face. What? That's how we can get everyone to accept Naruto. He just needs to go drinking with every villager here. Wow, even in my drunken state, I can see how terrible that idea is. Tsunade's smile vanished, replaced by an annoyed frown. And why is that, smart guy? Well, I may not know much about babies, but isn't alcohol very toxic for them? We still have to wait about 16 years until he can do that. And even then, he'll have to drink a lot to befriend the whole village. I hadn't thought of that, Tsunade said, slumping in her chair and taking another drink from her cup. Oh well, I'm sure I can think of something. I just need more. Inspiration. Hey, don't you think we've had enough? Maybe we should go to bed. I'll decide when I've had enough. Now come on, keep the sake coming. I need to forget that cursed prediction from that cursed toad. Toad. Whatever. The next day. Tsunade-sama. Are you awake? Come on, you need to get up, you're going to be late for the hospital. Shizen's voice roused the blonde Sannin. The sunlight streaming through the window felt like daggers piercing her eyes, which did nothing to alleviate the massive hangover she was beginning to feel. She could swear her head was about to explode at any moment. Yes, I'm awake, Tsunade groaned softly. And stop shouting so much. The Princess of Slugs tried to get out of bed but found herself unable to move. A closer inspection revealed a rather large and definitely male arm was holding her down. She followed the arm's path and, as she feared, it was attached to a man. A naked man. A white-haired man she knew all too well. He wore a broad smile as he slept. Considering the fact that Tsunade was also naked, it didn't take a genius to realize what had happened the night before, even if she couldn't remember it. She didn't want to remember it anyway. She wanted to scream, but her extremely dry throat could only manage a cough. How much did I drink last night? The blonde Sannin wondered in horror. Covering her naked body with the blanket, Tsunade attempted to wake the white sage. Jiraiya! 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 She called, shaking the white-haired man more vigorously each time. Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes, blinking several times until he adjusted to the current light. He groaned, rubbing his head with one hand, clearly suffering from a hangover as bad as his drinking companion. Then he looked at Tsunade and a smile spread across his face. Good morning, Haim, Jiraiya said distractedly. Slowly but surely, the more troubling aspects of the situation began to sink in. Realizing what was happening, Jiraiya stared at Tsunade, who was barely dressed, his eyes wide as his face turned red. He was taken aback, wondering what had just happened. Tsunade, in a panic, urged him to trust her, saying they could talk about it later, but they needed to leave the room before anyone saw them. Jiraiya stammered in agreement as he hurried to gather his clothes from the floor and get dressed. Tsunade followed suit. From the other side of the door, Shizen's voice called out, insisting that Tsunade get out of bed. Even in Konoha, she felt the need to be responsible. Tsunade replied that she was awake but needed a few more minutes to prepare, asking Shizen not to enter. Curiosity got the better of Shizen, and she opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of her mentor and Jiraiya hastily trying to dress. Both Sannin smiled awkwardly at her. Shizen gasped and quickly retreated, slamming the door behind her, assuring them she hadn't seen anything and that they could take their time. Breakfast that morning was incredibly awkward. The group ate in silence, with Shizen feeding Naruto while deliberately avoiding looking at the two Sannin across from her. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Tsunade finally spoke up, addressing Shizen about what she had just witnessed. Shizen, however, dismissed it casually, stating it was none of her business. She reminded them that they were all adults and requested they give her a heads up in the future to avoid any more unfortunate situations, all while keeping her gaze averted from Tsunade. It was Jiraiya who attempted to clarify their situation next, but Shizune interrupted him, questioning whether they should discuss it in front of Naruto. Both Sannin glanced at the young boy, who was happily enjoying his meal and oblivious to their conversation. They realized Shizune was right, it was not a topic for a child. Once Shizune finished feeding Naruto and her own breakfast, she excused herself, mentioning she had duties to attend to. Jiraiya, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere, said he needed to meet with a contact for information about the Kyuubi attack. Tsunade confirmed she would take care of Naruto and asked if she would see him later. He agreed and left. Shizune hoped that focusing on her work would help her forget the image of Tsunade and Jiraiya together, but her duties were so mundane and uneventful that her mind kept drifting back to it. Over the 2 years that Tsunade and Shizune had lived with Jiraiya, Shizune had noticed their relationship gradually improving. In the beginning, they often argued and tried to avoid each other. If Jiraiya was in the living room, Tsunade would wait until he left before entering. If they were having dinner, Jiraiya would wait until they finished before eating himself. The only time they were together was when they spent time with Naruto. As time passed, their arguments became less frequent until they disappeared entirely. Tsunade and Jiraiya began to have civil conversations, and they seemed to tolerate each other enough to stop avoiding one another, as if they were finally getting used to each other's presence and even enjoying it. One night, unable to sleep, Shizune heard voices coming from the living room, instantly recognizing them as Tsunade and Jiraiya. She learned that whenever they couldn't sleep, they would get up, have a drink, and talk. This became a tradition, and they would stay up late into the night, regardless of whether they were suffering from insomnia, sharing drinks and conversation. Despite how much their relationship had improved, Shizune never imagined they would end up sharing a bed. After the death of her uncle Dan, Shizune had not seen Tsunade show any interest in the opposite section. Due to her beauty and striking presence, Tsunade attracted many suitors, all of whom she often rejected without a second glance. Those who took her rejection poorly ended up in the hospital. As Shizune greeted a merchant entering Konoha, she tried to push the morning's shocking events from her mind. She felt conflicted about what she had witnessed. On one hand, she wanted to erase the image of her mentor in such a situation. Tsunade was like a mother to her, and no one wants to think about their parents in that way. On the other hand, she felt happy that someone seemed capable of breaking down the emotional barriers Tsunade had built around her heart over the years. She deserved to be happy. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, pulling her from her reverie. A Konoha Jonin stood before her, introducing himself as Yuki Minazuki, the leader of team. He explained that his team was about to embark on their first mission outside the village. Shizune quickly took notes, requesting the names of his genin. Yuki provided the names, Shinko Inari, Tenma Izumo, and Itachi Uchiha. Shizune was surprised to hear the last name and turned to see the genin waiting a few meters behind their sensei. Among them was a boy around 10 or 11 years old with spiky gray hair, dressed in a dark blue shirt and black pants. Beside him stood a girl of similar age with the same hair color, styled in 2 upward curving pigtails, wearing a crop top and dark shorts. Lastly, there was a much younger boy, whom Shizune recognized as a child she had met in a grocery store a year ago. "Is that you?" Shizune asked. "Oh, hello, Shizune," Itachi replied while greeting her. "Are you already a genin?" Shizune asked, her eyes wide. Itachi simply nodded. "But how old are you?" 7.5. "But you're so young." "Well, Itachi is quite talented," Yuki said. "I was quite surprised when I heard he was the rookie of the year for his class." Shizune was left speechless. Not only had this child graduated 5 years earlier than the average genin, but doing so as the best in his class was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, she knew that both Tsunade and Jiraiya had graduated from the academy at just 6 years old, but she never expected to encounter another prodigy of the same caliber. "We're going on our first C-rank mission. Isn't that great?" Itachi said, smiling. "Now, if everything is in order, I would like to proceed with our mission. please, Yuki stated. Oh yes, of course. Good luck out there. You'll tell me how it went when you return, Itachi, Shizun said as she waved goodbye to Itachi and his team. Thank you, Shizun. And yes, I will, Itachi replied, returning her wave. Shizun thought to herself that they weren't exaggerating when they spoke about the skill of the Uchiha. She wondered if under the guidance of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Naruto would be able to become a genin just as quickly. As night fell over Konoha once again, Shizun and Naruto were fast asleep while Jiraiya and Tsunade were having their usual late-night drinking session. However, there were two key differences. First, they were sitting at opposite ends of the living room sofa in a clumsy attempt to create as much space as possible between them. Second, there was no sake. Despite Tsunade's eternal fondness for the fiery beverage, they were not going to take any risks after what had happened the previous night. Jiraiya cleared his throat. He asked how Tsunade's day had been. It was fine. A pregnant woman came in today and gave birth to triplets, Tsunade replied, not looking at him. Oh, triplets. You don't see that every day, Jiraiya responded. And how is your hemophobia? It's going well. The therapy is working. I'm making progress, even if it's slow. My therapist says I should be able to perform surgery again in 2 years. That's great to hear. And what about you? How was your meeting with that spy? It was fine, I guess. He shared information about a new group of mercenaries that seems interested in the tailed beasts. I'll have to look into that in the future. Good to know we're getting closer to. Oh, for goodness sake! Tsunade exclaimed, throwing her hands up in the air. Fortunately, she did not wake the two young ones sleeping upstairs. Is it something I said? No. I mean, we're in our 40s, and here we are, acting like a couple of emotionally stunted teenagers. Having a little chat in a pathetic attempt to ignore what we did last night. Do you want to talk about it? Of course I do. But before we talk, Tsunade said as she walked over to the drinks cabinet and grabbed 2 cups along with some bottles of sake. Let's have a drink. Tsunade poured the sake into the 2 cups, and both Sannin downed their drinks in one go. So, do you feel better? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I guess, but I could use another cup, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade obliged and poured him more sake. All right, Jiraiya, now I want you to answer this honestly, no lies. Do you still like me? Jiraiya sighed as he drank his second cup of sake. Tsunade would expect a simple yes or no answer, but even the Sannin of the Toads did not fully understand the extent of his feelings for his former teammate. I don't know. I guess. You guess? Come on, Jiraiya, put in a little more effort. Take another drink if you need to. I know I used to like you, and I tried to get over my feelings for you since I knew we weren't meant to be together, and I thought I had moved on. A lot happened, and suddenly I'm raising a child with you. I thought taking care of Naruto would be like completing a mission, but seeing you every day, our late-night conversations, being Naruto's parents. I think those feelings have reignited. I see. What about you, Tsunade? Did you suddenly find yourself attracted to me? Because I know there's no man in this world who could trick you, let alone make you share a bed with him. I'm not sure. But I guess I would be a hypocrite if I didn't give you a specific answer after forcing you to give me one. I don't know when it happened, but suddenly I started to care for you more with each passing day. I didn't know if it was just affection or if it was something more. To be honest, I've been an emotional mess since I left Konoha. Jiraiya chuckled softly. I can relate to that. Tsunade, the rules I set when we started living together. What about them? Did I break any? No, and that's what surprised me the most. You didn't do any of your research, or anything else inappropriate that I expected you to do. Were you hoping to earn some points with me by following my rules? No. Listen, Tsunade, what happened yesterday surprised me just as much as it did you. Then why did you decide to follow those rules? I may not have been trying to court you anymore, but I never stopped caring about you. I know I'm not the easiest person to live with, which is why I tried to suppress my less admirable traits to give you an easy time. You deserve at least that. Well, thank you for that. I know I haven't been the easiest housemate either. Looking back, I was pretty difficult on you when we first moved in here. You know, you could have set some rules for me too. It was fine. I didn't find it necessary. Really? Didn't I do anything you wanted me to stop? A couple of things, but they were minor enough not to warrant a rule. Besides, those offenses aren't hard to overlook when the offender is so easy to see, Jiraiya said with a broad smile, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned and punched him on the shoulder. See? That's what I was talking about. You were doing so well, and then you had to ruin it. Come on, you wouldn't like it if I changed everything about myself, would you? I like you more when you're not being a pervert. You finally admitted that you like me. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Did I? After a few seconds of silence, a small smile crept onto her face. I suppose I did. It makes no sense to deny it. So, what do we do now? Do we have a date or something? Actually, let's take this slow, okay? She could have admitted that she had some feelings for him, but she still needed to sort out her thoughts before they could take things further. It was good to know that he had been dreaming of this moment for decades and could wait a little longer. For now, they may not have had a date, but there were a couple of bottles of sake that had a date with their livers. Tsunade poured more sake into their cups, and they spent the rest of the night chatting casually while drinking, much like they used to do on previous nights. The next morning, Shizun woke up as usual. After getting dressed, she walked toward Tsunade's room. She knocked on the door and called out, but there was no response. Fearing the worst, she slowly opened the door and, gathering her courage, dared to look inside. To her surprise, the room was empty, and the bed was made. It was strange, Tsunade never woke up before her. Shizun shrugged it off, thinking there was a first time for everything, and made her way downstairs. However, upon reaching the living room, she encountered something far worse than the image from the morning before, which also made her realize why the bed was made. Tsunade hadn't slept in her room at all. Shizun gasped in horror and rushed back upstairs, exclaiming that it was the only sofa they had. 3 years after the Kyuubi attack, it took some time, but Jiraiya and Tsunade managed to resolve their issues and decided to give their relationship a chance. Things were slow at first, just as Tsunade wanted, but soon they became comfortable with each other, and their relationship progressed much faster than anyone had anticipated. A year after making their relationship official with Shizun and Naruto, they agreed to get married. For Shizun's peace of mind, they also decided to limit any remotely NTMT activities to their bedroom, as she had an uncanny knack for finding them in compromising situations. While Tsunade and Jiraiya wanted a small, NTMT ceremony with their closest family and friends, it ultimately turned into a grand event due to the number of people who wanted to witness their union. After the wedding, there were 2 consecutive days of celebration throughout Konoha, and it would have continued longer if Sarutobi hadn't used the ANBU to ensure everyone, especially other ninjas, returned to their regular duties. Jiraiya and Tsunade traveled to a village in the land of hot springs, which used to be a ninja village like Konoha but failed due to the lack of quality ninjas trained there and became a successful tourist destination. That had been a week and a half ago. Naruto was ecstatic, as today was the day his beloved parental figures would return from their trip. He had begged and cried to be taken along, and it took nearly 3 hours to convince him to stop pleading. The moment the door opened, Naruto shot off the sofa and dashed toward the entrance, calling out to his parents as he hugged Tsunade's legs. Tsunade chuckled softly, thinking she would have asked if he missed them, but it seemed unnecessary. Shizun inquired about their trip, and Jiraiya enthusiastically shared that it couldn't have been better, with perfect weather, delicious food and pleasant service, but everything paled in comparison to the wonderful company he had. Tsunade playfully pushed Jiraiya back, reminding him that they had already had enough fun and that she didn't want any more mental scars. Jiraiya, with his usual mischievous grin, made no promises. He was fascinated by how the place seemed to always be in summer and expressed his intention to discover how they achieved such a microclimate. Naruto, eager for gifts, asked if they had brought him anything. Tsunade reminded him that it had only been a couple of months since his birthday and that he already had gifts. However, seeing his disappointed expression, she sighed, rolled her eyes, and pulled out a wrapped box from under her jacket, handing it to him. Naruto quickly grabbed the box and unwrapped it, revealing a set of toy shurikens and kunais made of plastic. He cheered, thrilled to have his first ninja gear. Jiraiya mentioned that they thought he could start training with the basics since he would be enrolling in the academy in a couple of years. Without saying a word, Naruto took his gift and ran upstairs to enjoy his new toy. Jiraiya watched his adoptive son disappear upstairs and remarked how he wished everyone else could be so happy with so little. He then turned his attention to Shizune, asking if anything interesting had happened while they were away. Shizune excitedly announced that she had been promoted to Special Jonin, even jumping for joy. Jiraiya congratulated her, giving her a supportive pat on the back, while Tsunade added that she deserved to be a true Jonin. Shizune requested that Tsunade not confront the old monkey about it, as she wanted to earn her promotion on her own merit, and Hokage-sama had assured her that if she continued to work hard, she could become a true Jonin within the next year. Jiraiya suggested they go out to celebrate her promotion, but Shizune pointed out that they might be tired from their trip and should rest first. Tsunade frowned, playfully questioning if she looked that old and if her transformation was working properly. Shizune relented, agreeing to go out for dinner, and reminded them to show more enthusiasm for the celebration of her promotion. The next day, Jiraiya was summoned by an ANBU to the Hokage's office. He already anticipated what his former mentor would ask, and he knew he wouldn't like the answer. After waiting a few minutes, an ANBU informed him that he could enter the office, where Hiruzen was already waiting for him. Then, Sarutobi asked about Jiraiya's honeymoon. Jiraiya responded that it had gone well and suggested they might visit again for an anniversary. Sarutobi expressed his happiness that at least two of his students had found happiness together, but he quickly shifted the conversation to the real reason for their meeting: Jiraiya's investigation. Jiraiya admitted he hadn't found anything that could clear the Uchiha clan of the Kyuubi attack. However, he had discovered a group calling themselves Akatsuki, which had been gathering information on the Bijus. They had gained notoriety the previous year due to their high success rate and low prices, causing many villages to lose clients to them. Hiruzen frowned, crossing his hands under his chin, and noted the need to keep this group under surveillance. He asked if they had attempted to kidnap a Jinchuriki from another village, to which Jiraiya replied that, as far as he knew, they had not. Sarutobi considered the situation carefully, stating they should inform other villages of their findings. Jiraiya expressed skepticism about whether the other villages would believe them, given their strained relationships, particularly with Suna, which he felt was also untrustworthy. Sarutobi mentioned that they were preparing for an alliance with Kyumogakure, which surprised Jiraiya. He questioned the sudden interest of the Raikage in forming an alliance, feeling it was suspicious. Sarutobi acknowledged Jiraiya's concerns but emphasized the importance of moving past past grievances to achieve true peace. He believed that this alliance could be beneficial for Naruto, as Kyumogakure had two Jinchurikis who had successfully tamed their Bijus. Jiraiya hoped he was wrong about the alliance, recognizing that Naruto needed to be as strong as possible and that the training from Kyumogakure could be invaluable. Sarutobi pointed out that they would need more alliances beyond Suna if Akatsuki posed a real threat. He envisioned a future where the 5 great villages could unite, which excited him. Jiraiya acknowledged the vision but remained cautious, noting the unpredictability of the ninja from Kiri and the animosity from IW. Sarutobi reminded him that improbable things could happen, citing Jiraiya's own marriage to Tsunade as an example. He urged Jiraiya to keep an eye on Akatsuki, suspecting that the mysterious attacker who unleashed the Kyuubi might be connected to them. As they discussed the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi's expression darkened. He revealed that there had been a leak of information, and the Uchiha were now suspected of involvement in the Kyuubi attack. Jiraiya realized this would only increase tensions, especially with Danzo watching closely. Sarutobi emphasized the importance of Jiraiya's investigation, stating that it was time to return to work. Jiraiya agreed to pursue the Akatsuki lead and took his leave, while Sarutobi prepared to sign the treaty. Unfortunately for the third Hokage, his hopes for peace were soon shattered. That very night, a masked ninja attempted to kidnap Hayashi Hyuga's 3-year-old daughter, Hinata. Hayashi managed to stop the intruder before he could escape, discovering that the assailant was the chief ninja from Kyumogakure. It became clear that the treaty had been a ruse to infiltrate Konoha with a ninja who could target a Hyuga. The Raikage's response was swift, sending a harsh letter demanding the extradition of Hayashi for attacking a diplomat while vehemently denying any kidnapping attempts. Refusing the demands would lead to war. An emergency meeting was called at the Hyuga compound, attended by the clan's high-ranking members, including Hayashi, his brother Hizashi, their father, the Hokage, Jiraiya, Koho, Hamura, and Danzo. The Hokage stressed the need to avoid war with Kumogakure, as Konoha was still recovering from the Kyuubi attack. Hayashi solemnly declared that the only viable solution was for him to be handed over to Kumogakure since he was responsible for the death of their chief ninja. The elder Hyuga protested, fearing for the Byakugan's safety, while others in the room weighed the implications of such a decision. If we hand over the Byakugan to the enemy, we will provide them with a weapon to use against us. What guarantee do we have that they won't declare war once they force you to produce enough Byakugan bearers? Danzo questioned. That is why we have already devised a solution. Hizashi will go in your place. We will execute him in front of the Raikage and deliver the body. This way, Kumo will not obtain the Byakugan, and we will avoid war, the elder explained. Noticing Hayashi's reaction, he added that Hizashi had already agreed to the plan. Are you really considering submitting to their demands? One of them commits a crime against one of our clans in our own village, and we are the ones who have to compensate them? What kind of message would that send to the other villages, that we allow everyone to trample us with impunity? Koharu exclaimed angrily. I agree with Counselor Udatane. Konoha must never kneel before potential enemies, Danzo added. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Danzo, Jiraiya chimed in. Danzo shot him a neutral look. This could set a dangerous precedent. When other villages hear about this, what will stop them from making unreasonable demands under the threat of war? But we cannot afford to enter a war. Hamura interjected. Even if we win, we will be so weakened afterward that we will be easy prey even for the smaller villages. Actually, I believe the Raikage's threat of war is just a bluff, Jiraiya declared. What makes you so sure of that, Jiraiya? Hayashi asked. We just killed one of their highest-ranking ninjas during a diplomatic mission. That's a pretty valid excuse to wage war, and at least one of the previous wars was fought for less than that. If they truly wanted war, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have already been declared. Do you have any ideas, Jiraiya? The Hokage inquired. Indeed, I do, since I say we respond to their bluff with one of our own. Since neither Tsunade nor I have officially returned to active duty, they probably don't know we're back in Konoha. We need to show them that 2 of the legendary Sannin are back in business and see if they are still eager to go to war against us. That's a dangerous gamble, Jiraiya. While you and your teammates earned a great reputation during the Second War, it's no guarantee that you can intimidate the Raikage. I suppose after living with Tsunade for so long, some of her traits have rubbed off on me, Jiraiya said with a smile. Fortunately, my luck will be better than hers. I like your plan, Jiraiya. It's good to see that after all the pacifist ideas Hiruzen surely filled your head with, you can still be ruthless, Danzo remarked. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, then shivered. A compliment from Danzo. He had never felt so dirty. Hokage-sama, what is your decision then? Hamura asked. Sarutobi closed his eyes and pondered his options for a few minutes. Finally, he made a decision. We will follow Jiraiya's plan. I will send a letter to the Raikage requesting that he meet with me on neutral ground. Once there, we will attempt our bluff. The following week, the Hokage and a group consisting of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaka Nara, Kakashi Hatake, and Shibi Aburame headed toward the land of hot water, which would serve as neutral ground for the meeting. Several Chunin carried the body of the Kumo ninja chief on a stretcher, along with the other 2 ninjas who had accompanied him. Ugh. They clearly didn't have women of my size in mind when they made these darn bulletproof vests. Tsunade grumbled, trying to close her jacket over her ample figure before finally giving up. If it was a man who designed it, I can guarantee he did. All men think about women of your size at some point in their lives, Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin. Tsunade shot him a cold glare. Don't look at me like that, I'm just stating facts. Both wore green bulletproof vests over long-sleeved blue shirts, blue pants, and a Konoha forehead protector. I can't believe I let you talk me into doing this. We had left this nonsense behind, Tsunade protested. Relax, Haim, Jiraiya whispered, placing a hand on her shoulder. We're not here to fight, just to instill a little fear in their bones. This will be over before you know it. He decided not to mention that Sarutobi was wearing his battle armor beneath the Hokage robe. Sarutobi also hoped the meeting wouldn't end in a fight, but one could never be too cautious, especially with someone as prone to rage as A. You better be right, Tsunade replied in a threatening tone. Hayashi's Byakugan located the Raikage and his entourage, who were already at the meeting point, a clearing between a forest and a river. Everyone instinctively checked their weapons, even though they did not intend to fight. After a few more minutes of walking, they spotted the other group. He brought more people than we did, Tsunade pointed out, looking at the Kumo ninjas. Focus not on the quantity but on the quality. Do you see the man with sunglasses and a scarf, and that blonde woman with a ponytail? Besides the Raikage, you should be concerned about those too. Let me guess, they are Kumo's Jinchuriki? Correct. The Raikage brought the heavy hitters. I don't like this. Neither do we. Besides, this confirms my initial theories. The Raikage also wants to intimidate us. Now it all depends on who gives in to fear first, the Hokage or the Raikage. As the Hokage's group approached, the Kumo ninjas walked toward them. Both groups stopped at a safe distance from each other. So, you finally arrived, Hokage, and you brought the killer with you. Hand him over, and we can move past this, the Raikage said, his voice dripping with impatience. Not so fast, Raikage. Yes, we are aware of your terms to resolve this dispute. I discussed them with my advisors, and we have decided to reject them. What? The Raikage roared. Do you realize that this means war, right? I'm not finished yet. Now you will hear my terms. Not only will you cease your demands, but you will also apologize to Hayashi-san, the head of the Hyuga clan, for attempting to kidnap his daughter, here and now. As a gesture of goodwill, we will return the body of the Kumo ninja chief so he can receive a proper burial, along with the two ninjas who came with him. As you can see, they suffered no harm during their time in our custody. He appeared livid. He was exuding so much killing intent that the Konoha ninjas instinctively reached for their weapons. The Hokage, however, remained unfazed. Then, the Raikage seemed to calm down and chuckled softly. I know what you're trying to do, Hokage. You tricked me for a moment, but I saw through your trap. Even so, I must give you credit for the effort. Sarutobi tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. He was told to inform his two subordinates to drop their transformations. They were not the real Jiraiya and Tsunade. That were embarrassing everyone. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, claiming he didn't know what the speaker was talking about, insisting that those were indeed the real Jiraiya and Tsunade. The speaker continued, pointing out that the person impersonating Jiraiya was trying hard, but the one pretending to be Tsunade looked far too young, as she should appear much older. Tsunade, infuriated, shouted back, ready to attack the Raikage, but Jiraiya managed to hold her back, whispering for her to calm down and ignore him, as he wasn't worth her time. Hiruzen suggested that if the Raikage believed there was a deception, he should check their identities himself. The Raikage accepted the challenge and called for Darui, a young man with dark skin and messy blonde hair, who stepped forward with a large sword on his back. He approached Jiraiya and placed his hand on the man's shoulder, sending a pulse of chakra through him to dispel any transformation or genjutsu. However, Jiraiya remained unchanged. Darui looked back at the Raikage, feeling uneasy, and reported that Jiraiya was not under any transformation jutsu. The Raikage, trembling with anger, ordered Darui to check Tsunade next. Darui hesitated but eventually placed his hand on her shoulder. Tsunade glared at him, exuding a fierce aura that seemed to challenge him to proceed. Nevertheless, Darui was a dutiful ninja and followed orders, despite Tsunade's intimidating presence. As he performed the technique, Tsunade began to transform into an older version of herself, but the change stopped there. She still looked like Tsunade, just with a few wrinkles. Tsunade snapped at Darui, who jumped back in surprise. He reported that she also appeared to be Tsunade. She grunted in response and quickly reapplied her transformation. Darui hurried back to the Raikage side before Tsunade could retaliate. The Raikage's fury peaked as he shouted about the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade to Konoha. Hiruzen calmly explained that they had returned 3 years ago, shortly after the Kyuubi attack, to help the village in its time of need. He added that they had even gotten married recently and adopted a child. Jiraiya chimed in, mentioning he had pictures of their child, who looked adorable trying to ride their pet pig. Tsunade corrected Jiraiya, stating that Naruto always looked cute. With the identities of his students no longer in question, Hiruzen redirected the conversation, asking if they could return to the matter at hand. The Raikage, grinding his teeth, weighed his options. His plan to acquire the Byakugan was crumbling, and he realized that his intimidation tactics were failing. He understood that the Hokage recognized his threats of war were empty. While the Raikage believed Kumo could win a war against Konoha, it would come at a great cost, especially with 2 Sannin back in Konoha's ranks. Reluctantly, he decided to concede. He begrudgingly agreed to Hiruzen's terms, nearly spitting the words out. Hiruzen's smile widened, pleased that the Raikage had come to his senses. He then called Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, to step forward. Hayashi approached with a confident demeanor, almost mocking the Raikage. He awaited the apology from the Raikage, who, with visible discomfort, expressed regret on behalf of his representative's actions in Konoha. Darui wondered why it was so difficult for his leader and others to apologize. After all, it was just 2 simple words. The Raikage's apology was accepted, and Hiruzen suggested they all return to their respective villages and try to forget the unfortunate incident. Just then, Jiraiya interjected, moving toward the Kumo ninjas with a gift in hand, insisting it would be a shame for them to leave empty-handed. He presented the Raikage with a book. The Raikage looked puzzled as he opened the book, questioning its content. The Konoha ninjas began to sweat nervously. Jiraiya excitedly explained that it was the 2nd installment of his successful series, offering it for free and signed. The Raikage, outraged, yelled about the inappropriate nature of the book, while Jiraiya defended it as adult literature. As the Raikage angrily threw the book to the ground, Jiraiya's heart sank, fearing for his beloved work. But then, a miracle happened. A pair of hands caught the book just before it hit the ground. It was B, one of the Jinchuriki, who exclaimed that the book was great. The Raikage, however, was not in the mood to argue with his brother and told him he could keep it if he liked it so much. He then ordered the rest of his ninjas to gather their things and return to the village. Jiraiya approached B, pleased to see a fan of his books outside the Land of Fire, and extended his hand in greeting. "My name is Jiraiya, although you've probably heard it before. Killer Bee is my name, and being incredible is my game." Killer Bee replied, "Your book is sublime, but it could use some cooler rhymes." "That's good to know. I'll keep it in mind for the next book. By the way, I wonder if I could ask you for a favor," Jiraiya said. Killer Bee nodded. It was a risky move since it meant sharing confidential information with a foreign village, but the opportunity was too good to pass up. "Konoha also has a Jinchuriki. Do you think that once he's old enough, you could train him to control his bijou?" "I'd love to, my friend, but I can't promise anything because, you see, my brother has to agree." "I understand. Well, I had to try. Enjoy the book." Killer Bee couldn't have been happier. Not only had he received an exclusive copy of Aika Aika for free weeks before it was set to be released, but that blonde Sannin had no idea he had been admiring her throughout the entire test. Thank Kami for whoever invented sunglasses. A few days later, the Hokage's group returned to Konoha, relieved to have avoided a war and not having to hand over one of their bloodline limits to an enemy village. Despite his stoic expression, Hayashi Hyuga felt the most relieved. His brother was already waiting for him at the entrance of the compound. "Welcome back, brother. I take it the trip was a success?" Hizashi ventured to ask. "It certainly was. Thanks to Jiraiya's plans and Hokage-sama's determination, I believe we avoided a potential disaster," Hayashi replied. "I'm glad to hear that. Come on, I'm sure Hikari-sama and Hinata-sama are eager to see you again." As they walked through the front yard, some children from the main house were practicing the gentle fist under the watchful eye of a clan elder. "Hizashi, there's something that's been on my mind." ever since I was out there. Were you really willing to die in my place? You were also willing to die to prevent a war, Hisashi responded. But I was the one who killed that Kumo ninja. I was the target Kumo wanted. Besides, you didn't answer my question, the elder twin said. Yes, I was. But I thought you hated the main house. And I still do, let's not kid ourselves. But that doesn't mean I hate you. You're my brother, whether you're from the main house or not. I'd be willing to die for you, just as I would for Niji, Hikari, or Hinata. Isn't that enough? I would die for you too, you know, whether from the branch or not. I'd prefer you not to. I don't want your death on my conscience, Hisashi replied. Come on, let's stop talking about death. We avoided a war, the Byakugan is safe, and none of us had to die. Yeah, I guess you're right. Did anything interesting happen while I was away? Meanwhile, the Raikage and his ninjas had also returned to the village, although their mood was considerably less cheerful for obvious reasons. Wale was not a man who often indulged in alcohol, he could use a bit of sake now, at least to forget the past few days. He remembered he still had some bottles of sake that the Lord Daimyo of the Land of Lightning had given him as a gift for his appointment as Raikage. Upon opening the door to his office, he saw a man already there. More precisely, the man who had started all this trouble. A young man with messy white hair, pale skin, and closed eyes for some reason. Although perhaps man was stretching it, as he couldn't have been more than 16 years old. You're back, Raikage Dano? The young man's lips formed a half-smile. And I suppose your contingency plan failed. The Raikage slammed the door shut and walked toward the intruder, trembling with anger. What are you doing here? I just wanted to check on the mission's progress, that's all. But even if you didn't say anything, I can assume it ended in failure. So, you couldn't capture the Byakugan princess, and you didn't get me a pair of pure Byakugan. Disappointing. The Raikage's face contorted with rage as he grabbed the man by the collar of his tunic. Watch your mouth, brat, or you'll find my anger is quite disappointing. Is this how Kumo treats its clients? The man replied, remaining calm. This is how Kumo treats those who disrespect the Raikage. And look me in the eyes when I talk to you. I'm afraid I can't do that due to some impediments, the man said, opening his eyes to reveal 2 empty sockets. Even the Raikage was taken aback by such a horrifying face and instinctively released the white-haired man. Even if you failed the mission in every possible way, you can keep the payment if you wish. I hope to find someone who can truly assist me in my efforts. And with that, the man vanished suddenly, as if he had never been there to begin with. Now I really need a drink. Later that night, Tsunade and Jiraiya were in bed, embracing each other, trying to sleep. The princess suddenly began to laugh, which turned into a fit of giggles. Can I ask what you find so funny all of a sudden, Haim? Jiraiya inquired. It's just that. I can't believe you tried to promote your book back then. Tsunade said between laughs. I mean, we were trying to prevent a war, and you tried to sell them adult content. It was so surreal. It's not adult content, it's literature for adults with RDC scenes. How many times do I have to repeat that? Jiraiya complained. Besides, that Jinchuriki was a fan of my book, and I almost convinced him to train Naruto. Tsunade suddenly turned to Jiraiya, her eyes wide open. Really? Because if Naruto learned to use the Kyuubi's chakra then. Unfortunately, he's tied up. He first needs the Raikage's permission, and I doubt that will happen anytime soon. Although I plan to train Naruto to use the Kyuubi's chakra myself. Really? Do you know how to do that? Yes, I've gathered some scrolls about Bijus and Jinchurikis, and I have some leads that could be useful. I hope you can teach him. Naruto will need all the help we can give him. Naruto will become a strong ninja, just like his parents. You will see when I grow up. They shared a kiss and soon fell asleep. If only they had stayed awake a few minutes longer, they would have noticed that the crystal of Tsunade's necklace began to glow with a faint, bluish-green light. 6 years after the Kyuubi attack, 3 years had passed since the incident with Kumogakure, known as the Hyuga affair. Fortunately, nothing had threatened the stability of Konoha, allowing it to continue recovering from the Kyuubi's attack. However, many memorable events had taken place in Konoha, including the arrival of new members to the Senju family. Before the meeting with the Reikage, Tsunade became even more irritable than usual, experiencing morning sickness and an insatiable hunger. After some tests, it was confirmed that Tsunade was PRGNT. Not everyone reacted to the news with joy and celebration. In a flashback, Tsunade searched frantically through the cabinets of her home, calling for her best friend. Shizune, stammering, admitted that she had hidden Tsunade's sake for her own good, explaining that as a PRGNT woman, Tsunade couldn't drink alcohol without risking harm to the baby. Tsunade fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the thought of 9 months without her friend to help her through the challenges of PRGNT. Her anguished scream echoed throughout the elemental nations. Back in the present, the crystal of Tsunade's necklace, once belonging to the first Hokage and said to contain his chakra, began to glow. At first, it was faint, but it grew brighter as her PRGNT progressed, shining even more when near her growing belly. The surprises didn't end there. Tsunade gave birth to twins. In another flashback, Tsunade lay in a hospital bed, cradling her newborns, each wrapped in blankets. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto were by her side. Shizune asked if they had thought about names, and Jiraiya announced that the girl would be named Kaida, while Tsunade named the boy Higane. Naruto eagerly asked if he could hold one of the babies, bouncing with excitement. Tsunade handed Higane to him, reminding him to be careful. Naruto introduced himself as the older brother, while Shizune held Kaida, marveling at their perfection. Tsunade, smiling sweetly at her children, then requested her sake. After the twins were born, Naruto turned 4, and the two Sannin decided it was time to start his ninja training, at least the basics. He would join the academy in 2 years, and they wanted him as prepared as possible. The little blonde boy couldn't have been happier, but his excitement quickly faded when Jiraiya and Tsunade taught him only chakra control exercises, hand seals, and basic taijutsu instead of cool jutsus or combos. Naruto's training routine consisted mainly of practicing simple punches and kicks against a small padded training dummy, practicing hand seals, and chakra control exercises that involved keeping a leaf stuck to his forehead using chakra. Each time he completed the exercise, they told him he would need to hold it longer next time. Unfortunately for Tsunade and Jiraiya, Naruto's attention span was nearly non-existent, and he struggled to focus on tasks he found boring, despite their insistence that he needed to master the basics first. It wasn't until a year and a half later that Naruto would finally learn his first jutsu. In a flashback, Jiraiya announced that Naruto's chakra control was good enough for his first jutsu. Naruto, filled with excitement, jumped in the air, eager to begin. Jiraiya instructed him to attack first, asking for his best shot. Naruto charged at him, leaping to deliver a flying kick, declaring it to be an incredible dragon kick. Naruto barely noticed as Jiraiya performed a series of hand seals, and just as Naruto's foot landed on Jiraiya's chest, the Sannin vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a log in his place. Confused, Naruto turned around to find Jiraiya behind him, explaining that he had used a substitution technique to avoid the hit. This technique was not only useful for dodging fatal blows but also perfect for ambushing unsuspecting enemies. Naruto was amazed and begged to learn how to do it. Jiraiya told him he first needed to learn the hand seals quickly, repeating the sequence until he could do it fast enough. After practicing the technique for several months, Naruto still hadn't mastered the substitution jutsu, struggling with the hand seals. However, he remained undeterred, knowing that most kids didn't learn that technique until they were in the academy, giving him an advantage. Today had been a good day. It was the first time he had seen snow in Konoha, and he had a fun snowball fight with his family. After lunch, he went to enroll in the academy and was now heading home to tell his parents. He was so excited to finally become a real ninja. As he walked, he heard a voice call out, commenting on how creepy his eyes looked. Another voice chimed in, calling him a monster. A chill ran down Naruto's spine at the word, monster. Naruto recalled the conversation he had with his parents a couple of weeks before his 6th birthday. In the flashback, Jiraiya placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his demeanor serious, unlike his usual carefree self. He explained that it was time for Naruto to learn some important truths. Tsunade echoed his sentiment, emphasizing that they wanted him to hear this from them rather than someone else. Concerned, Naruto asked if he had done something wrong, to which Tsunade reassured him that it was not the case. Jiraiya then revealed that they were not Naruto's true parents, shocking him into silence. Tsunade scolded Jiraiya for revealing too much too soon, but Jiraiya insisted that it was necessary. He explained that the story of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha was not entirely accurate. The Nine-Tails was too powerful to be killed, and instead, the fourth Hokage had sealed the beast within Naruto himself. Naruto was bewildered, questioning why the fourth Hokage would do such a thing and whether the demon would harm him. Jiraiya quickly reassured him that the seal was strong enough to protect everyone, including Naruto. He explained that the fourth chose Naruto because of his unique chakra, which would help keep the Nine-Tails contained. As realization dawned on him, Naruto began to understand why people avoided him. Both Sannin nodded sadly in response to his questions. Jiraiya continued, revealing that the fourth Hokage was Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, and his mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the last known member of her clan. This revelation left Naruto speechless, tears welling in his eyes as he processed the loss of his parents. Jiraiya comforted him, explaining that many had suffered that day and that some would wrongly blame Naruto for the Nine-Tails' actions. Tsunade added that they would always love him and be there for him. After a moment of silence, Naruto wiped his tears and expressed that he was not angry with them. What mattered was that they did not see him as a monster. He vowed to prove everyone wrong and become the greatest ninja, aspiring to be Hokage like his father. Feeling guilty for referring to the fourth Hokage as a stranger, Naruto was reassured by the Sannin's support. Tsunade, seeing echoes of her lost loved ones in Naruto, felt a mix of hope and concern for his future. She believed he would succeed where others had failed. As the flashback ended, Naruto followed a commotion and found a group of boys surrounding a girl his age. The girl, with short dark blue hair and pale eyes, was on the verge of tears. One boy taunted her, calling her a monster, which made Naruto's blood boil with anger. He rushed to her defense, confronting the boys and declaring his identity as Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. The boys mocked him, but Naruto stood firm, insisting he was not a demon. When one of the boys swung at him, Naruto brushed it off, claiming it was a weak punch. With a swift motion, he retaliated, hitting the boy back. However, he was quickly overwhelmed by the other two, who struck him and pushed him into the snow. Gasping for air, Naruto clutched his aching stomach, aware that the confrontation was far from over. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something Jiraiya had told him during their training. He remembered to look around and use his environment to his advantage. With plenty of snow around, he had an idea. One of the bullies laughed, claiming that Naruto seemed ready for more punishment. In a flash, Naruto turned and threw a handful of snow into the faces of the bullies. His aim was precise, hitting both targets squarely. They cried out in surprise, momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto grabbed the larger bully and pushed him into the smaller one, sending them both tumbling to the ground. However, one of them recovered faster than Naruto expected and punched him in the face. Naruto quickly retaliated with a punch to the stomach and kicked the bully onto his fallen friend. The first bully charged at him with a large branch. Naruto's instincts screamed for him to dodge. Instead, he decided to try something different and formed 5 hand seals. When the bully struck him with the branch, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a pile of snow in his place. Excitedly, he realized his plan had worked. The bully, shocked and angry, looked around in confusion, wondering where Naruto had gone. Then, from the branch he had just teleported from, Naruto leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the bully's face, sending him sprawling backward. He taunted them, asking if they had enough or if they wanted more, claiming he could keep going if they wished. Deciding they had had enough, the 3 bullies scrambled to their feet and fled. Naruto shouted after them, warning them to pray they wouldn't encounter him again, especially if they were picking on a girl. He approached the girl he had defended, who had remained in her spot since the fight began. He asked if she was okay. She replied, thanking him but clarifying that she wasn't blind. Surprised, Naruto stepped closer, causing her to blush. He had mistaken her eyes for those of someone who couldn't see. He quickly apologized, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Concerned, she pointed out his injuries, noting his swollen eye and bloodied nose. He brushed it off, claiming it was nothing and that his mother, a doctor, would fix him up in no time. The girl looked at him, speechless. He then declared he had to leave, excitedly mentioning that he was a ninja who had just enrolled in the academy and needed to tell his parents. He hurried away. She called out to him, but he was already too far to hear. Frustrated with her own indecision, she regretted not asking him more questions. She hadn't even learned his name, though she had heard it. He had mentioned being a ninja and enrolling in the academy, and since they seemed to be the same age, perhaps they would be in the same class. The other children had called him the Demon Fox. Did that mean he was the boy with the 9 tails sealed inside him? Some adults in her clan had warned her to avoid him at all costs, labeling him dangerous and a monster. Yet he had defended her against not 1, but 3 bullies, fighting them all at once. How could someone so kind and selfless be dangerous or a monster? A feeling she couldn't quite identify began to form within her. For some reason, she felt a strong urge to see him again. A couple of months later, in the dango shop, Shizun was having lunch with Itachi Uchiha and 2 members of his clan. One was Shursui, a teenager a few years older than Itachi and a couple of years younger than Shizun, with short dark gray hair and black eyes typical of the Uchiha. The other was Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, who was around Naruto's age, also with dark hair and black eyes. Though Shizun felt out of place as the only non-Uchiha, Itachi had insisted she join them. She and Itachi had become friends over the years, even training together for the Chunin exams. Itachi had invited them to celebrate his first successful mission as a team leader. Shizun found it hard to believe that this boy, barely 11 years old, had risen to the rank of Chunin so quickly, while most kids his age were still in the academy. Shizun asked Itachi if he had been scared during the mission. He admitted that he would be lying if he said he hadn't felt a little fear. Shursui chimed in, recalling how nervous he had been during his first mission. Sasuke, curious, asked why Itachi should be scared if he had completed many dangerous missions. Shursui explained that being a team leader changed everything. He was responsible not only for the mission's success but also for ensuring his teammates returned home safely. Sasuke wondered if that meant his teammates were a burden. Shizun clarified that some missions required more than 1 ninja, and teamwork was essential. Itachi added that being powerful alone was good, but there would be times when one would need the help of others. Itachi then asked Sasuke how he was doing in the academy. Sasuke replied that it was fine, but he found the lessons a bit boring since he already knew most of the material. At least the shuriken and kunai throwing practice and taijutsu training are enjoyable, Sasuke thought to himself with a shrug. He learned that Shizun's younger brother, Naruto, also attended the academy. Shizun described Naruto as a loud boy with spiky blonde hair who often declared his ambition to become Hokage. Sasuke recalled meeting him and noted that, despite being the son of renowned parents, Naruto did not seem particularly strong. Shizun explained that Naruto struggled to focus, his body often moving faster than his mind. Shursui suggested that Sasuke should consider befriending Naruto, and Shizun invited Sasuke to join them at the park. Sasuke declined, mentioning that Itachi had promised to train him upon his return. He decided it was best to leave, congratulating Itachi on his first mission as team leader and expressing pleasure in meeting Shizun. Once Shizun departed, Shursui leaned toward Itachi and remarked on how lovely Shizun was, wondering if she had a boyfriend. As Hinata had predicted, she and Naruto were in the same class. However, her overwhelming shyness prevented her from speaking to him again, and to her dismay, Naruto seemed completely unaware of her presence. She often followed him after class, observing him at the ramen shop or at training fields where his parents awaited him. Hinata was surprised to learn that Naruto's parents were Jiraiya and Tsunade, 2 legendary figures from history. Hinata noticed that whenever Naruto played at the park, other children were taken away by their parents, leaving him to play alone. She couldn't understand why they treated him as if he were a monster. He was just a child like any other. One day, Naruto arrived at the park with a small pig and what appeared to be his older sister. The other children were quickly taken away, leaving Naruto alone once again. Hinata desperately wanted to join him but felt paralyzed by her shyness. She needed a little push to overcome her fears. Fortunately, she spotted someone who could help. Shizune sighed as she watched the children leave the playground, some parents casting disapproving looks at her and Naruto, who sat dejectedly. This scenario played out too often. Shizune reassured Naruto that they didn't need the other children and asked what he wanted to do. He eagerly responded that he wanted to swing, running toward the swings without needing to ask for a push. Shizune had hoped that now that Naruto was finally in the academy, he would make friends his age, but that hadn't happened yet. She, along with the two Sannin, worried about Naruto's behavior in class. He often ignored the teacher, complained loudly about boring lessons, and demanded to learn impressive jutsu. He boasted about his strength and his dream of becoming Hokage, frequently challenging other children, especially Sasuke, to one-on-one duels. It was clear that Naruto needed a friend to help him channel his energy and reduce his need to prove himself. Suddenly, Shizune heard a noise coming from the trees near the park. Though she wasn't a censor, her instincts told her someone was watching them from behind the trees. She told Naruto she needed to find a bathroom and would leave him alone with Tonton for a few minutes. Naruto cheerfully agreed, and Shizune vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving him puzzled. Hinata felt startled when Naruto's sister disappeared. This was her chance to approach him, but her shyness held her back. She needed a way to get his attention. Just then, a voice startled her from behind. She turned around and saw Naruto's sister, arms crossed, looking at her. Shizune asked if she hadn't been taught that spying was rude. Hinata stammered an apology, struggling to explain herself. Shizune noticed Hinata's panic and asked if she was the girl Naruto had saved from bullies on the day he enrolled in the academy. Hinata felt disheartened at the mention of her eyes being described as strange. Shizune regretted using Naruto's words but reassured her that he hadn't meant it as an insult. She pressed Hinata for her reason for being there, and Hinata admitted she wanted to thank Naruto again for helping her against the bullies. Shizune couldn't help but smile, recalling that Naruto had exaggerated the number of bullies he had faced. Are they as big as Jiraiya-sama? Then why aren't you doing that instead of lurking from here? Hinata blushed and looked away. Oh, I see, this girl is too shy to talk to him directly. Let's see if I can do something about it. What is your name, girl? I'm Shizune Kato. It's Hinata Hyuga. Nice to meet you, Shizune-san. Just Shizune is fine, the medical ninja said with a smile. Tell me, Hinata, would you like to do something for Naruto as a way to thank him? Why, yes, of course. Hinata replied. Take a look at Naruto. What do you think he would like most right now? Hinata saw Naruto swinging sadly in the empty park. The answer was obvious. He would like a friend to play with him. Hinata stammered. Correct. Now you know what you need to do. What? Did this woman expect her to just walk up to Naruto and play with him? Was she serious? Shizune smiled at her. Come on, I can see in your eyes that you want to play with him more than anything. Why yes. But. Or I could tell Naruto that you were just spying on him and didn't even bother to say hello. Please no. Okay, I'll do it. Hinata almost shouted, extremely nervous. Then you better hurry. I don't think Naruto will be there much longer before he gets bored. Hinata nodded and swallowed hard. The shy Hyuga began to walk toward the blonde, trying to be quiet enough not to reveal her presence too soon. She didn't want him to think she was a creepy stalker. Once she reached what she considered a safe distance, she dropped the stealth and walked normally. Or as normally as she could. Still, the boy was too lost in his thoughts to notice her. Hello. Hinata waved her hand timidly. The sudden greeting pulled Naruto from his thoughts. He turned his head toward her and smiled. Oh, hello. Hinata blushed furiously. There was something about that smile that was so incredibly dreamy. Forcing herself to calm down, she proceeded to introduce herself. Hinata. Naruto tilted his head, looking puzzled. What? Hinata was so frustrated with herself. Did she just shout her name like that? She knew she wasn't the most sociable or eloquent person, but that was too much. And my name is Hinata Hyuga. What's yours? the shy girl asked, even though she already knew the answer. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Naruto proclaimed proudly. Tell me, your face looks a bit familiar, have we met before? We're actually classmates. Didn't you see me before? No, sorry. There are a lot of people in class. I only remember the ones who sit near me. Hinata felt a little hurt that Naruto didn't even realize she was in the same class, but deep down, she knew it was also her fault for not speaking to him first. If she always sat far away and never spoke up unless the teacher asked her something, how could she expect him to know her? You also helped me against some bullies who were bothering me a few months ago. Hinata said, starting to fidget with her index fingers. Oh, you're that girl. Naruto exclaimed as he realized. Did they bully you again? Because if they did, I'll hit them even harder. Naruto said loudly, slamming his palm. And no, it's okay, and nobody has bullied me since then. By the way, what are you doing? Well, I came here to play with other kids, but nobody wants to play with me and playing alone gets boring quickly. So I'm waiting for Shizunichin to come back from the bathroom so we can go home and maybe train a bit with Mom and Dad. Hinata decided it was time to make her move. Her heart was pounding so hard she felt it might leap out of her chest at any moment. Oh. See, can I play with you until she comes back? Hinata asked, blushing more than ever. She couldn't believe she was doing this. Naruto's eyes widened, sparkling with joy, as his mouth curved into a wide smile. You want to play with me? Really? But Weiss, I know you have the 9 tails sealed inside you. But I don't think having a demon sealed inside you makes you a demon. A demon wouldn't have defended me from those bullies. So you want to be my friend? Really? Naruto asked, still incredulous. Hinata nodded. Naruto's smile grew even wider. Finally, he had a friend. For a moment, he thought that if this girl wanted to be his friend and was one of his classmates, then why had she never spoken to him before? But he was too happy to worry about that. So, what are you playing? The swings. Don't you know how to play on a swing? Hinata shook her head. Then we'll have to fix that. Come on, sit here. Hinata did as Naruto said and sat on the empty swing next to him. Now you need to move your body forward to make the swing go. Use your legs to help. Hinata tried several times, but she couldn't get the swing to move. It's not working. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata said, a bit sad. It's okay, I can push you. Before Hinata could say anything, Naruto jumped off his swing and began to push her. The shy Hyuga felt a knot form in her stomach as she saw how high the swing went. Naruto was pushing her with all his might, but at the same time, she couldn't help but enjoy the thrill of that simple game. She was having so much fun. And she couldn't remember the last time she had enjoyed herself this much. Alright, now that you have enough momentum, try to keep it going. Remember, use your legs to push harder. Naruto said as he quickly returned to his swing and joined her. Shizun chose that moment to return. Hey, Naruto-kun, I'm back, the young kunoichi said. Shizunichin. Naruto exclaimed, jumping off the swing while still in the air and landing on his feet in front of her. His joy was so great that he didn't realize Shizun's bathroom break had lasted almost an hour. You won't believe this. I made a friend. Hinata, come here. Hinata got off the swing and walked toward Naruto and Shizun. Really? That's great, Naruto-kun. Shizun said with feigned surprise. Fortunately for her, Naruto was naive enough to believe her. His joy, however, was very real. Hello, Shizun-san, I mean Shizun. I'm Hinata Hyuga, Hinata said, bowing respectfully. And she even goes to my class at the academy. That means we can see each other every day. Naruto said, bouncing with joy. I'm so happy for you, Naruto-kun, Shizun said, ruffling Naruto's hair. However, it's getting a bit late. Should we head home? Already? But I want to play more with Hinata. Naruto pouted. Alright, Naruto-kun, we can meet again tomorrow. Actually, I should head home too. I don't want to worry my parents, Hinata said, fidgeting with her fingers. What a shame. Okay, see you tomorrow, Hinata. Naruto said as he left with Shizun. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied as she returned to the Hyuga compound. Hinata would always remember this day as one of the best of her life. Not only had she made her first friend and enjoyed playing with him, but she could also say that she made Naruto happy. In fact, Hinata even managed to forget her worries about her mother's declining health after Hanabi's birth. She couldn't wait to get home and tell her parents about Naruto. Then she stopped in her tracks. Almost everyone in the village avoided Naruto because of the 9 tails. Would her parents approve of her friendship with him? The thought filled her with dread. She didn't want to lose him. But on the other hand, she was sure that once they met Naruto, they would see how kind and fun he was, not to mention strong, and they would have no reason to object. Jiraiya was as timely as ever in his meetings with the Hokage regarding the investigation into the 9 tails attack. However, this time there was something different. The first, less noticeable difference was that Jiraiya had an excited expression on his face. That was a good sign, as it meant he had made significant progress in his research. This could explain the second, more notable difference: Inoichi Yamanaka and Anko Mitarashi walking behind him. "I've got it, sensei," Jiraiya declared enthusiastically. "I have the definitive proof that will exonerate the Uchihas and expose the true culprit behind the 9 tails attack." "That's truly excellent news, Jiraiya. Not only will we finally put an end to Danzo's suspicions about the clan, but we will also close the darkest chapter of Konoha," Sarutobi responded while taking a puff from his pipe. "Anko, show him the report," Jiraiya instructed. Anko nodded and handed the Hokage a folder containing several files. Hiruzen inspected the files, and as he did so, his good mood slowly faded, replaced by a somber expression. He looked at Jiraiya with a serious face. "So you believe the cause of the 9 tails attack was Orochimaru?" "Listen, I know it sounds outrageous, but when you put all the evidence together, it makes a lot of sense," Anko hurriedly explained. "Enlighten me then." Jiraiya cleared his throat and began his explanation. "I've been investigating that shady group of mercenaries, Akatsuki, for the past 4 years. As I mentioned before, they were interested in the tailed beasts and often incorporated rogue ninjas into their ranks. And guess who was among them? The very same snake yesterday. Jiraiya-sama brought an unnamed ninja to torture and interrogation a couple of months ago. My team and I have been scanning his mind and made some interesting discoveries," Inoichi interjected. "The first, as Jiraiya said, is that Orochimaru is part of Akatsuki. I saw many memories of Orochimaru not only wearing the organization's uniform, a black cloak with red clouds, but also having meetings with other members. Although only one member was known at a time. The second was that Orochimaru is creating his own ninja village somewhere called Odogekure, or something like that," Anko added. "I think we should find and deal with that village as soon as possible before it becomes a bigger problem." "While these discoveries are indeed concerning, I don't see the connection between Orochimaru and the 9 tails," Sarutobi pointed out. "Don't you see, sensei? It's obvious that Orochimaru was a member of Akatsuki before deserting Konoha. Besides his own ambitions, he wanted to be Hokage to increase Akatsuki's resources and gain access to the 9 tails. But things didn't go as he planned. He deserted, and a year later, when Kushina's seal was at its weakest, he returned, sneaked into where she was held, eliminated the guards, took her away, and released the 9 tails." Anko decided to interject. "Think about it, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru was the perfect man for the job. He is an excellent infiltrator, knows the ins and outs of Konoha better than anyone, and is strong enough to deal with even our strongest ANBU. After destroying Konoha, he would have handed the 9 tails over to Akatsuki, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But once again, he didn't count on Minato's interference, who likely defeated him and then sealed the 9 tails inside Naruto, thwarting his plans. And now he is building his own village to gather an army to try to destroy Konoha and reclaim the 9 tails. While those are credible motives, there still remains the mystery of how Orochimaru managed to control the 9 tails. It is well known that normal genjutsu, no matter how powerful, barely works on tailed beasts, and the only 2 men who can control those beasts were Hashirama-sensei and Madara, ninjas far beyond Orochimaru's league. It is well known that Orochimaru was experimenting with Hashirama-sama's cells, and we know he achieved at least one success in the form of Tenzo. What if that fool finally perfected the process and gained the power of the first Hokage? Anko suggested. A terrifying thought, but unlikely. If Orochimaru had Hashirama-sensei's power for that long, he would have used it against us by now, declared the third. While you all made a commendable effort, I'm afraid this won't be enough to publicly clear the Uchiha clan of all suspicion. Anko muttered a curse under her breath while Jiraiya looked down, frustrated. Inoichi remained neutral. But you did a good job with this investigation. This, Otogekure, is something that deserves further investigation. Inoichi, you and the rest of torture and interrogation should continue extracting all the information you can from the captive. I want daily updates on this. Yes, Hokage-sama. Inoichi and Anko said in unison as they left the office. Jiraiya, we just need one more piece to complete the puzzle, the means used to control the Nine Tails. If you can figure that out, then the investigation will be complete, and we can identify Orochimaru as the main culprit behind the attack. I won't stop now that we're so close to finishing this, Jiraiya replied. In the meantime, I will use the information you have gathered to deter Danzo from continuing to harass the Uchiha clan. You may leave. One more thing, Sensei, Jiraiya mentioned. My investigation into Akatsuki and Jinchuriki led me to discover something interesting related to the investigation. And that would be? Tsunade has created a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Do you have any information about this? His name is Gaara. He is the youngest son of the current Kazekage. It seemed that someone was doing everything possible to keep Gaara's condition a secret, but the boy was struggling to maintain control over the bijou, and such a situation could not be easily hidden. It was likely the result of a poorly executed sealing process. Moreover, it was concerning that they were only learning about this now. Only time would reveal how long that child had been a Jinchuriki. There was more troubling news. They knew that Suna possessed the Ichibi, but they hadn't realized it was sealed within a person. If they decided to create a Jinchuriki now, the implications could be dire. It was known that Tsunade was the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Perhaps they had chosen to use their bijou to appear strong, both to potential enemies and to clients. Even so, this was something they could not afford to overlook. Jiraiya was instructed to prepare for a trip to Suna. Once everything was resolved, he would inspect the Jinchuriki and uncover the reasons behind its creation. Suna was their ally, and it would be troubling to think they were conspiring against them, but caution was always necessary. Shizune leaped just in time to avoid the incoming fireball, which exploded against the ground a few meters in front of her. Her opponent was an 11-year-old boy of average height with dull black hair tied in a ponytail and dark eyes, wearing the Konoha Chunin jacket over his usual black shirt. Taking advantage of the dust raised by the fireball, he charged at her with incredible speed. 2 kunais clashed repeatedly, filling the air with sharp metallic sounds. Shizune jumped backward, and while in the air, she fired a barrage of sinbones at her opponent from her wrist-mounted needle launcher. The boy also jumped back to evade them, expertly deflecting those he couldn't dodge with a kunai. Once Shizune landed, she was alerted by the sound of spinning shurikens flying toward her. The shurikens hit their mark, but the young medical ninja vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving a log behind. Quickly retrieving her weapons from the log, the much younger opponent scanned the area, trying to locate her. His ears picked up a sharp whistle signaling an incoming barrage of sinbones. Activating his Sharingan, the male ninja launched several kunais into the air, which collided with the sinbon, stopping their momentum and causing them to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Shizune appeared behind the Uchiha, quickly forming a series of hand seals. With her cheeks puffed, she expelled a large amount of water toward the Uchiha, who unexpectedly burst into a flock of crows, scattering in different directions. Shizune swiftly formed a hand seal and called out to release the crows. Knowing where her opponent was, she quickly turned and delivered a high kick, which was blocked by his arms. From there, the medical ninja and the Uchiha exchanged punches and kicks until Shizune managed to push him back. The black-haired woman quickly pinned the boy to the ground, carefully avoiding eye contact. She declared that it was over, placing a kunai at the Uchiha's throat. He admitted that she was right. Shizune returned the kunai to her pouch and helped her opponent to his feet, complimenting him on a good fight. Itachi expressed his pride in managing to stay focused for 5 minutes without using his Sharingan. Shizune assured him that he would reach 10 minutes next time. However, Itachi was unsure, admitting that he still couldn't defeat her even with the Sharingan. Shizune encouraged him, noting how quickly he was improving, which was no surprise given how fast he had achieved a promotion. She believed he would become a Jonin long before she did. Itachi shyly rubbed the back of his neck, and Shizune pointed out that he hadn't seemed entirely focused that day. When she pressed him about what was bothering him, he hesitated, staring at the grass. Sensing his discomfort, she apologized for prying and assured him it was okay if he didn't want to share. But Itachi finally opened up, asking if anyone he loved had ever forced her to do something she didn't want to do. Shizune was taken aback by the question and wondered if Itachi had issues with his parents. She replied that she was fortunate never to have experienced such a situation. Itachi stammered as he explained that his parents wanted him to join ANBU, but he didn't want to. He was aware of the kind of missions ANBU undertook and wasn't ready for that, though he intentionally left out the deeper reason for his reluctance. Shizune acknowledged that ANBU would benefit from someone with his talent, and Itachi sighed. She encouraged him to consider what he truly wanted to do, suggesting that he speak with his parents about his feelings. If they truly loved him, she believed they would understand and allow him to choose his own path. They sat in silence for a few minutes as a gentle breeze began to blow. Itachi finally resolved to try talking to his parents, thanking Shizune for her advice as he stood up. She offered to meet him at the same time the next day, but he informed her that he had been assigned a mission outside the village. Now, where am I going to find a worthy opponent that won't leave me sore? Seriously, never fight Tsunade. That woman never stops, not even with her own children. Itachi chuckled softly. He acknowledged that she was the best medic in the world and didn't stop because she would heal you afterward. He decided it was time to leave and headed back to the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter of another clan leader was also returning home. Hinata Hyuga smiled as she recalled the heated debate between Naruto and their history teacher about the Second Ninja War. Naruto insisted that the information in the textbook was incorrect, claiming that his parents were veterans of that war, and his version of a particular battle conflicted with the textbook's description. Hinata felt that the Sannin, while undoubtedly skilled and powerful, had exaggerated their contributions during that war. Still, there was something comforting about seeing Naruto defend his parents' reputations so passionately. Hinata regretted not having spoken to Naruto earlier. After that afternoon in the park, he had chosen to sit next to her instead of his usual spot near Sasuke Uchiha. Although she enjoyed his company most of the time, Naruto had a habit of loudly interrupting the class when the lesson failed to capture his interest, which could be a bit annoying. One day, Hinata politely asked Naruto to stop interrupting the teacher during the explanation of chakra control basics. Apparently, Naruto already knew the material and wanted to do something else. She feared he might take her request as a betrayal and end their friendship, but his reaction surprised her. He happily agreed to be quiet, not realizing how much she cared about the lesson. Everyone was astonished by Hinata's remarkable ability to convince the hyperactive boy to stay silent. The teacher called it a miracle. Now, when Naruto didn't feel like listening to the teacher, he often followed Shikamaru's example and took a nap instead. Unlike Shikamaru, there were times when Naruto snored loudly, prompting the teacher to throw an eraser at him. After class, Naruto and Hinata usually went to the park to play together. People whispered when they saw the demon boy playing with the Hyuga heiress, but they paid no attention, too busy having fun. At other times, Naruto invited Hinata to his home. Whenever she visited, they typically played with Naruto's 2-year-old siblings, Hagane and Kaida. Hinata thought that maybe one day she could bring Hanabi to play with them since they were only a year older than her. Usually, the 4 of them were under the watchful eye of Jiraiya or Shizune. Tsunade would arrive much later, after finishing her shift at the hospital. The 3 were always very kind and polite to her, doing their best to make her feel welcome. However, today was not one of those days. Naruto had to meet his mother for training at Training Field 3, his usual training spot. Left with nothing better to do, Hinata decided to return home and perhaps spend some quality time with Hanabi until her father called her for soft fist training. Hinata realized that despite all the time she had been to Naruto's house, she had never invited him to visit her. On the other hand, her friendship with Naruto was a secret from almost everyone in her clan. She was still pondering how to tell her father that she had become friends with the demon boy that everyone feared and avoided. However, an unpleasant surprise awaited the young Hyuga. Upon entering the compound, she found it strangely deserted. There were no young Hyuga training, no members of the branch family patrolling the area. She had a bad feeling about it. After dropping off her backpack and taking off her shoes at the entrance, she began calling for her parents or anyone else. Eventually, she found another clan member, Ko Hyuga, a member of the main house who usually looked after her when her parents were busy. "Oh, Hinata, I see you've returned," Ko greeted her solemnly. "What's happening, Ko? Where is everyone?" Hinata asked worried. "Hinata, something bad has happened. To your mother." Ko began. Hinata's face went pale. "Mother? What happened to her?" Hinata panicked. Ko took her hand and led her to her parents' bedroom, where most of the Hyuga, both from the main house and the branch family, were waiting outside. After giving birth to Hanabi, Hinata's mother had not been the same. She often felt pain, ate very little, and most of the time ended up vomiting, and felt perpetually exhausted. They had called a doctor who prescribed some medication. At first, it seemed to work, but then the symptoms returned and worsened each day. Hinata feared that something terrible would happen soon. "You know that Hikari has been feeling really unwell these past few months. It seems she has gotten even worse. Hayashi called the family doctor to check on her. We can only wait to see what he can do." They didn't have to wait long before they heard Hayashi's desperate and angry shouts. "What do you mean you did everything you could? There has to be something you can do to save her. I already told you, Hayashi, the symptoms are too advanced. You should have called me sooner. We called you once. Your medicine did nothing to help her. I'm sorry, Hayashi, but I did everything I could. I can give you a prescription for some painkillers to make your wife's last days more bearable." "Get out of my sight," Hayashi shouted. The doctor left, and the gathering of Hyugas began to murmur among themselves. Hinata was on the verge of tears. "You must stay strong, Hinata. It's what Hikari would have wanted," Ko said, also struggling against tears. Hinata felt her world crumbling. No, this was too cruel. Just when things were finally getting better for her, did she have to lose her mother? All because that doctor couldn't see that her condition was much worse than he initially thought. If only Tsunade had treated her mother. Wait, that was it. What about Tsunade? Can we call her to check on my mother? Hinata asked. We already looked for her. She wasn't at the hospital, and no one was at her residence. We don't know where she is now. Hinata's face fell as her last hope for her mother faded away, until she remembered why Tsunade was neither at the hospital nor at home. Hinata suddenly realized where Tsunade was and exclaimed that she knew. She urged Kosan to hurry. At Training Field 3, Naruto lay on the grass, panting heavily, bruises covering his body. Every inch of him ached terribly. Tsunade, with a vigorous shout, encouraged him to get up, reminding him that they hadn't finished warming up yet, giving him a gentle nudge in the side. Naruto gasped for breath and managed to ask if she could tone down the intensity just a bit. Tsunade explained that once he became a ninja and left the village, he would face enemies who wouldn't hold back. She insisted that it was her duty to prepare him properly. Naruto wished he could stand, but he felt completely drained. He vowed never to call Jiraiya's meditation and chakra control exercises boring again. Tsunade sighed and rolled her eyes, then knelt beside him, placing a hand on his chest. A green glow emanated from her hand, and soon a pleasant sensation spread through his body, easing the pain gradually. While the discomfort didn't vanish entirely, it became manageable. Tsunade scolded him gently, reminding him that the fourth would be disappointed to see him whining during a tough training session. She emphasized that he wouldn't become Hokage without developing some pain tolerance. After healing him, she asked if he felt better. Naruto expressed his gratitude enthusiastically, calling her mom. Tsunade warned him not to expect such kindness all the time and instructed him to get into a basic taijutsu stance and try to dodge her next move. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out to Naruto, and both he and Tsunade turned to see Hinata and an adult Hyuga rushing toward them. Naruto greeted Hinata warmly, asking if she had come to train with them. Hinata and the adult Hyuga stopped to catch their breath, both flushed and sweating as if they had been running for quite some time. The adult Hyuga urgently informed Tsunade that they needed her help because it was an emergency. Hinata explained that her mother was very ill, and their usual doctor couldn't help her. Naruto gasped in horror and turned to Tsunade, pleading for her assistance. Tsunade agreed to help and said she needed to grab her medical tools and medicines from home first. As night fell, Tsunade arrived at the Hyuga residence, quickly ushering Hayashi out of the room to treat the patient without an audience. Hours passed, and despite the closed doors, the anxious Hyuga clan members gathered outside. Hinata sat in the hallway near the bedroom, with Naruto beside her, trying to comfort her as best he could. He reassured her that Tsunade was the best doctor and would heal her mother soon. Hinata remained silent, simply nodding and praying for her mother's safety. She then realized that this was the first time Naruto had been in her home, and now the entire Hyuga clan, including her father, knew she was friends with him. But none of that mattered to her at the moment. Her mother was all she could think about. Finally, after what felt like days, Tsunade emerged from the room, exhausted. She was immediately surrounded by anxious Hyugas, but a simple gesture from her was enough to create some space. Tsunade announced that she had good and bad news and asked what they wanted to hear first. Hayashi requested the good news, trying to hide his desperation. Tsunade informed him that his wife was out of danger and would live, eliciting a chorus of relieved sighs, with Hayashi's being the loudest. Naruto reassured Hinata that her mother would be fine. However, Tsunade added that while her mother was weak, she would recover in a few months if they followed her instructions. When Hayashi inquired about the bad news, Tsunade explained that her uterus was beyond repair, and she would not be able to have more children. Hayashi responded that as long as his wife would be okay, that was what mattered most. Tsunade elaborated that the illness had been severe and had originated from her uterus, and had they waited 2 more days, it could have been fatal. She asked if there had been any complications during the birth of their youngest daughter. Hayashi confirmed there had been complications, but the doctors had assured him everything would be fine. Tsunade pointed out that those doctors had missed something important. She assured him she would return weekly to check on her progress, and if she couldn't make it, Shizen would come in her place. After finishing her explanations, Tsunade and Naruto were escorted to the main entrance of the complex. It was late, and treating Hikari had left Tsunade completely drained. She hoped Jiraiya wouldn't be in the mood for anything inappropriate that night, but she knew better. Hayashi solemnly thanked Tsunade on behalf of the entire Hyuga clan, expressing that her efforts would never be forgotten. Hinata echoed his gratitude as she bowed. Tsunade smiled, saying she was just doing her job and that their children were friends. Feeling exhausted, she yawned and remarked that she felt like she could sleep for a week. She hoped there wouldn't be any emergencies at the hospital the next day. Naruto, realizing it was past his bedtime, said his goodbyes to Hinata. Hayashi urged Hinata to go inside and get some rest. She asked if she could see her mother first, but Hayashi gently reminded her that her mother needed to rest and that she could see her in the morning. Hinata reluctantly agreed, feeling a bit disappointed. After everything that had happened, she wanted to see her mother for herself, but she understood her father's reasoning. Hayashi then pointed out that he hadn't known she was friends with Naruto, asking if she had been afraid he wouldn't allow her to be friends with the boy who housed the Kyuubi. Hinata nodded in response. Other parents warned their children to stay away from Naruto, and Hinata thought that her father might feel the same way. However, Hayashi stated that he would only prohibit such a friendship if the boy proved to be a bad influence, and for now, that did not seem to be the case. He agreed that Naruto could be her friend, as long as the boy gave him no reason to distrust him and behaved appropriately. He also made it clear that he did not want Hinata to keep any more secrets from him. Hinata sighed in relief. Not only had she not lost her mother, but her friendship with Naruto was safe for the moment. She felt confident that she would have no trouble sleeping that night. Meanwhile, Hayashi could not stop thinking about Naruto and how his presence had impacted his family. If it weren't for Naruto, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade would have returned to Konoha, and thus the Hokage would never have attempted to intimidate the Raikage. Hizashi might have even sacrificed himself to appease Kumogakure. Hayashi reflected on his wife, who would have been gone by now if not for Tsunade, and on the fact that his daughter had recently become friends with his adopted son. He wondered if he would have allowed Hinata to befriend Naruto in the past. Now, he found it hard to have an impartial opinion about the boy, given that he owed his wife's life to him. He had never thought much about Naruto, and the idea of Hinata becoming friends with him had never crossed his mind. While the Hyuga clan was one of the most traditional in Konoha, Hayashi was not superstitious. He had heard many people, even from his own clan, claim that Naruto would bring misfortune to those around him. Certainly, the risk of the Nine Tails emerging was very real, no matter how small, but the notion that Naruto was a bearer of bad luck seemed absurd. Now, it appeared to be the opposite. Naruto's presence had saved the lives of two of his closest loved ones and had become his daughter's first and only friend. Although Hinata's progress in mastering the gentle fist was much slower than he wished, perhaps he could persuade Naruto to let her join him in training with the Sannin. Yet, for some reason, Hayashi could not shake the feeling that all this good fortune came at a price, and that someday someone would demand payment. 7 years after the Nine Tails attack, Naruto repeatedly asked if they had arrived yet, only to be met with Jiraiya's frustrated responses. The heat was oppressive, and Naruto's thirst was becoming unbearable. He regretted not heeding Jiraiya's advice to conserve water during their journey through the desert. After 2 grueling days wandering through the sea of sand, they finally reached their destination. After much delay and negotiation, Sarutobi had finally convinced the Kazekage of Tsunade to accept a diplomatic visit from Konoha, aiming to strengthen the relationship between the two villages and assist with the issue of their Jinchuriki. While Sarutobi's intentions were genuine, he also had less altruistic motives, such as assessing the potential threat the Jinchuriki might pose and the Kazekage's intentions regarding him. Jiraiya insisted on bringing Naruto along, believing that having a Jinchuriki of similar age would help establish a connection. Koharu and Hamura opposed this idea, concerned about taking Naruto out of the village, especially since he was not yet a ninja. However, Sarutobi agreed with Jiraiya's reasoning, noting that if anything happened, Naruto would be under the protection of one of the Sannin. Tsunade also opposed the idea, feeling that Naruto was too young for such a journey and the potential dangers he might face, not to mention missing days at the academy. Jiraiya spent an hour persuading her that he would ensure Naruto returned safely and that Naruto would work harder to make up for his absence. Naruto was ecstatic when Jiraiya informed him about the trip. He had never been outside the walls of Konoha and was eager to see the world. He marveled at the lush forests of the Land of Fire, questioning why it was called the Land of Fire instead of the Land of Forests. Jiraiya urged him not to overthink the name. Naruto was equally impressed by the waterways of the Land of Rivers, but when they arrived in the Land of Wind, he exclaimed that it should be called the Land of Unbearable Heat. Fortunately, they reached the large crack in the stone wall that marked the entrance to Tsunade, guarded by a pair of Chunin. After verifying Jiraiya's identity, they were allowed into the village. The shaded corridor of the crack was much cooler, a welcome relief for both visitors from Konoha. After a short walk, they arrived in the village itself. Naruto took a moment to observe the village before him. It was composed almost entirely of spherical, cylindrical, or conical structures made of clay. Jiraiya later explained that clay was easy to mold and hardened quickly in the heat, facilitating construction. Although the clay buildings were weaker than those made of brick and concrete like in Konoha, they helped keep the interiors cool, and there was none of the abundant plant life that was so common in his hometown. Even if it were in the middle of a desert, Jiraiya would explain that no plants could survive there, which is why most of them were kept in greenhouses. They immediately headed toward the Kazekage Tower, a massive spherical building with the kanji for wind inscribed on its front, located in the center of the village. Like the Hokage Tower in Konoha, it was not only where the current Kazekage worked but also served as his residence and that of his family, should he choose to live there. While Suna looked vastly different from Konoha, the atmosphere was quite similar, Carefree children played in the streets, merchants sold their goods, civilians walked to their daily jobs, and some ninjas patrolled while others observed from the rooftops. Naruto thought that, deep down, most ninja villages were alike. Inside the Kazekage Tower, Jiraiya and Naruto sat on a couch in a large room, waiting for the Kazekage to see Jiraiya. According to the Jonin from Suna who greeted them at the entrance, that meeting should happen soon. Jiraiya asked Naruto what he thought of Suna, and Naruto replied that it was okay, but he preferred Konoha because it was too hot and lacked greenery. Jiraiya understood that Naruto wouldn't be too happy there, considering his fondness for plants since childhood. He loved playing in his home garden when he wasn't training and even had a corner for cultivating some plants. The contrast between his green-filled upbringing and the arid landscape was likely unsettling. Naruto then inquired if Jiraiya had been to Suna before, to which Jiraiya confirmed he had visited several times, noting that not much had changed since his last visit, aside from some new power lines. When Naruto asked if he knew the Kazekage, Jiraiya admitted he only met the previous Kazekage once during the Third War, after which the man mysteriously disappeared. Just then, another Jonin from Suna entered the room, a woman in her 20s with purple markings on her cheeks. She informed Jiraiya that the Kazekage was waiting for him in his office. Jiraiya asked if there was a place for Naruto to wait, and the Jonin offered to take him to the Kazekage's children. Jiraiya thought this would give Naruto a chance to get closer to the Jinchuriki. He advised Naruto to be patient and kind to the Kazekage's children. The woman extended her hand to Naruto, introducing herself as Maki. Naruto cheerfully introduced himself, and Maki noted that he seemed like a lively child, confident he would make friends with the Kazekage's kids. Meanwhile, Jiraiya entered the Kazekage's office and found Raza, the Kazekage, already waiting for him, looking stern as he sat at his desk. Jiraiya greeted him as politely as possible, though internally he was cursing himself. He was skilled in infiltration and information gathering, but diplomacy was not his strong suit. He needed to choose his words carefully to avoid causing an international incident, especially since Konoha had just managed to avoid conflict with Kumo. Raza acknowledged Jiraiya's status as one of the legendary Sannin but made it clear that he did not view this meeting as a pleasure. He urged Jiraiya to skip the formalities and get to the point of their discussion. Jiraiya, maintaining a neutral tone, expressed his desire to understand the reasons behind the creation of the Jinchuriki and what Raza planned to do with him. Raza questioned if Jiraiya was afraid they would use the Jinchuriki against Konoha, hinting at the possibility of a preemptive war. Jiraiya firmly stated that they both knew that wouldn't happen and urged Raza to stop acting. Raza responded passionately, explaining that since the end of the war, Suna had lost clients to Konoha, including the Wind Daimyo. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had turned the village into a disaster, with defections and bandit attacks becoming commonplace. He expressed his frustration that Konoha had done little to support Suna after the war. Jiraiya countered that Konoha had its own struggles, recalling the attack by the strongest Bijou less than a decade ago. Raza dismissed Jiraiya's attempt to elicit sympathy for Konoha, insisting that he was doing what was necessary to make Suna strong. He warned that if Konoha or any other village stood in his way, there would be consequences. Jiraiya boldly declared that regardless of the Jinchuriki, Suna lacked the capacity to wage war against Konoha. Raza countered that while they might be weak alone, finding allies willing to oppose Konoha would not be difficult, especially given the recent events with Kumo and the discontent among smaller villages. Jiraiya began to sweat, realizing this was the kind of situation he wanted to avoid. Fortunately, the meeting had not yet concluded, and the Kazekage had not heard what Konoha was willing to offer. Jiraiya clarified that Konoha did not wish to participate in any war at that moment. They only wanted assurance that their alliance remained intact. Raza raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiraiya with a hint of amusement, and asked if he wanted to hear his demands or if he already had an offer prepared. Jiraiya expressed that he would prefer to present what the Hokage had allowed him to negotiate, including some S-class secrets known only within Konoha. The Kazekage leaned forward, indicating he was listening intently. Jiraiya began by revealing that Konoha also had a Jinchuriki, who housed the Kyuubi, and was of the same age as Raza's youngest son. Raza seemed intrigued and asked for more details. Jiraiya explained that the boy was the blonde child he had brought with him. A heavy silence followed, and Raza's eyes widened in shock as he processed the information. Jiraiya acknowledged that he had indeed brought the Jinchuriki of the strongest Bijou into Raza's village without his knowledge, and confirmed that the boy was currently in the same building as him, even in the same room as Raza's own children. He assured Raza that neither he nor his children, nor any citizen of Suna, was in danger. Raza maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor and pointed out that such actions were not conducive to improving relations between their villages. Jiraiya insisted he had his reasons for bringing the boy, claiming it was to help Raza's son. Skeptical, Raza questioned Jiraiya's intentions. Jiraiya explained that the boy was struggling to control the Bijou, which was why the Hokage had sent him instead of someone with diplomatic skills. He offered to create a seal that would properly contain the demon, suggesting it could be seen as a gift from Konoha as a show of goodwill. Raza found the offer tempting but questioned whether it was a trick to get closer to his Jinchuriki. Jiraiya reminded him that he had Konoha's Jinchuriki in his hands, who was also his adopted son, and he would not risk his life. Raza's perspective was grim, noting that a ninja should be willing to sacrifice anything for their goals, including loved ones. Jiraiya countered that he had taken significant risks to bring Naruto there, believing it would be beneficial for both Naruto and Raza's son to meet someone else with a demon inside. Raza decided he needed time to think and instructed that Jiraiya and the boy would stay there, while he arranged for a guest room. Meanwhile, Maki led Naruto to a spacious room furnished with a long table, a couple of sofas, drawers, and shelves. The two occupants of the room immediately focused on Naruto as he entered. One was a tall blonde girl with blue eyes and hair styled in 4 pigtails, and the other was a shorter boy with spiky brown hair and black eyes. Maki introduced Naruto as the son of Konoha's emissary. Naruto approached the two children, extending his hand and introducing himself enthusiastically. Temari accepted his handshake warmly, welcoming him to their village. Maki then excused herself, leaving Naruto alone with the siblings. An awkward silence followed, which Naruto felt compelled to break. He innocently asked which of them was the Jinchuriki, unaware of the shock his question would provoke. Temari and Kankuro were taken aback, with Kankuro stammering in disbelief. Naruto explained that his father had told him about the Jinchuriki, leading him to assume it was Kankuro. Temari clarified that their younger brother, Gaara, was the Jinchuriki. Curious, Naruto inquired about Gaara's whereabouts. Temari mentioned that they rarely saw him lately, as he spent most of his time with their uncle Yashimaru, who was helping him control his powers. Naruto expressed disappointment at not being able to meet someone like him. The siblings were even more surprised, and Kankuro seemed on the verge of panic as he reacted to Naruto's words about having a monster sealed inside him. Temari reprimanded Kankuro for his outburst, and Maki rushed back into the room, kunai in hand, having heard the commotion. After confirming everything was fine, she left again. Naruto reassured them that the Kyuubi would not be causing any trouble soon, explaining that they were there because his father could create a better seal for Gaara to help him control his powers. Temari's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked if that was true, and Naruto nodded with a smile. Kankuro expressed that it would be a blessing, as Gaara was struggling to manage the monster within him, and Temari added that perhaps Gaara would finally be able to sleep. Confused, Naruto asked if Gaara couldn't sleep at all. Temari shook her head. The monster would take over Gaara's body and go on a rampage if he fell asleep, even for a moment. The monster's power was the only thing keeping Gaara barely functional while he remained permanently awake, but as her brother had said, it wasn't helping his mind at all. Kankuro hoped their father could convince Gaara's father to take a look at Gaara's seal and fix it somehow. While they waited, the blonde girl asked what they should do. Naruto's eyes darted to the large table, where 2 wooden puppets lay with strings tied to their limbs. He rushed over and picked them up. He asked Temari if they were her dolls. Kankuro, annoyed, snatched the puppets from Naruto's hands, declaring they were not dolls but puppets. Naruto teased him, saying they looked boring despite having many moving parts. Kankuro insisted he would show Naruto the difference between a doll and a puppet, tying the strings to his fingers and making the puppets stand and fight each other. Naruto watched in awe, impressed by the skill involved. Kankuro explained that puppetry was a unique ninja art from Suna, and some of the deadliest ninjas were puppeteers. Naruto, still puzzled, didn't quite understand. Temari added that a real ninja puppeteer used puppets as large as adults, filled with lethal weapons, unlike Kankuro's creations, which resembled street artist tools. Kankuro insisted he would use a combat puppet before they knew it. At the Konoha Academy, Sasuke had no trouble dodging a punch aimed at his face. With a swift movement, he delivered a low kick to his opponent's legs, sending him sprawling. Sasuke stood over his defeated foe, claiming victory. The supervising teacher, a tall, broad-shouldered man named Daikoku Funino, announced Sasuke as the winner. The girls in Sasuke's class, except for Hinata, erupted in cheers, their excitement almost deafening. Sasuke himself couldn't understand their enthusiasm. He had won, but it was against someone who had telegraphed his attacks for a month. Even a blind baby could have defeated such an unworthy opponent. He admitted to himself that he was starting to miss Naruto, who, despite being loud and annoying, had made him work for his victories. It had been nearly a week since Naruto had left, and the taijutsu practice had become infinitely more tedious. None of his opponents lasted more than 10 seconds. Daikoku scratched his head, hoping for a longer match. When he asked if anyone else wanted to fight Sasuke, the boys looked away, met with silence. Daikoku turned to Sasuke with an apologetic smile, suggesting they let others train for now. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the silence. Hinata declared she would fight Sasuke, causing everyone to gasp in unison. Sakura questioned Hinata's decision, expressing disbelief that she would fight a boy. Hinata hesitated, unsure if she could. Daikoku explained that while they typically didn't have boys fight girls, it was better to start now since she would have to face a ninja of the opposite SEC eventually. He turned to Sasuke, asking if he was okay with it. Sasuke declined, stating he wouldn't hit a girl. Kiba taunted Sasuke, suggesting he was afraid a girl would defeat him. Sasuke shot back, pointing out that Kiba hadn't volunteered to fight him either, implying Kiba was the one afraid. Daikoku asked Hinata why she wanted to fight Sasuke. She explained that Naruto always fought Sasuke because he believed Sasuke was strong, and she wanted to become stronger as well. Although she had never felt the need to fight Sasuke before, she missed Naruto, who was usually her training partner. Daikoku relented, allowing Hinata to have her match. Sasuke shrugged, saying it couldn't be worse than his previous fights, and took his fighting stance. Hinata mirrored him, adopting the gentle fist stance. As the match began, Sasuke noticed that Hinata was the only girl who wasn't a fan of him but rather of Naruto. He suspected she had feelings for Naruto, but he didn't dwell on such matters. Before the fight commenced, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Sasuke felt a twinge of jealousy. All Hyugas awakened their Byakugan at a certain age, while he still hadn't awakened his Sharingan. The fact that his brother had done so at a younger age only added to his frustration. Daikoku signaled for them to begin. Sasuke and Hinata charged at each other, exchanging blows and kicks. For the first few seconds, they successfully blocked each other's attacks until Sasuke spotted an opening and landed a kick to Hinata's abdomen, pushing her back. Daikoku asked if Hinata could continue, and she nodded. Once more, Hinata rushed at Sasuke. He had expected her to be a worthy opponent, given her clan's reputation in taijutsu, but her footwork was clumsy, her attacks slow, and she struggled to maintain focus. After a few exchanges, Sasuke sent her to the ground with a well-placed punch to her stomach. Once again, Hinata rose to her feet. It seemed that what the Hyuga heiress lacked in talent, she made up for with sheer determination. After all the time they had spent together, Naruto was starting to inspire her. This time, thanks to Sasuke's confidence, Hinata managed to strike him on the shoulder, and he felt a jolt of energy. Sasuke grimaced in pain, realizing that this girl was more formidable than she appeared. He knew he had to end this quickly. Sasuke took a defensive stance, careful not to let any of her palm strikes land again. It didn't take long for Hinata to reveal an opening, and he seized the moment. He delivered a series of rapid strikes to her ribs, finishing with a powerful kick that sent her crashing to the ground. That's enough. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Daikoku declared. Once again, the crowd of Sasuke's admirers erupted in cheers. Sasuke ignored them and walked over to Hinata, extending his hand. She looked at him for a moment before accepting his help to stand. Good match. You even managed to hit me once, he said, intending it as a genuine compliment, though it could easily be misinterpreted as condescending. Thank you, Sasuke-san, Hinata replied. I knew I couldn't win, but if I could at least hit you once, that would be something. Well, that was certainly more than the rest of my opponents managed, Sasuke remarked, glancing at the crowd beside him. All right, I think that's enough for you too, Daikoku intervened. Now, perform the reconciliation seal. While Naruto was usually reluctant to perform the seal with Sasuke after their fights, Hinata had no such reservations. After they completed the gesture, they returned to the crowd. Okay, who else wants to show their skills? Come on, I need 2 new volunteers. Hours later, Sasuke was on his way home, hoping to train with Itachi that day. Things had not been going well at home recently. Itachi and their parents often had heated arguments that Sasuke couldn't fully understand, but words like duty, honor, clan, family, and shame were frequently exchanged. After those discussions, Itachi would leave the Uchiha compound and not return until sunset. However, it seemed today would not be one of those days, as Itachi was already waiting at the entrance of their home. He had a backpack and a suitcase beside him. For some reason, Sasuke felt a sinking feeling about that sight. Sasuke, you're back. I was hoping you'd be here soon, Itachi greeted his younger brother in a neutral tone. Brother? What are you doing with that suitcase? Are you going somewhere? Sasuke asked, anxious about the answer. I'm afraid so, Sasuke. I had another argument with Mom and Dad, the worst one yet. And they disowned me. I am no longer Itachi Uchiha, I am just Itachi. Sasuke couldn't believe his brother's words. He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. I just wanted to see you before I left this place. I wanted you to hear this from me rather than from our parents. Most importantly, I wanted to say goodbye. But you can't leave. Sasuke cried, tears welling in his eyes. You're my brother. Itachi knelt before Sasuke. Listen to me, Sasuke. Uchiha or not, disowned or not, 2 things will never change. You are still my brother, and I love you. But I don't want you to go. Sasuke cried again. I know you don't. Being away from you is the hardest part of this mess. But Mom and Dad no longer want me to be part of the clan, and honestly, I can't live under the same roof with them either. But you can't leave. Sasuke repeated. Let's talk to Mom and Dad. I'm sure we can fix this. Itachi smiled gently at his younger brother. My little brother, you are still so innocent. Unfortunately, the reason for my disownment is too complex for you to understand right now. But what will you do now? I've already rented an apartment. I'll take you there so you can see it once I'm settled in. Now you have to be strong, Sasuke. Keep working hard to become a ninja, just like you have been. Make me proud to call you my brother. Sasuke remained silent, standing there in tears. Itachi then embraced him. The prodigy Uchiha stood up, took his belongings, and left the place he had called home for his entire life. After watching his brother disappear, Sasuke stood still for a few more minutes before returning home. He didn't greet his parents as he usually did. He didn't demand explanations for why they had cast Itachi out of the clan. He simply went to his room and locked himself inside. He collapsed onto his bed and cried until he ran out of tears, eventually falling asleep. Kazekage Tower, the next morning. Shortly after Jiraiya and Naruto woke up, Maki, the Jonin from Suna, entered the guest room where they had stayed to inform them that the Kazekage had invited them to breakfast with him and his family. She also mentioned that Gaara would be there. All right, this is good, Jiraiya said confidently as he began to get dressed. Why is this so good, Dad? Naruto asked. The Kazekage is quite protective of Gaara since he isn't with his siblings and has a personal caretaker. The fact that he is willing to have Gaara present means he trusts us to some extent, and maybe he will accept my offer to fix his seal. If everything goes according to plan, we will not only help that poor boy but also secure an alliance with Tsunade. Meanwhile, in the dining room of the house, Raza and his two older sons were seated at a large rectangular table, waiting for their guests and the rest of the family to join them. So, Dad, are you going to let Naruto's father fix Gaara's seal? Temari asked with hopeful eyes. I'm not comfortable with the idea, but it seems to be the best solution so far. Gaara has a lot of trouble controlling the demon. If this Naruto they speak of is a testament to the sealing abilities of the man. By the way, are you sure he was a Jinchuriki? Raza asked. He showed us his seal. It seemed real. Only a Jinchuriki has something like that, Kankuro commented. Well, soon we will know the truth, Raza replied. The door to the room opened, revealing Jiraiya and Naruto, escorted by Maki. After expressing their gratitude, the Jonin from Suna left. So, what's for breakfast? Because I'm really hungry. Do you have ramen here? Naruto asked excitedly. Who on earth eats ramen for breakfast? Kankuro replied with a look of disgust. You'll have to excuse Naruto. He gets a bit out of control with an empty stomach, Jiraiya said, laughing nervously as he and Naruto took their seats. Jiraiya, these are Temari and Kankuro, my older children. Raza pointed to the two beside him, then turned his gaze to Naruto. And I believe this is the Jinchuriki, right? Your son Naruto. Yes, that's me. Remember that name, because when the old man retires, I'll be the next Hokage. Naruto declared proudly. Raza couldn't help but laugh. The boy has big ambitions. Too big, some might say. Before Naruto could respond, the door opened again, and a red-haired boy entered the room, followed by an adult. The boy, who appeared to be Naruto's age, had short blood-red hair and dark rings around his blue eyes. The adult, whom both Jiraiya and Naruto assumed was Gaara's caretaker, had shoulder-length sandy blonde hair and purple eyes. Ah, finally, we're all here, Raza said. Sorry for the delay, Kazaksama, the adult said as he and Gaara walked toward the table. It's fine, Yashimaru. I know taking care of Gaara isn't an easy job. Fortunately, one of our guests might make that task easier. Or so they say. Why does that woman have the name Yashimaru? Isn't that a male name? And by the way, who is this woman? Didn't you say her uncle was taking care of Gaara? Naruto asked. Temari and Kankuro could hardly suppress their laughter, while Raza shot Naruto a disapproving glare. Yashimaru simply smiled. I have a male name because I'm a man. And yes, I am Gaara's uncle. But yes, my appearance often confuses others into thinking I'm a woman. It has happened before. What? You're a guy? Naruto exclaimed in shock. He then turned to Temari. Wait a minute, you're a girl, right? Of course I am. Don't I look like one? Temari replied sharply, visibly offended. Well, this guy too. Naruto protested, causing Kankuro to laugh even harder. Jiraiya face-bombed. Naruto was a diplomat's nightmare. Fortunately for them, neither Raza nor Yashimaru took his antics seriously. Gaara, Raza said, fixing his eyes on his youngest son. These are Jiraiya and Naruto. They have come from Konoha to meet you. Gaara looked at Jiraiya with an impassive expression, then turned his gaze to Naruto. I see, was all he said. Gaara, do you notice anything special about this boy? Raza asked, eagerly awaiting his son's response. Gaara walked slowly toward Naruto and inspected him. So far, there was nothing extraordinary about this boy except for how loud and annoyingly cheerful he was. And then, he felt a chill. Father, there's something inside this boy. Something that Mother doesn't like. Mother wants to kill this boy. Gaara commented gravely. The blonde nearly jumped from his seat. Hey, what the heck did I do to your mother? Naruto protested. So it's true, your son is a Jinchuriki, Raza concluded, somewhat fascinated. However, he seems so normal. Of course I'm normal. I might have a demon inside me, but that doesn't change who I am. I already told you that Naruto is the difference between a good seal and a bad one, Jiraiya interjected. Can he access the demon's power? Raza asked again. Yes, but I thought I wouldn't teach Naruto how to use it until he's older. A foolish decision. For a Jinchuriki to reach his potential, he must be trained to control his demon as soon as possible, Raza replied. He still struggles to control his own chakra, so I don't want to take unnecessary risks and endanger him. Anyway, Raza said with a wave of his hand. So if you fix Gaara's seal, he will have access to the demon's power without losing control, right? Exactly. If that's the case, then you have my permission to do it. Excellent. Then this is everything I need to begin the process. First, a safe room to work, then. Many hours later. The process was tough and exhausting, mainly because a shield of sand often appeared at random moments, interfering with the sealing process. A byproduct of the bijou, Jiraiya guessed. Although Gaara told him that, according to his uncle, it was his mother's spirit that protected him. Besides that, he had to work while two jonin from Suno watched him closely. Jiraiya had insisted that the two ninjas leave, but they wouldn't allow the Kazekage's son and the village's Jinchuriki to be alone with a foreign ninja. After much effort, Jiraiya had replicated the four symbols seal that kept the Kyuubi imprisoned within Naruto onto Gaara, removing the poor-quality seal that could barely contain the bijou. They both exited the room, and a chunin from Suna escorted them to a room where Raza, his children, Yashimaru, and Naruto were waiting. The process is complete. It was a success, Jiraiya announced with a smile. Gaara, however, remained impassive. Awesome. I knew you could do it, Dad. Naruto cheered. That's really good news, Yashimaru commented, smiling. The Kazekage stepped forward. Gaara, how do you feel? I can no longer hear Mother. But other than that, I feel fine, Gaara replied. I see. Let's do some tests and see if Jiraiya's work is as good as he claims, shall we? Raza asked. Lie down on this couch. I'll use a genjutsu to make you sleep. But you told me I should never sleep. Gaara responded calmly. I know. But if Jiraiya's seal works as intended, you should be able to do so, Raza explained, pointing to the couch. Gaara nodded and did as his father instructed. Raza cast the genjutsu, and Gaara fell asleep. Nothing happened. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. It's incredible. Gaara is sleeping, and the demon isn't taking over him. Jiraiya-sama, you're amazing. Temari exclaimed, completely euphoric. I never tire of hearing that, Jiraiya replied with a sly smile. Your work is truly commendable, Jiraiya, Raza conceded. Although I still want to conduct one more test. Do any tests you want, the results won't change, Jiraiya said confidently. Raza shook Gaara until he woke up. Father, I was sleeping. Did anything happen? Gaara asked, a bit worried. Nothing. The seal worked. But I want you to do one more thing for me. Please go to the door, Raza instructed. Gaara nodded and did as he was told. Once there, he turned to his father. I'm at the door. What should I do? Gaara was interrupted when he saw his father throwing several kunai at him. The red-haired boy shouted and instinctively raised his arms in defense. Fortunately for him, a wall of sand formed between him and the weapons, protecting him from any harm. Gaara appeared pale from the shock, while Raza seemed pleased. Everyone else was in disbelief. Naruto whispered in confusion, wondering what was happening. Raza acknowledged that Gaara still had the sand shield and expressed satisfaction with Jiraiya's promise. Jiraiya, however, was shocked and angry, pointing out that Raza had thrown a kunai at his own son. Raza coldly stated that he needed to check if Gaara still had access to the demon's power, showing no remorse for his actions. When Jiraiya protested that he could have harmed Gaara, Raza dismissed his concerns, claiming that it was in the past. Jiraiya, frustrated, instructed Naruto to pack their things for an early departure the next morning. Naruto was disheartened, having only just begun to bond with Gaara. Later, Jiraiya and Naruto were invited to dinner with the Kazekage and his family. Jiraiya declined but encouraged Naruto to attend to spend more time with Gaara and the Kazekage's children. The Kazekage finished his meal quickly and left the dining room, claiming he had other matters to attend to, leaving the children under the watch of a couple of jonin from Suna. Gaara expressed gratitude to Naruto for relaying his thanks to his father for helping him control his powers. Naruto, with a mouthful of food, promised to do so. Gaara then asked if people treated Naruto differently because of their shared experiences. Naruto confirmed that people often acted as if he might lose control and harm them, which saddened him. Gaara revealed that he faced similar treatment despite being the son of the Kazekage. Temari noted that it was understandable, given Gaara's past incidents. Kankuro added that they hoped their presence would help change people's perceptions of Gaara. Naruto, however, felt that opinions might not change easily, sharing his own experiences of being avoided by others. Gaara pondered how Naruto coped with such treatment. Naruto admitted that he sometimes wanted to shout at people to show them he meant no harm, but he found solace in the support of his family and friends. He encouraged Gaara not to lose hope and to seek comfort from those who cared about him, even joking about his father. Kankuro and Temari reassured Gaara that they would be there for him, and Gaara expressed his gratitude. When Naruto inquired about Gaara's mother, Gaara explained that his uncle told him the sand protecting him was his mother's spirit, though he felt burdened by the voices urging him to retaliate against those who hurt him. Naruto recalled a conversation with his parents about listening to inner voices, realizing that Gaara's situation was similar to his own with the sealed demon. He quickly reassured Gaara that his mother would want him to protect others, just as he aspired to become Hokage to safeguard his village. Gaara found comfort in Naruto's words, contemplating the idea of becoming Kazekage himself. The four children continued to talk and laugh, enjoying their time together until it was time for bed. During the journey back to Konoha, Naruto shared with Jiraiya how much fun he had with the siblings from the sand, as he affectionately called them. At that moment, Jiraiya realized that the alliance between Konoha and Suno would last for many decades, thanks to Naruto's unintentional efforts. In Kanahagakure, Itachi, formerly known as Uchiha, surveyed his new home, a 3-room apartment consisting of a bedroom, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. It was a significant change from his cozy home in the Uchiha compound, but it was sufficient for him. With so few personal belongings, he settled in quickly. Although Itachi had completed numerous B-rank and A-rank missions, the former Uchiha found himself without a penny. In a large clan, all mission earnings were deposited into the clan's funds. The clan leader or a designated treasurer managed the funds, using them to cover expenses such as food, clothing, weapons, water, and electricity. Adult clan members received a small allowance to spend as they wished, which most used to buy things for their children. Naturally, Itachi did not receive any money from that fund, so he had to request a small loan from the Konoha Bank. Fortunately, his reputation as a young ninja prodigy was sufficient collateral for the bank. He used the money to buy food, some clothing, a set of weapons, and to pay the first month's rent. The borrowed money would run out soon, and the bank would expect repayment as quickly as possible, so he needed to take on well-paying missions promptly. Fortunately, the third Hokage would have no issues with that. Lying in bed, Itachi couldn't help but wonder if he had made the right choice. Perhaps he should have tried harder to convince his parents to end hostilities with Konoha's leaders. Maybe he should have become an ANBU and used his position as a mediator. Exhaustion soon overcame his troubling thoughts, and the rejected Uchiha fell asleep, unable to shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. 8 years after the attack of the Kyuubi, it was a warm Saturday morning. Flowers were blooming, birds were singing, and the sky was clear. While waiting for his daily training session with one of his parents, Naruto decided to spend some time on one of his hobbies besides training and eating ramen, gardening. Shizune had bought him some new seeds from the Yamanaka flower shop, and he was planting them in his corner of the backyard. His 2 4-year-old siblings, Hagane and Kaida, were helping him. Both had inherited Jiraiya's spiky white hair and Tsunade's brown eyes. Hagane usually sported a short haircut, while Kaida wore her hair in 2 long pigtails. Naruto instructed them, saying they needed to cover the holes with soil after placing the seeds inside. Kaida then asked what would happen next. Naruto explained that they would need to water the seeds every day, and in a few weeks, beautiful flowering plants would grow. Kaida expressed her disappointment at not being able to see the flowers immediately, while Hagane wondered if watering them more would make them grow faster. Naruto chuckled and told them it didn't work that way, then went to fetch the watering can. When he returned with a full watering can, he was shocked to find a nearly fully developed white rose bush. Kaida proudly exclaimed that she had told the flowers to grow, and they had listened. Naruto was astonished and compared her to the first Hokage, explaining that he had the power to make plants grow quickly, although none of his descendants inherited that ability perhaps Kaida had. Excited, Naruto rushed inside to call for their parents, dragging them outside despite their protests. When they arrived in the backyard, Naruto pointed to the white rose bush, insisting that Kaida had made it grow. Tsunade, unimpressed, remarked that while the roses were nice, they didn't seem remarkable enough to warrant such excitement. Jiraiya, however, asked if Kaida truly had power over plants like the first Hokage. Kaida attempted to demonstrate her abilities by trying to make another white rose grow, but despite her efforts, nothing happened. Just then, when Higane encouraged her, something changed within Kaida. She felt a surge of energy and, almost instinctively, channeled that power outward. Another white rose bush emerged, this one twice as large and lush as the first. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tsunade could hardly believe what she was witnessing, while Shizune stammered in shock. Jiraiya, though surprised, couldn't help but smile, joking about his genes awakening a long-lost bloodline limit. Tsunade, however, focused on the moment, asking Jiraiya if he had felt something when Higane touched Kaida. Jiraiya confirmed that it felt similar to nature chakra. Kaida shared that she felt full of energy and strong, as if she had been sleeping for an entire week. It felt incredible, the girl thought. Tsunade, kneeling in front of her youngest son, asked him to take her hand. When Higane complied, Tsunade's necklace shone brightly once more. Although none of the onlookers were sensors, they could feel Tsunade's chakra suddenly surge, manifesting as a blazing blue aura around her. Jiraiya also sensed a hint of natural chakra present. The effect faded as soon as they released their hold. Tsunade stood up, a dazzling expression on her face. When Higane touched her, she felt her chakra reserves swell so much that she thought she might not be able to contain them. This was amazing. Shizune questioned why they had not experienced this effect before, despite having touched Higane many times. Jiraiya speculated that perhaps Higane had been dormant until something triggered his abilities. Naruto suggested that it could be related to Kaida making those plants grow, recalling that the twins shared some invisible special connection. What if Higane couldn't awaken his power until Kaida awakened hers? Jiraiya acknowledged this as a possibility and remarked that it might explain why Tsunade's necklace glowed so brightly when near either of the twins. Shizune proposed an interesting theory about the first Hokage's chakra influencing the children since their CNCPTN. However, they would need to wait and see if it was true. Jiraiya decided to check on the twins to assess their abilities and instructed everyone to keep this information confidential for the time being. Naruto protested, insisting that they needed to inform the Hokage about Kaida's newly developed bloodline limit and Higane's strange power. Shizune intervened, reminding him that the first Hokage's power had been sought after by many. If rumors spread about Tsunade and Jiraiya's children manifesting such abilities, they would be in great danger. Naruto admitted he hadn't considered that. Tsunade then instructed the twins not to use their powers outside the house and only in the presence of an adult. Kaida began to protest, but Tsunade's firm tone left no room for argument. Reluctantly, Kaida agreed. Tsunade told them to follow her for a medical checkup while Jiraiya took Naruto to his usual training spot. As Tsunade examined the twins, Jiraiya prepared to review Naruto's ninjutsu repertoire. He instructed Naruto to start with the clone technique. Naruto nodded, performed the necessary hand seals, and channeled his chakra, successfully creating 4 perfect copies of himself. Jiraiya noted that while Naruto had struggled with this technique before, his chakra control was improving. Next, he asked Naruto to perform the transformation technique. After dispelling the clones, Naruto transformed into Shizune, earning Jiraiya's approval before returning to his original form. Finally, Jiraiya instructed Naruto to demonstrate the substitution technique. Naruto executed the hand seals much faster this time and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a large rock in his place. He then reappeared behind Jiraiya, who praised him for mastering the 3 academy techniques necessary for graduation. Naruto's eyes lit up as he realized he might be able to graduate soon. Jiraiya clarified that while those techniques were essential, there was more to learn. He assured Naruto that he would likely be ready to graduate in 2 years. Excited, Naruto declared he would graduate 2 years before Sasuke. Jiraiya cautioned him not to get ahead of himself, reminding him that he wouldn't skip any years at the academy. Naruto argued that attending was a waste of time since he already knew what they taught. Jiraiya explained that subjects like math, physics, biology, and geography, while they might not seem useful for a ninja, were still important. He planned to speak with the Hokage about making the academy curriculum more challenging, emphasizing that a ninja needed more than just the 3 basic techniques to succeed. He also intended to teach Naruto advanced skills, including sealing techniques, dispelling genjutsu, and possibly controlling the chakra of the 9 tails. Jiraiya aimed to ensure Naruto gained some mastery over these abilities before graduation. Determined, Naruto proclaimed that no matter the challenges he faced, he would succeed. Jiraiya smiled, pleased to see such determination in his student, and agreed to fulfill Naruto's request for elemental ninjutsu training. Last week, Sasuke had shown everyone that he had learned the great fireball technique, and although he was far from mastering it, Naruto had to admit it was impressive. From that day on, he had begged his parents to teach him elemental ninjutsu, eager to close the gap between himself and Sasuke. Jiraiya then produced a small, light brown rectangular paper, explaining that it was chakra paper used to determine elemental affinity. By channeling chakra into the paper, one could see how it reacted to identify their affinity. Jiraiya demonstrated, causing the paper to burn, indicating his affinity for fire. Eagerly, Naruto grabbed another piece of chakra paper, channeled his chakra, and watched as it split in 2. Surprised, he exclaimed that he needed another piece, thinking he had broken it. Jiraiya reassured him that the paper had not broken. Rather, it indicated that Naruto had a wind affinity, which was the rarest of all elemental affinities. Naruto was thrilled by this revelation. Naruto expressed his excitement about having a rare affinity, unlike Sasuke, who had a fire affinity like everyone else. He then realized that Jiraiya also had a fire affinity and quickly apologized. Jiraiya reassured him, reminding Naruto not to get too carried away, as having an uncommon affinity came with its disadvantages. Curious, Naruto asked what those disadvantages were. Jiraiya explained that since there were so few people with wind affinity, there were fewer mentors and fewer new jutsus being created for that element. He mentioned that there was only one other wind user in Konoha, a child of Sarutobi-sensei, and he could arrange for Naruto to learn some advanced techniques from him. For now. However, Jiraiya suggested they start with something simple. He walked over to a tree and plucked a leaf from one of its branches, handing it to Naruto. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to use his chakra to cut the leaf in half, just as he had done with paper before. Naruto, puzzled, questioned why he needed to do that. Jiraiya sighed, reminding him that they had discussed this many times. Before learning the cool stuff, as Naruto had put it, he needed to master the basics. This exercise would help him shape his wind chakra. Jiraiya teased Naruto about expecting to learn how to create a tornado right away. Naruto, feeling a bit defeated, pointed out that Sasuke could create fireballs, and he needed something to counter that if he wanted to defeat him. Jiraiya explained that it wouldn't be a good idea to try to counter Sasuke's fire jutsus with wind jutsus, as wind was weak against fire. This revelation left Naruto feeling disheartened, and he dropped to his knees, lamenting that he would never be able to beat Sasuke. Jiraiya encouraged him not to give up, suggesting that he could also learn water jutsus. Naruto was confused since Jiraiya had just said his affinity was wind. Jiraiya clarified that mastering wind jutsus would allow Naruto to use less chakra and learn more easily. He explained that it was like using arms. One might be dominant, but that didn't mean the other couldn't be used as well. Determined, Naruto asked to learn water jutsus, but Jiraiya insisted he first needed to master his elemental affinity. Once he had done that, he could learn the element that countered his weakness. Jiraiya shared his own experience of mastering fire before moving on to earth, which countered water. Realizing the complexity of it all, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, acknowledging that it was more complicated than he had thought. Jiraiya confirmed that it was indeed complicated and expressed his desire for Naruto to be well prepared before facing any threats. Curious about his family, Naruto asked about his mother and Shizen's affinities. Jiraiya explained that Naruto's mother had a lightning affinity, while Shizune had water. He also mentioned Kaida's wood element, a combination of earth and water. Naruto was surprised to learn that it was possible to have more than one affinity, but Jiraiya warned him that outside of bloodlines, such cases were extremely rare. He urged Naruto to focus on cutting the leaf with his chakra, emphasizing the importance of mastering that skill. Meanwhile, in the forests outside Konoha, two figures were hidden among the lush foliage, both teenagers with dull black hair and black eyes, wearing Konohagakure headbands. One of them bore the Uchiha clan symbol on the back of his shirt. The first figure asked Shisui how things were going. Shisui grimly revealed that the rumors were true, the Uchiha were indeed planning a coup, and it would happen soon. Itachi felt a sense of urgency, questioning the progress of Jiraiya's investigation into the Kyuubi attack. Shisui explained that even if the true culprit was found, it was too late to stop the coup, as the damage had already been done when Danzo placed the Uchiha under surveillance. Itachi worried that such actions would invite war from other villages. Shisui had a plan, mentioning a meeting that night with all Uchiha clan members at the Naka Shrine, where Fugaku would officially announce the coup. Shisui intended to use his Kotoamatsukami to persuade the clan to reconcile with the village. He had already received approval from the third Hokage. Itachi expressed concern about the risks involved, but Shisui remained confident, even joking about needing to convince Shizune-chan to go on a date with him first. Itachi smiled but reminded Shisui to be careful and to meet him afterward to discuss their next steps. After finishing his training session with Naruto, Jiraiya encountered an Anbyu who informed him that the Hokage requested his presence for an urgent mission. He quickly made his way to the Hokage tower and entered Sarutobi's office through a window. Sarutobi, with an expressionless tone, asked Jiraiya if doors were a bother to him. Jiraiya apologized, explaining the urgency of the situation. Sarutobi instructed him to sit and revealed that Jiraiya's investigation into the Kyuubi attack was no longer necessary. He disclosed that the Uchiha clan had been planning a coup for the past 2 years and would execute it within the week. Jiraiya was taken aback, unable to believe what he was hearing. He questioned why they were still sitting idly by. They had to prevent that from happening. Sarutobi had a plan in motion and assured Jiraiya that the coup would not take place. Although Jiraiya was not convinced, he chose not to press the issue. He acknowledged that the Anbyu who contacted him mentioned a mission for him. The demand for A-rank and S-rank missions had dramatically increased in recent months. Jiraiya pointed out that this was not necessarily a bad thing, as it meant more income for the village. However, Sarutobi suspected there was more to it. The number of high-rank missions was unusual during peacetime, and an S-rank mission indicated an S-rank threat. The requests for S-rank missions raised alarms, especially since some mentioned men in black cloaks with red clouds. It was clear that the Akatsuki had begun their movements. Sarutobi expressed concern that they might be trying to lure the village's best ninja out of its walls to eliminate them easily. While this was one possibility, it was not the only one. Jiraiya agreed to meet with his spies to gather information and promised to send a report soon before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi knew he hadn't convinced Jiraiya that the coup was over. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely convinced himself, but he had to trust Shisui. He had witnessed Shisui's skills in action and believed in his capabilities. Still, the old Hokage couldn't shake the feeling that this might be the last time he saw the Sannin of the Toads. Meanwhile, it took Naruto 2 hours and a tremendous amount of effort, but he finally managed to cut the troublesome leaf. When he asked Jiraiya if he was ready to learn Winjutsus, Jiraiya laughed and told him that to be ready, he needed to cut the leaf in under 10 seconds. At this rate, he would never surpass Sasuke. However, Naruto knew just what would lift his spirits: a bowl of ramen with his best friend. A few years ago, if a random kid had tried to enter the Hyuga compound, the members of the branch family guarding the gates would have quickly expelled him. But since his mother had saved the chief of the clan's wife from certain death, the Hyugas had begun to show him some respect. As he approached the gates, a branch family member greeted him. The Hyuga had shoulder-length spiky brown hair with long bangs framing his face, making it easy to mistake him for a girl. He welcomed Naruto and asked if he was there to see Hinata. Naruto confirmed that he had just come from a tough training session and was heading to Ikaraku, wondering if Hinata could join him. The guard informed Naruto that Hinata was training with Hayashi but would likely finish soon. He suggested that Naruto could watch her train while he waited. Grateful, Naruto entered the complex. After asking for directions and navigating the large grounds, Naruto finally arrived at the main dojo. There, he saw Hinata, dressed in a dark blue long-sleeve shirt and dark blue knee-length pants, sparring with another Hyuga who appeared older and more skilled than her. The other Hyugas present acknowledged Naruto's presence with silent nods, and one woman with long dark purple hair gestured for him to sit beside her. Naruto greeted Hikari and expressed that he had come to see her daughter. Hikari welcomed him and mentioned that Hinata was nearing the end of her training. She assured him that Hinata would love to eat with him afterward. Hinata lost her focus the moment Naruto entered the dojo, blushing as she noticed him smiling at her. This distraction left her vulnerable, allowing her opponent to knock her down with a swift palm strike. Hayashi reprimanded her, emphasizing the importance of staying focused in a real fight and urged her to get back up and face Neji again. Hinata stumbled to her feet and charged at her opponent once more. This time, Hayashi noticed that she was more concentrated and her attacks were much more aggressive, as if the training had transformed into a life-or-death battle. Naruto's presence seemed to have an effect on her. As Naruto continued to watch Hinata train, he commented to no one in particular about how hard the boy was fighting. Hikari acknowledged Niji's talent and mentioned that some believed he would become the strongest Hyuga in the world, surpassing even her husband. She playfully asked Naruto not to tell Niji she said that, as he already had enough ego. Naruto was surprised to learn that Niji was indeed a boy, recalling that he had met some guys who looked like girls, many of whom were Hyugas. Hikari chuckled, explaining that many Hyugas had a feminine appearance, and not all of them were fortunate enough to have the handsome features of her husband. A collective gasp filled the dojo when Hinata managed to land a hit on the prodigy Hyuga. Naruto cheered her on quietly, recalling the first time he had encouraged her out loud, only to be reprimanded by the other Hyugas for being too noisy. Hikari remarked that she would bring Naruto to watch Hinata train more often, as she fought with much more courage when he was present. Naruto agreed, noting that he also performed better when his friends cheered for him. After a few more minutes, Hayashi decided the match was over. Hikari silently signaled to Naruto that it was okay to speak with Hinata. He rushed over to her, exclaiming his excitement about her performance. Hinata blushed again and thanked him. He then invited her to join him for ramen at Ikaraku, and after a moment of hesitation, she looked to her father for permission. Hayashi considered it for a moment before giving his approval. "But your mother will accompany you," Hayashi declared in a neutral yet authoritative tone. "Come on, Hayashi, what's the worst that could happen?" Hikari attempted to protest. "Hikari, I am not leaving our 8-year-old daughter alone with a boy." Hayashi nearly spat the last word. If only he knew how many times Naruto and Hinata had been alone since they met. "So, either you or another adult goes with her, or she cannot go." "Fine. As you wish, dear." Hikari rolled her eyes. "Naruto-kun, wait a minute before Hinata-chan takes a quick shower and gets dressed." Half an hour later, the two Hyuga girls and the Uzumaki boy were at Naruto's favorite food place. "All right, 2 bowls of chicken ramen for the ladies and 5 bowls of miso ramen for our favorite customer," Tucci announced as he placed the orders on the counter. "Enjoy your meal." "We will." Naruto responded happily as he began to devour his food. Hikari looked at him with curious eyes. "How can you eat so much and not have an ounce of fat on your body?" the Hyuga woman asked. "Because I burn it all training hard. I need to if I want to become Hokage." Naruto proclaimed proudly as he finished his first bowl and moved on to the second. "Especially now that I'm learning elemental ninjutsu." "Really? That's amazing, Naruto-kun. Because those types of jutsus are quite advanced," Hinata pointed out, slowly eating her ramen. "Indeed. They are usually taught to chunin, and the average age to become a chunin is 15 to 16 years. You are half that age, and you aren't even an academy graduate, Hikari observed. Yes, that's how incredible I am, Naruto declared with a sly grin as he emptied his third bowl. Hey, what about you, Hikari-san? What's your element? Actually, in the Hyuga clan, we don't use traditional ninjutsu, just our own martial art, the gentle fist. But I think my affinity is water. I don't know what Hinata's affinity is. Well, we might find out soon, since Dad said he would talk to the Hokage about teaching elemental ninjutsu at the academy, Naruto stated. The academy? Isn't that too soon? I mean, not all kids are lucky enough to have a clan or be trained by two Sannin, Naruto-kun, Hikari questioned. I don't know, my dad said the standards at the academy have dropped a lot since the days when he and Mom were genin. By the way, did you know they graduated when they were only 6 years old? They are living legends. That's to be expected. And Mother, Hinata spoke up. Did you think I could learn elemental ninjutsu? Hikari gave her daughter a strange look. Why would you want to do that? It's just that I'm not very good with the gentle fist, so maybe if I could have something else to rely on. I don't see why not. While we don't use traditional ninjutsu, it's not forbidden or anything, Hikari shrugged, then became more serious. However, I don't want you to neglect your gentle fist training. Your father and I still expect you to master it to a certain extent. You can learn any other type of ninjutsu to complement your skill set if you want, but none of them should be treated as a replacement for the gentle fist. Understood? Why yes, Mother? Hikari smiled. Good then. Although, I think traditional ninjutsu might give you fewer problems since you have good chakra control for someone your age. Hey, if that's the case, maybe she can also learn medical ninjutsu. Mom says it requires precise chakra control, Naruto chimed in. Now you want to add medical ninjutsu too? I think Hinata will have enough with elemental ninjutsu and the gentle fist, Naruto-kun, Hikari replied. Although given her history, Hikari couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for medical ninjutsu. Well, my parents say that a great ninja is a master of multiple skills. That's why, in addition to taijutsu and ninjutsu, I'm also going to learn fuinjutsu. And I heard Dad talking about something called senjutsu, which I don't know what it is. All you need is the will to do it. It's good to see that despite being so young, you're thinking so much about your future, Naruto-kun. That kind of foresight is rare in kids your age. Plus, I also heard Mom say she wanted to convince a Hyuga to become a medical ninja since he mentioned something about the Byakugan being a good medical tool or something like that. You have a point there. But in the end, it all depends on what Hinata wants to do, Hikari noted, turning to her daughter. For now. I think I'd like to try elemental ninjutsu first, and then maybe medical ninjutsu too. Hinata said. Great. Can Hinata come train with Dad and me one of these days? Naruto asked Hikari. I don't see why not. She can go once she finishes her daily gentle fist practice. But you'll see, Hinata, you'll become an element master in no time. That night, at the Naka Shrine, almost the entire Uchiha clan was gathering there. Only 3 members were missing, the disgraced Uchiha Itachi, his younger brother Sasuke, who was happily asleep in his bed, unaware of the nightmare twist of events about to unfold, and Shusuke Uchiha. There were many boxes scattered around the place. Some were open, revealing their contents. Some contained ninja tools like kunai and shuriken. Others had bulletproof vests, similar to those worn by Chunin and Jonin, except these were black instead of green and had the Uchiha fan on the back instead of the red whirlpool of Yuzushiogakure. Another box held 4 head protectors, only with the Uchiha fan instead of the Konoha symbol. Fugaka Uchiha, the clan leader, stood atop a couple of boxes serving as an improvised podium. The Uchiha stopped chatting among themselves and paid attention to what their leader was about to say. My brothers, it is a pleasure to see you all gathered here in this sacred place. Since time immemorial, the Uchiha have been one of the most powerful clans in all the elemental nations. An unstoppable force matched by very few clans. However, power does not come without a price, and that price is a life condemned to constant battle. That is why our ancestor, Madara Uchiha, chose to join the Senju clan and founded this village. That granted us peace. But he said that peace, like our power, comes at a cost. Since we became part of this village, the Uchiha have always been second-class citizens. Forced to live isolated from the rest of the village, unable to attain positions with any real power. But, as obedient and loyal ninjas, we endured. Being accused of orchestrating the attack of the Nine Tails was the last straw, Fugaku declared passionately. His words were met with enthusiastic agreement from several Uchiha, who shouted in support. Fugaku continued, emphasizing that allying with the Senju had been a grave mistake, one that Madara recognized early on, and they had come to realize much later. He asserted that aside from death, no mistake was beyond correction, and they would soon rectify this. They would reclaim what was theirs and restore Konoha to its rightful place, compelling the other clans to acknowledge their power. His words ignited even more fervent cheers from the crowd. However, not everyone was convinced. One Uchiha questioned who this mysterious ally was, while another inquired if they were a leader from another village, suggesting that was where the reinforcements would come from. Before Fugaku could respond, a booming, ethereal voice interrupted, drawing the attention of all the Uchiha. Some activated their Sharingan, searching for the source of the voice. Alongside Fugaku, a swirling, semi-transparent vortex appeared, from which emerged a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing an orange mask with black flames and a revealing eye. Fugaku introduced the figure as his ally and encouraged him to present himself. The masked man obliged, stating his name was Madara Uchiha and that he had returned to assist them in reclaiming what rightfully belonged to them. As the sun began to set, Konoha settled into a peaceful evening. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished his daily paperwork and was relaxing with a novel in one of the Hokage Tower's lounges. Meanwhile, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi reminisced about the past at their favorite tavern, sharing drinks and stories while playfully complaining about their spouses. Enko Mitarashi enjoyed her time at the dango shop, savoring sake and indulging in her favorite treats. Irika and Mizuki were at a bar, with Mizuki unsuccessfully attempting to flirt with a kunoichi, while Irika tried to remind him of his upcoming wedding. Kurenai Yuhi was at home, busy with laundry, while Yugao Yuzuki and Hayate Gecko celebrated their first anniversary on a date. In the Hyuga compound, Hayashi Hyuga reviewed clan documents regarding expenses, while his wife played with their daughters. Hizashi and Niji finished an afternoon training session, initiated by Niji. In a small apartment near the village walls, Itachi gazed out at Konoha, concerned about the lack of news from his friend and cousin, Shursui, hoping for his safety. At the Senju residence, Tsunade was teaching Higane and Kaida how to play poker, while Shizune and Naruto prepared dinner in the kitchen. Shizune reminded Naruto that if he ate ramen for breakfast and lunch, he wouldn't be having it for dinner. However, the Uchiha complex was eerily quiet, save for Sasuke Uchiha, who was fast asleep after an intense training session with his father. Little did he know that Fugaku wanted him to rest early to keep him away from the impending events. As the sun dipped below the horizon, two Chunin at the west gate of Konoha were finishing their shift. One, a tall man with spiky brown hair and a broad nose, conversed with his slender partner, who wore an eye patch and a headband. They discussed closing the gates as the sun set, but the tall Chunin noted that their replacements had not yet arrived. Suddenly, the slender Chunin fell silent, prompting his partner to turn and discover him lying lifeless on the ground. A chilling voice echoed behind him, stating that the gates must remain open for the night. As he turned, the last thing he saw was a pair of red eyes before darkness enveloped him. With the west gate secured, one Uchiha Chunin signaled to his companion, who formed hand seals and launched a fireball into the sky. Moments later, a horde of criminals, mercenaries, and low-level ninjas emerged from the surrounding forests, rushing toward the unsuspecting village. The ninjas of Konoha quickly found themselves overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of enemies that seemed to materialize from thin air. Meanwhile, in a secret underground hideout of Root, Danzo walked down a corridor flanked by his two most loyal bodyguards, Fu Yamanaka and Toryun Aburame. Fu informed Danzo that preparations for the surgery were complete and the doctors awaited him. Danzo inquired about the seals, and Toryun confirmed they were ready to be applied immediately after the surgery, ensuring that no one could remove the Sharingan from its socket. Danzo hurried to the door of the operating room, eager to finish things quickly. Upon arrival, he expected to be greeted by the two root medical ninjas, ready for him to lie down on the operating table. Instead, he found them lying motionless on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. At the operating table sat a masked man dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, holding a jar containing a Sharingan eye. The masked man acknowledged Danzo with indifference, stating that he needed the eye and would be confiscating it. He added that if Danzo had a problem with that, he would have to deal with it, as that was how life worked. Danzo, maintaining a firm voice but feeling urgency, commanded his two subordinates to take action against the masked man. They charged at him, but the masked figure vanished in a swirl of wind before they could reach him. Danzo, now more desperate, shouted for the alarm to be sounded, convinced the man could not be far away. Meanwhile, Irika and Mizuki were engaged in battle against two nearly identical ninjas, dressed in gray and dark blue camouflage, complete with breathing masks and Kirigakure forehead protectors. The formidable gauntlets on their arms were connected by a long, sharp metal chain. Irika recognized them as the demon brothers of Kirigakure, who had fled their village after a failed coup and were attempting to strike again. Mizuki, feeling a bit anxious, asked about their strength. Irika informed him that they were classified as B-rank Chunin, possessing similar power to their own, and noted that they specialized in ambushes but were mediocre in direct combat. One of the brothers declared his intent to prove Irika wrong as they charged at the two teachers. Mizuki leaped into the air, throwing his Fuma Shuriken to entangle the chain and halt their advance. The brothers quickly pressed a button on their gauntlets, separating the chain and allowing them to fight individually. The clash of their gauntlets against kunai and shuriken filled the air. While the brothers' weapons were intimidating, they hindered their ability to perform hand seals and jutsus. Although they had been practicing one-handed seals, they still had a long way to go before mastering ninjutsu with just one hand. Taking advantage of a brief opening, Irika kicked one brother, sending him crashing into his twin. Seizing the moment, he performed a series of hand seals and cast an illusion that quickly ensnared the brothers, causing them to kneel and fall asleep. Irika then began to bind them with their own chain. Mizuki, spinning a kunai on his finger, remarked on the ease of their victory over the demon brothers. Suddenly, Irika warned him of an approaching threat. Mizuki narrowly avoided a stab from an Uchiha Chunin who had joined the fray. Irika responded with a water-style technique, unleashing a powerful stream that knocked the Uchiha against a nearby wall, allowing Mizuki to finish him off. Frustrated, Mizuki questioned why the Uchiha were fighting alongside the enemies instead of supporting Konoha. Irika, with a hint of sadness, explained that the ANBU had been monitoring the Uchiha clan due to suspicions of their involvement in dubious activities, and this was likely part of their plan. Mizuki expressed his concern about the absence of Jonin during the chaos, wishing for Kakashi's presence to help. Irika explained that Kakashi was on a long-term mission outside the village, and he was unsure of the whereabouts of the other Jonin. Determined to find a safer course of action, Mizuki suggested they hide until the battle concluded, reasoning that if the Uchiha won, they would not be welcomed back as Konoha ninjas. Irika, perplexed by Mizuki's suggestion to abandon their village in its time of need, argued that they needed to fight to ensure the Uchiha did not prevail. Mizuki countered that until things calmed down, it was every ninja for themselves. He threw his Fuma Shuriken at Irika, who managed to dodge just in time, the weapon instead striking a bandit who had been about to attack him from behind. Mizuki, retrieving his weapon from the fallen foe, urged Irika to be smart and find a hiding place. With that, Mizuki vanished from Irika's sight. Sighing, Irika resolved to seek out other ninjas to watch each other's backs. Meanwhile, unaware of the chaos unfolding in the village, Itachi was washing dishes in his apartment after a light dinner. He had planned to meditate for half an hour and retire early, as the Hokage had assigned him another A-rank mission for the following day. Life was not so bad for the Uchiha outcast. Although he still had a significant debt to the bank, he was saving enough money to cover his basic needs, pay rent, and manage his bills each month, while also setting aside funds for future emergencies. Perhaps he could use some of that money to decorate his apartment a bit more. Itachi preferred that the door to his apartment remained intact. He wondered what could be so urgent as he opened the door. He gasped in shock at the sight of Shisui, who appeared battered and bruised, with visible injuries and a serious wound where his left eye had been. Shisui managed to respond that the trouble was widespread throughout Konoha before he collapsed. Itachi rushed to his side, concerned for his friend. Half an hour later, the weakened Shisui lay in bed, recovering from his ordeal. Itachi was not a medical ninja, but he had some training in first aid and carried a kit to tend to Shisui's injuries, including the one to his eye, with relative ease. Fortunately for both of them, none of Shisui's injuries were too severe, aside from the lost eye. Itachi assessed the situation and noted that he had patched Shisui up as best as he could. He suspected Shisui might have a few broken ribs and possibly a fractured arm, advising him to stay still. Shisui let out a sigh, expressing his frustration with Danzo, referring to him as a scoundrel. Noticing Itachi's confusion, the one-eyed Uchiha decided to elaborate. He explained that he was on his way to the Naka shrine when he was informed that Danzo wanted to speak with him. Danzo had perceived him as a threat, claiming that Shisui intended to use Kodo Amatsukami on him and the Hokage, and he attempted to eliminate him. Itachi managed to keep one eye on the situation before losing track of the thugs. That was not even the worst part. While he appeared stoic on the outside, inside he was seething. Danzo would definitely pay for such betrayal. He would make sure of it. Shisui announced that the coup was happening as they spoke, and Itachi felt the color drain from his face. Shisui continued, explaining that he had been attacked by some Konoha ninjas on his way there. He reassured Itachi that he had managed to lose them before arriving. Itachi reflected on his choices, feeling the weight of responsibility. He had taken the easy way out instead of staying to try to make things better. He chastised himself for listening to Shizun, realizing she was not to blame. She had no idea of the context of his situation when she offered her advice. He was the only one at fault, and thus he was the only one who could correct this mistake. Shisui interrupted his thoughts, asking what they would do. Itachi insisted that Shisui would stay behind and rest while he took care of everything. He opened his closet and began to put on his ninja gear. Shisui protested, worried about Danzo wanting Itachi's Sharingan and his own inability to defend himself. Itachi quickly grabbed Shisui's hand before he could remove his remaining eye, firmly stating that it was better where it was. He reassured Shisui that they would both be fine, urging him to lie down and rest to avoid reopening his wounds. Shisui was incredulous, questioning whether Itachi planned to go alone. Itachi remained resolute, determined to handle the situation himself. There were friends and allies out there. The ninjas of Konoha would attempt to eliminate him the moment they saw his Sharingan. Itachi was unfazed by this, assuring that no one would die unnecessarily, especially not himself, as he donned his Chunin bulletproof jacket. He planned to place a layered genjutsu around the area, just in case someone managed to follow him there. He warned that if he returned and found the enemy had not killed or captured his companion, he would take matters into his own hands. His companion was taken aback, struggling to believe Itachi's seriousness. Itachi lightened the mood by joking about throwing him off a cliff, to which his companion replied that there were far worse ways to meet an end. With a final laugh, Itachi prepared to leave, promising to send someone trustworthy to keep an eye on him. He expressed his uncertainty about when he would return, but if he never did, he asked his companion to look after Sasuke. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga was enjoying dinner with his wife and daughters. It was a rare moment of family time, one of the few opportunities he had to relax without the pressures of being the clan leader. He inquired about Hinata's first day of training with Uzumaki and Jiraiya, to which she responded shyly about her affinity for lightning and the need to complete chakra control exercises before learning new jutsu. Hikari casually remarked on the potential of using lightning with weapons, prompting Hinata to suggest combining her lightning element with the gentle fist technique. Hayashi was taken aback by the idea, while Hikari supported it, believing it could add another layer of power to their techniques. However, Hayashi insisted that Hinata should master the gentle fist before considering any modifications. Suddenly, a member of the Branch family burst into the dining room, breathless and alarmed. He urgently called for Hayashi, stating that there was a disaster unfolding. Hayashi immediately tensed and stood up, demanding to know what was happening. The news was dire. The Uchiha were leading a coup against the village. Hikari gasped in horror, and while Hinata didn't fully grasp the implications, she sensed it was serious. The messenger continued, revealing that dozens of Uchiha were outside the compound, demanding that Hayashi confront them. Without hesitation, Hayashi instructed Hikari to stay behind and protect the children as he stepped outside to address the situation. Minutes later, Hayashi arrived in the front courtyard, where many Hyugas from both the main and branch families were already prepared for battle against the Uchiha invaders and their mercenary allies. Among them stood his brother, Hizashi. Hayashi declared himself as the head of the main house of the Hyuga clan, demanding to know the meaning of the chaos before him. Just as the branch family member had reported, a crowd of Uchiha was present, and among them stood a masked man cloaked in black with red clouds. Apparently he was not the leader, as another Uchiha, a tall, well-built man with a hairstyle similar to Hayashi's age, stepped forward. Hayashi assumed he was a Jonin. Hayashi Hyuga noted that both he and his clan had been deemed a threat to Konoha, and they would have to come with them. If he resisted arrest, they would use lethal force. Hayashi calmly replied that he and his clan members would come peacefully if they were shown an arrest order with the Hokage's seal and the signature of the third Hokage. The Uchiha Jonin informed him that the Hokage no longer governed Konoha, and the military police was now the highest authority in the village. He then demanded that Hayashi tell his clan members to surrender, stating it was his last warning. Hayashi, standing firm, declared that the ground beneath their feet belonged to the Hyuga clan. If the Uchiha and their treacherous allies did not leave their property within 10 seconds, they would be escorted out in coffins. The Uchiha Jonin took this as a hostile response and ordered everyone to attack. Multiple Uchiha began performing hand seals, while others pulled shurikens from their tool bags. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique and Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique were unleashed, sending a barrage of fireballs and shurikens toward the standing Hyugas. However, the Uchiha underestimated the Hyuga's defensive capabilities. Many Hyuga activated their techniques, shouting 8 trigrams, Palm of the Void as they pushed their palms forward, releasing multiple bursts of vacuum that halted some of the incoming fireballs. Others used 8 trigrams, Heavenly Spin, transforming into whirlwinds of blue chakra that deflected the remaining fireballs. As the Hyuga defended themselves, half of the Uchiha and their criminal allies decided to launch a direct assault. The Uchiha Jonin commanded the Crimson Squadron and Blood Squadron to secure the courtyard while the Storm Squadron and Tempest Squadron entered the premises to eliminate anyone who fought back. Hayashi, having overheard the orders, refused to accept them. Thanks to his Byakugan, he quickly spotted his brother and leaped toward him just as Hizashi delivered a well-placed palm strike that stopped an Uchiha Chunin's heart. Hayashi urged Hizashi to enter and protect Hikari and the children, but Hizashi insisted on staying by his side, claiming it was his duty. Hayashi insisted that Hizashi's duty was to obey him and promised to provide cover. With a final glance at his older brother, Hizashi nodded and hurried back to the complex. Meanwhile, Shikaku Nar, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi were confronted by Mikoto Uchiha, who declared them a threat to the village and demanded they come with her. If they resisted arrest, she warned, they would use lethal force. Surrounded by half a dozen Uchihas led by the chief's wife, Shikaku looked around, questioning if it was some kind of joke. Choza pointed out that as part of the police, Mikoto should be dealing with the criminals infesting the village. Inoichi noted that it was the Uchiha who had brought these criminals, as he hadn't seen any attacking them. Mikoto pressed for their response, and Shikaku sighed dramatically, knowing it would be a hassle. In an instant, he formed a hand seal and activated the shadow possession jutsu. Multiple black tendrils shot from his shadow toward the Uchiha, who jumped just in time to avoid being caught. While in the air, Mikoto formed her own hand seals and unleashed Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, forcing Shikaku to move and cancel his jutsu. Mikoto ordered her allies to separate the trio, emphasizing that not only were they Jonin, but their teamwork was legendary. Realizing they were outnumbered 2-1, Shikaku asked Inoichi if he could do something about it. Inoichi quickly formed a hand seal, creating a rectangle of negative space between them and activated mind and body disturbance jutsu. The two Uchiha about to attack him froze, realizing they no longer controlled their bodies, and to their horror, began to stab each other repeatedly. Choza then took his turn, forming a hand seal and using expansion jutsu to inflate his body into a large balloon. He declared his attack, Human Meatball, crushing the two Uchiha who were still fighting each other, while the other four managed to avoid the same fate. Mikoto wasted no time and called for reinforcements, requesting assistance to deal with the trio of insurgents. Shikaku, activating his shadow possession jutsu again, remarked that they were not the ones trying to take over Konoha. Soon, a pair of Chunin Uchiha leading a group of mercenaries joined the skirmish. Shikaku groaned at the sight, asking Choza to handle the mercenaries. Choza agreed, using his expanded size and bow staff to clear the area, but found it more challenging than expected as the enemies were quicker than they had anticipated, and his larger size made him a perfect target for fireballs and shurikens. Shikaku noted that this should keep them occupied while he and Inoichi dealt with the Uchiha. Just then, an Uchiha leaped toward him, mistakenly putting Shikaku in the perfect position to ensnare him with his shadow. Grateful for the Uchiha's assistance, Shikaku declared that it was time for him to meet his end. A shadowy arm emerged from the Uchiha's shadow, wrapping around his neck and eliminating him. Meanwhile, Inoichi was about to take control of another Uchiha when he sensed several chakra signatures approaching. Inoichi, more enemies are on the way. Inoichi warned. Where are they coming from? Shikaku asked, trying to capture the remaining enemies with his shadow possession technique. 5 o'clock. Watch the rooftops. Choza, did you hear that? Yes. I see them now, the giant Akimichi responded as he moved to intercept them. I'll see if I can take down Mikoto. She's the leader of this squad. Inoichi announced, forming the hand seal again and pointing at two Uchiha who were fighting Shikaku. Mind and body disturbance technique. Once again, the two Uchiha halted their attacks, turning their focus onto a growling Mikoto, who struggled to keep them at bay without causing serious harm. Shikaku now. Thanks to Inoichi's distraction, the Nara Patriarch managed to ensnare Mikoto with his shadow. Shadow possession technique, completed. Again, Shikaku said with a slight smile. However, that smile faded when he noticed Mikoto smiling back at him. In your dreams, the Uchiha Kunoichi replied before vanishing in a puff of smoke, leaving a trash can in her place. Inoichi, follow her, now. Shikaku barked urgently. The Yamanaka clan leader nodded and gestured with his hand. He quickly located Mikoto, who was right behind him. Inoichi attempted to turn around, but before he could, Mikoto struck him from behind with a kunai. She then kicked him to the ground and leaped back a few meters. Inoichi instinctively grabbed at his back, trying to remove the kunai. Inoichi! Shikaku shouted. I'm fine, it's just a superficial cut. My jacket protected me somehow. Try to get the kunai out if you can. Mikoto's lips curled into a chilling smile. Shikaku paled. Unbeknownst to Inoichi, while the kunai had only caused a minor wound, an explosive tag was attached to the weapon. The Uchiha matriarch made a hand sign, followed by an explosion, and Inoichi Yamanaka was no more. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze for Shikaku and Choza as they watched their lifelong friend and trusted teammate soar through the air. When the dust settled, all that remained was his lifeless, charred body. This is the fate of those who oppose the new rulers of Konoha. I will grant you mercy and the chance to surrender. If you do not surrender, you will meet the same fate as your friend, Mikoto declared, adopting a cold and neutral tone. Choza let out a deafening scream and began to stomp wildly around him, trying to crush the nearby enemy ninjas, disregarding the buildings he might topple. Shikaku, on the other hand, shot Mikoto a chilling, murderous glare as he stood frozen in place. That was a mistake, was all Shikaku said. Mikoto said nothing, only scowled and gestured with her hand. Multiple Uchiha and mercenaries leaped toward the Nara clan head from various directions, weapons raised and ready to strike. But Shikaku would not accept that. Making a quick hand sign, multiple shadow tendrils shot out from his shadow, instantly ensnaring his attackers and immobilizing them. With another hand sign, more shadow tendrils emerged, this time taking the form of spikes that pierced the paralyzed ninjas. The shadows then withdrew, leaving the enemy ninjas collapsed on the ground, motionless. "You're next." Shadow collection technique. More shadow tendrils shot from Shikaku's shadow, these also material, flying toward Mikoto. Although she was far from her best, the Uchiha Kunoichi made a commendable effort to dodge them, constantly running or jumping to the sides. Then she leaped into the air, performing several hand signs before pulling shurikens from her pouch. Fire style, flaming shuriken bombardment. The ninja stars ignited the moment Mikoto threw them. Shikaku gasped, canceling his technique and trying to evade, but he was too slow. The flaming shurikens pierced through his bulletproof vest and embedded themselves in the flesh of the Nara. "Another one down." Mikoto cheered. But her joy was short-lived as Shikaku vanished in a cloud of smoke. "What? A shadow clone?" Mikoto searched for the real Shikaku, but then realized she couldn't move. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow tendril had ensnared her own shadow. Shikaku leaped from the nearby rooftop. "A shadow clone. When did you do that? I never took my eyes off you." Mikoto would have stomped her foot in frustration if she could move. "Clearly you didn't. The Sharingan is quite difficult to deceive. But difficult does not equal impossible." To answer your question, I used the explosion that killed Inoichi as cover. "What? But how?" The moment I saw that explosive tag, I knew Inoichi was dead. All that was left was to avenge him and devise a plan to catch you off guard. And now, all that remains is for you to pay. Strangling shadow technique. Mikoto felt a black hand creeping over her body until it reached her neck, and in less than a minute, her world faded to darkness. After retrieving Niji, Hizashi found Hikari, Hinata, and Hanabi in the dining hall, just as his brother had said they would be. After informing them of the situation, he began to guide them to one of the emergency shelters in the complex. When Hizashi saw many Hyuga fighting against the Uchiha invaders, and in most cases, losing, he felt compelled to help them but knew he had to ignore them and follow Hayashi's orders. "What will we do once we get out of here, father?" Niji asked. "We will try to find help. Don't worry, Niji, everything will be fine." Unfortunately for the Hyugas, two Uchihas, a Jonin and a Chunin, blocked their path. "All members of the Hyuga clan are under arrest. If you resist, we will use lethal force." The Uchiha Jonin echoed his commander's words. "Would you dare harm the children, monster?" Hikari spat as she held Hanabi in her arms. "There's no need to hurt anyone if you come in peace," the Uchiha Chunin intervened. Hizashi said nothing and sprang into action. Taking advantage of the Chunin's momentary distraction, he landed a palm strike to his chest, sending him stumbling backward. The Jonin reacted immediately, drawing a katana and attempting to slash at him. Hizashi leaned back just in time, and the Uchiha's katana only sliced through part of his hair. The Uchiha Chunin managed to stand and was performing several hand seals. He unleashed a powerful fire technique, launching multiple fireballs at Hizashi. In an instant, Hikari, who no longer held Hanabi in her arms, leaped in front of Hizashi and began to spin. She transformed into a swirling dome of chakra, deflecting the fireballs. Hikari asserted her presence, reminding them that although she was retired, she had once been a Jonin. Hizashi expressed his gratitude to Hikari and vowed to repay her kindness by ending the fight. He executed a rapid succession of gentle fist strikes aimed at the two Uchihas, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The Uchihas found themselves overwhelmed and fell to the ground, drained from the sudden depletion of their chakra. While the attack wasn't lethal, it was enough to incapacitate them long enough for the group of 5 Hyugas to escape the complex safely. Hinata, concerned, asked her mother where her father was and if he would join them. Hikari reassured her that Hayashi was fighting the Uchihas who had attacked their home and that he was strong enough to handle himself. As they fled, Hizashi took one last look at the compound, now ablaze, wondering if Hayashi would survive and reunite with them. Back in the courtyard, the battle had finally ceased. The area was littered with fallen bodies, both Uchiha and Hyuga. Only 2 men remained standing, Hayashi and Hyuga. Both were weary and slightly injured but managed to stay on their feet. Hayashi surveyed the grim scene, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of so many dead Hyugas, a sight that shook him more than any battle in the Third War. Ko approached Hayashi, asking if he was all right. Hayashi tried to regain his composure and urged Ko to move inside, sensing that fights were still ongoing and they needed to save as many clan members as possible. Suddenly, a disturbing noise came from Ko, who fell to the ground with a sword protruding from his chest, revealing his assailant, a masked man in a black cloak. The masked man taunted Hayashi, suggesting he should save what remained of his clan, but questioned how he could do that if he couldn't save himself first. Hayashi remained silent, adopting the gentle fist stance, vowing that the masked man would pay for his actions. He questioned how the man had ambushed Ko despite both of them having activated their Byakugan. The masked man replied that revealing his secrets would diminish his advantage. As he performed more hand seals, Hayashi prepared himself for the incoming attack. The masked man unleashed a wooden technique, summoning sharp roots from the ground aimed at Hayashi. Reacting quickly, Hayashi leaped back, using his Byakugan to see more roots emerging around him. He transformed into a spinning blue dome, breaking the roots that tried to ensnare him. The masked man acknowledged Hayashi's skill and attempted another attack, launching a series of large fireballs. Hayashi dodged some and blocked others with a technique, all while advancing toward his stationary opponent. The masked man expressed his admiration for the Hyuga's reputation. Hayashi, confident, declared that the battle was over and he was now within his field of divination. He charged at the masked man, executing a series of gentle fist strikes. However, to his confusion, his attacks seemed ineffective against the masked Uchiha. The masked man yawned, dismissing Hayashi's efforts. Realizing he was likely under a genjutsu, Hayashi questioned the masked man's abilities. The masked man confirmed his suspicions, but then, with incredible speed, he drew his katana and stabbed Hayashi in the chest. The masked man taunted Hayashi, pushing the blade deeper before withdrawing it and kicking Hayashi's body to the ground. After cleaning the blood from his weapon, he produced a scalpel, admiring Hayashi's eyes and expressing his intent to take them. He looked around at the fallen Hyugas, many from the main house, and decided to harvest their Byakugans as well, humming a cheerful tune as he began his grim task. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi was unaware of the chaos unfolding in the village. He was engrossed in a novel when one of the ANBU, wearing a tiger mask, burst into the room, panicked. The ANBU reported that the Uchiha clan was attempting to seize control of the village. Sarutobi abruptly closed his book and turned to the ANBU, shocked by the news. The ANBU explained that the attack likely began at sunset and that the Uchihas had an army of criminals and mercenaries supporting them. Sarutobi inquired about the current situation, learning that the Uchihas and their allies had taken several key locations, including the torture and interrogation headquarters, the Hyuga compound, the hospital, and were attempting to seize the reserve Jonin station and the academy. A team of 8 men, led by Fugaku Uchiha himself, was heading toward the tower, likely to seize control and eliminate him. Sarutobi was doing his best to process the gravity of the situation. What had happened to Shisui Uchiha? Had the other Uchihas seen through his scheme? There had to be a logical explanation. However, there was no time to reflect on what had gone wrong. He needed to address the immediate problem. He had to act now to prevent further loss of life. He instructed the ANBU to prioritize freeing the hospital and protecting the civilians from attacks. He would remain behind and attempt to reason with Fugaku. The ANBU protested, expressing concern about leaving the Hokage unprotected during such a critical moment. Sarutobi's unusual display of anger silenced them, and they quickly agreed to carry out his orders before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Once alone, Sarutobi calmly made his way to his office, where he took a pencil and a blank scroll to begin writing. After sealing the scroll, he performed a few hand seals, causing it to disappear in a cloud of smoke. He lit his pipe and took a deep breath, pondering aloud why, despite living so long, he still felt he hadn't done enough. A photo of himself, his late wife, and his 2 teenage sons caught his eye, and a smile crept onto his face as he thought about reuniting with them soon. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of his apartment building, Itachi surveyed the village before him. The burning buildings glowed brightly against the night sky, and the sounds of chaos filled the usually quiet atmosphere. He didn't need to look far to see the Uchihas, criminals, and mercenaries engaged in battle against the ninjas of Konoha. The outcast Uchiha bit his thumb and performed 5 hand seals. A large crow, twice his height, emerged from a cloud of smoke. The giant bird looked at Itachi with curious eyes. The crow greeted Itachi, noticing his distress and asking if something was wrong. Itachi explained that the Uchiha were attempting to take Konoha by force, a situation he had feared would come to pass. The crow, understanding the gravity of the situation, asked how it could help. Itachi requested that the crow monitor Konoha from the sky and track the larger groups of Uchihas, focusing on those who seemed to have the upper hand in their battles. He also asked the crow to use 2 of its clones to protect his friend Shisui, who was at his home, and his brother Sasuke, who was likely asleep in the Uchiha compound. After checking his equipment, Itachi unsheathed his katana and leaped into the fray below, engaging an Uchiha upon landing. In that moment, he chose a side, fully aware that there was no turning back. He considered himself first a ninja of Konoha and then an Uchiha, and he would protect the village and its inhabitants at all costs, even if it meant fighting against his own family. He needed to stop the coup as soon as possible, and only one thing could end the ongoing madness: a massacre. Anko Mitarashi whistled cheerfully as she retrieved her kunai from the bodies of 2 missing ninjas from Kyumo she had just defeated. They had boasted about their heinous crimes and their plans to bring down Konoha alongside the Uchihas, but what she had expected to be a challenging fight turned out to be quite the opposite. It had been a good warm-up. Once finished, Anko jumped onto the roof of a nearby building to survey the battles unfolding below. She cursed under her breath, frustrated that none of the fights involved Uchihas. Having heard so much hysteria surrounding the Uchiha rebellion, she wondered how she had yet to encounter one. Anko had always wanted to test her skills against an Uchiha, and this was her best opportunity. Defeating several of those red-eyed monsters might even earn her the promotion she desired. Suddenly, something caught her attention. On the edge of the Naka Bridge, a lone man wielding a massive sword was battling 3 ninjas from Konoha who were unable to land a hit. Eventually, they retreated, leaving the man standing on the bridge for some reason. He didn't appear to be an Uchiha, but perhaps he would provide a better challenge than the nameless criminals she had been dealing with for the past hour. Leaping across the rooftops, Anko quickly reached the bridge and landed in front of the man, who regarded her with indifference. He was tall, muscular, with short spiky black hair and no eyebrows. The lower half of his face was concealed by a mask, similar to Kakashi's, and he wore a Kirigakure forehead protector while wielding an incredibly large sword. His imposing presence, combined with the aura of danger he radiated, would have terrified most, but it only excited Anko further. She greeted him playfully, asking if he minded her company. The swordsman responded that she could do as she pleased, but warned that anyone approaching the bridge would meet their end. Anko, unfazed, inquired why that was the case. The ninja explained that the Uchihas had tasked him with guarding the bridge, and no one from Konoha would be allowed to pass. Anko, undeterred, expressed her desire to find an Uchiha and suggested that perhaps he and his oversized sword could provide her with the challenge she sought before launching herself at him. The ninja from Kiri raised his sword, ready for the encounter. Anko prepared to face her opponent, a ninja from the hidden mist, determined to prove her strength. She attempted to strike him with her kunai, but each blow was effortlessly deflected by his massive sword. With a swift leap back, she threw several kunai, only to see them met with the same fate. Fortunately, Anko had a technique that could not be countered by ordinary means. She quickly formed a series of hand seals. With a fierce determination, Anko unleashed a torrent of fire shaped like a dragon. The Kiri ninja calmly responded by forming his own hand seals. The water from the river began to rise, twisting into a pillar that took the form of a dragon. With a mighty roar, it charged forward. The 2 elemental dragons clashed, but the water dragon easily overpowered Enko's fire dragon, sending her crashing against a wall. As Enko struggled to regain her footing, she coughed up water and was horrified to see the swordsman in midair, ready to strike her down with his enormous blade. Just then, another kunoichi with black hair intervened, catching the massive sword with her own kunai instead of Enko. Seizing the moment of surprise, she kicked the Kiri ninja back and landed gracefully beside Enko. Enko expressed her gratitude, relieved to see Kurenai by her side. Kurenai, however, complained about being mistaken for an Uchiha due to her red eyes. Enko pointed out that Kurenai's eyes did resemble a Sharingan, which made Kurenai frown in annoyance. Kurenai then asked why Enko was there, to which Enko admitted she had underestimated her opponent. Kurenai, realizing the gravity of the situation, informed Enko that they were up against Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist and one of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. Enko acknowledged Kurenai's knowledge of Zabuza, who seemed flattered by it. He mentioned his sympathy for those trying to overthrow a corrupt government, but also noted the significant payment he received from the Uchiha. Kurenai warned Enko that Zabuza was a jonin and a formidable opponent, tasked with guarding access to the Hokage Tower. Enko, ever optimistic, shrugged off the danger, believing that if they defeated him, they could earn their jonin status. Kurenai, incredulous, pointed out the dire situation in the village, but Enko remained undeterred, insisting they could fight harder to make up for the absence of their allies. Zabuza, observing the 2 kunoichi, noted that they likely didn't appear in his bingo book and assumed they were only chunin. He felt confident he could defeat them easily, even in a 2-on-1 fight. He then formed a hand seal and summoned 4 water clones, each mirroring him, sword included. As the clones charged forward, Enko and Kurenai prepared to defend themselves. Kurenai realized the clones were likely a distraction for Zabuza to attack from behind. She quickly performed her own hand seals, drawing 2 kunai to fend off her attackers. Zabuza, noticing Kurenai struggling against his clones, decided she would be his first target. He used a body flicker technique to appear behind her, aiming to strike. Just as he did, Enko shouted Kurenai's name, but Zabuza's attack did not draw blood. Instead, serpents emerged from Kurenai's wound, wrapping tightly around Zabuza. He realized too late that he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. Struggling against the serpents, Zabuza managed to form a hand seal and released the genjutsu, returning everything to normal. He found himself flanked by the 2 kunoichi, each poised to strike. In a last-ditch effort, he caught their arms just before they could land a fatal blow, but the force of their kicks sent him reeling backward. Enko celebrated their small victory, while Kurenai noted that Zabuza had seen through her genjutsu, which could have cost him his life. Enraged, Zabuza unleashed a powerful attack, declaring he had wasted enough time with them. A massive wall of water surged from the river, crashing down upon the 2 kunoichi, threatening to bury them beneath its weight. Just as he believed his attack had succeeded, he heard a voice call out for a summoning jutsu. As the water receded, Zabuza was taken aback to see a giant serpent coiled around something, ready to turn the tide of battle. The serpent uncoiled, revealing Enko and Kurenai, completely soaked but not particularly harmed. The missing ninja from the mist asked if any of them were related to Orochimaru of the Sannin. Enko's expression, once filled with excitement for battle, transformed into a mask of fury. She declared that he should never mention that name in her presence. Zabuza smiled beneath his mask, realizing he had struck a nerve. The serpent reacted to Enko's anger and lunged at Zabuza with its jaws wide open. Zabuza leaped toward the serpent, raising his sword. The fight was brief, as Zabuza quickly delivered a horizontal strike, causing the serpent to vanish in a cloud of smoke. Kurenai swiftly performed hand seals once more, casting her illusion technique. With her command, the world around Zabuza shifted. When he landed, he found he could not move his legs, which began to melt as if they were ice cream on a hot day. Realizing he had fallen into another genjutsu, he performed a hand seal just before his hands began to dissolve. He released the technique, and everything returned to normal, with Enko and Kurenai ready to attack. He was certain they were not part of a genjutsu, so he wondered why they hadn't attacked him while he was trapped. The answer came in the form of murderous intent approaching from behind. Zabuza quickly turned and raised his sword, blocking 2 katana strikes that would have cut into his back had he not reacted in time. The wielders of those katanas were a brown-haired man wearing a typical Chunin uniform and a purple-haired woman dressed in ANBU attire, minus the mask. After stopping the attack, Zabuza pushed them back. Anko noted their arrival, greeting them with enthusiasm. She asked how their anniversary date had gone. Yugao responded bitterly, explaining that they had to go home and change since she couldn't fight in a dress. 8, coughing, recognized Zabuza as the demon of the hidden mist and asked if he was indeed the same. Kurenai confirmed that he was part of the mercenaries hired by the Uchiha and requested their assistance. Hei-8 and Yugao raised their katanas in agreement, stating that with all 4 of them, it shouldn't be a problem. Zabuza arrogantly countered that quantity did not equate to quality, asserting that 10 weaklings did not equal 1 strong warrior. Anko challenged his strength, pointing out that he hadn't killed them yet despite their prolonged battle. She urged him to spare everyone the trouble and surrender. Zabuza defiantly declared that the demon of the mist never surrenders and performed a hand seal, unleashing his signature technique. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the battlefield. Kurenai panicked, recognizing this as Zabuza's favorite tactic to blind his opponents before striking silently. He was now fighting seriously. Hei-8, coughing again, expressed concern for his asthma but raised his sword defensively, instructing Yugao to track Zabuza. Yugao closed her eyes, focusing on sensing his chakra. Despite the fog complicating her efforts, she quickly pinpointed a concentrated chakra signature. She warned Kurenai, who turned just in time to block a strike aimed at her stomach with a kunai. The sound of metal clashing revealed Zabuza's position to Hei-8, who leaped toward him, igniting his katana in flames. The flames dispelled the fog, allowing Hei-8 to find Zabuza quickly. Zabuza had to ignore Kurenai and defend against Hei-8's fiery strikes. Unfortunately for him, he didn't notice Anko approaching until it was too late. A serpent emerged from her sleeve, biting Zabuza on the neck. The serpent's venom quickly paralyzed him, causing him to lose control of his body and fall to the ground, motionless. The fog dissipated. Kurenai cheered, celebrating their victory over Zabuza. Anko expressed her excitement, envisioning her promotion to Jonin. Hei-8 protested, claiming he had helped too, before succumbing to another coughing fit. Anko amended the victory to include Hei-8, and Yugao checked Zabuza's vital signs, confirming he was still alive. She asked Anko if the venom was lethal, to which Anko replied that it was merely a paralytic toxin, suggesting they could extract useful information from him as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yugao agreed, proposing they hide his body while finishing off the remaining Uchiha and mercenaries. Anko suddenly screamed, falling to her knees and clutching the back of her neck. Kurenai rushed to her side, asking what was happening. Anko gasped that the cursed seal was burning, and Kurenai's eyes widened in realization of the implications. Anko confirmed that the traitor was near. At the Senju residence, a group of ninjas declared Tsunade Senju, her husband, and her adopted son a threat to the village, demanding they come with them. Tsunade innocently interrupted, asking if they were saying something as she dealt with the Jonin and Chunin sent to capture her and Naruto. Meanwhile, Shizune focused on keeping the children safe. Naruto and the twins watched as Shizune removed the rug from the room and performed a hand seal, revealing a hidden trapdoor. Shizune opened the hatch and signaled for the children to enter. She explained that this was a refuge they had built after Tsunade and Jiraiya had heard a prophecy from one of the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya had covered it with various protective seals, making it nearly impossible for anyone except Jiraiya, Tsunade, or herself to open it from the outside. The seals also made it undetectable, even for those with Byakugan or Sharingan. The refuge contained enough food and water for a month for the 6 of them, so it should last even longer for the 3 children, and it also had a bathroom. Shizune emphasized the importance of staying quiet, especially if they heard anyone asking them to come out. She assured them that they would be retrieved once the chaos was over. Naruto nodded, and the twins did the same. Shizune encouraged them to go inside without fear, forcing a smile even though she was uncertain if she could keep that promise. Higane asked if Shizune and their mother would be okay. Shizune reassured him that his mother was the strongest woman around and that no one could hurt her, especially with her help. Naruto chimed in, praising his mother's strength and recalling how he trained with her. Shizune wondered if his optimism was genuine or if he was trying to comfort the twins, but either way, it was a good thing. Shizune reminded Naruto that as the oldest, he would need to take care of his siblings while she and Tsunade were busy. He bravely nodded before he and the twins headed into the underground refuge. After closing the hatch and performing another hand sign, the hatch vanished once more, and she placed the rug back over it. Taking one last look at the hidden refuge and wondering if she would live to see her little brothers again, Shizune ran out to assist her mentor and mother figure. At the Hokage Tower, Fugaku Uchiha's squad of 8 burst into the Hokage's workplace and residence, only to find it deserted. They moved to the first floor, which was equally empty, and the second floor was devoid of life as well. Fugaku sensed a trap. He ordered Kenichi, the Uchiha censor, to track the Hokage immediately. Kenichi complied, performing a hand sign and closing his eyes. As he expanded his senses, he detected no one in the building until he reached the roof. He announced that he had found the Hokage standing on the roof. Fugaku inquired about the number of ANBU with him. Kenichi reported that there were none. The Hokage appeared to be alone. Fugaku expressed disbelief, suspecting it was a trap. Kenichi suggested that unless the ANBU had a way to deceive censors that they were unaware of, the Hokage was indeed alone. Fugaku concluded that the old monkey had been waiting for them, evacuating the building and likely sending the ANBU to protect the civilians. This made their task easier, and he commanded everyone to head to the roof while remaining alert for potential traps. Back at the Senju residence, Tsunade dispatched the last of the Uchihas who had attacked her home with a swift motion. Though she bore some bruises and minor burns, nothing required more than a couple of minutes to heal. She ordered Shizune to fetch a couple of sealing scrolls immediately. Shizune nodded and hurried back to the house, returning in less than a minute with the requested items. Tsunade began sealing the fallen Uchihas within the scrolls and instructed her apprentice to do the same. Shizune asked what Tsunade planned to do with the bodies, knowing that a dead ninja, especially an Uchiha, held value. Tsunade replied that she would do nothing, the Hokage would decide their fate. A voice suddenly echoed, claiming that by the end of the night, there would be no Hokage and no village. A masked man appeared before the 2 kunoichi, emerging from a swirling vortex. Tsunade immediately recognized the black cloak adorned with red clouds. She was drawn to the mask, particularly the single opening revealing a Sharingan, recalling Gamamaru's warning to be cautious of the one-eyed demon. Tsunade accused him of being an Akatsuki member. The man responded with a hint of amusement, acknowledging that they had done their homework. He revealed his intention to finish what he started 8 years ago, to reclaim what was rightfully his, and to use it to destroy Konoha. Tsunade, incredulous, asked if he was responsible for the Kyuubi attack. He confirmed it, and she realized that the Uchiha rebellion was tied to the Kyuubi. She expressed disbelief that Danzo had been right about anything. The masked man clarified that while he might be an Uchiha, he had long ceased to care for the clan, viewing them as disposable tools in a grander scheme. He explained that the coup would lead to mutual destruction between the Uchiha and Konoha, allowing him to seize the chaos and obtain the Kyuubi. Tsunade clenched her teeth, about to respond when the crystal of her necklace began to glow with a bluish-green light. The masked man noticed and expressed interest in the necklace, stating he would take it along with the Jinchuriki. Tsunade declared that if he wanted Naruto, he would have to go through her first. The masked man assured her that would not be a problem. Tsunade launched a punch at him, but to her shock, her fist passed through his head as if he were an illusion. Shizune fired several senbon from her wrist launcher, but they also went through him. The masked man taunted them, saying there was nothing they could do to stop him and that they should save their energy, though it wouldn't make a difference. Shizune demanded to know who he was. The masked man replied that his name was irrelevant but suggested they could call him Toby. He teleported to the upper floor, searching the 2 bedrooms that seemed to belong to a child but found no one there. Frustrated, he continued to search the rest of the house, but there was no trace of Naruto. His Sharingan scanned every inch of the house, but he found no chakra signature. But deep down, he felt that the Jinchuriki was there. Somewhere. Hiding. Murmuring a curse, Toby teleported outside, returning to Tsunade and Shizune. He demanded angrily where the Jinchuriki was, his single eye glowing red. Tsunade replied that the Jinchuriki was in a safe place, far from here, where neither he nor people like him could reach. Toby shouted that she was lying, insisting he could feel the Jinchuriki nearby, even if he couldn't see him. He believed that if he couldn't reach him, perhaps her screams would draw him out. After what felt like hours, Tsunade was finally out of danger. Shizune made a commendable effort to close her wound without leaving lasting effects. Nevertheless, Tsunade had lost a significant amount of blood and felt terribly weak, doubting her ability to fight again. Still, that didn't mean she couldn't be of help. Shizune asked how she felt, and Tsunade replied that she felt much better, thanks to her. Shizune inquired if she should bring the children, but Tsunade firmly stated that they would stay in the shelter until things calmed down. There was still work to be done. Tsunade dabbed her finger in the fresh blood from her wound and formed 5 hand seals, calling forth a giant white slug with a blue back. She instructed Katsuyu that the village was under attack and needed to reach all the injured, using their link to allow her to heal them, but to ignore the Uchiha, as they were behind the attack. Katsuyu acknowledged the order and divided into smaller clones, spreading throughout the village. Shizune expressed concern about Tsunade's ability to perform the immense healing technique, given her recent injury. Tsunade reassured her that she would also use some of Shizune's chakra, to which Shizune readily agreed, though she warned that the energy required could be dangerous. Tsunade laughed weakly, asserting that she wouldn't die today, especially not with Jiraiya and the children left alone. They needed to save the village. Tsunade and Shizune sat facing each other, holding hands, and began channeling their chakra into Katsuyu. Throughout his long life, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been present in numerous battles, especially during the 2 great ninja world wars. He had won some, lost others, but always managed to escape with his life. He had fought against ninjas from all major villages, as well as those from smaller villages and independent clans. He had even faced the strongest Bijou and lived to tell the tale, something only Hashirama had done before him. Ironically, it was these battles and the deaths that followed that shaped Sarutobi into a man whose goal was the pursuit of peace and understanding, a goal he tried to instill in his students with varying degrees of success and one catastrophic failure. No person should endure what the 3rd Hokage had experienced. In truth, he turned out relatively well, unlike his friend Danzo Shimura, whose extensive and horrifying experiences led him to become a ruthless and emotionless extremist. This was not the first time he or a predecessor had to fight against a traitor. He had battled Orochimaru long ago when the ANBU discovered the unethical experiments he was conducting. To this day, he still wondered if he should have killed his former student when he had the chance, just as the first Hokage had fought against his former friend Madara Uchiha. But even then, Orochimaru and Madara were merely individuals with unchecked ambition. This was the first time an entire clan had rebelled against Konoha. While part of him recalled Tobirama-sensei's warnings about the Uchiha clan being dangerous, another part felt guilty for allowing this to happen and for not trying harder to mend the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Now, surrounded by the Uchiha patriarch and his elite ninjas, Sarutobi knew he was facing death. He did not fear death itself, having never hesitated to take on potentially suicidal missions, but he was concerned about the state the village would be in, possibly worse than after the Kyuubi's attack. Like his predecessor and his only successor, it seemed the fate of the Hokage was to die protecting the village from its enemies. In Sarutobi's case, he would die fighting against fellow villagers. Before the confrontation began, Sarutobi asked one last question about what had happened to Shisui Uchiha. Fugaku, puzzled, inquired why he wanted to know, questioning if Shisui had been some kind of double agent. Sarutobi confirmed he had a plan to stop Fugaku but had not heard from Shisui since their last conversation. Fugaku explained that they were unaware of Shisui's betrayal, but given his friendship with Itachi, it shouldn't have been a surprise. He added that the last anyone from his clan saw of Shisui was when he was speaking with some ANBU. Sarutobi's realization struck him hard, and he groaned as he understood the implications of Danzo's actions. Fugaku taunted him, remarking on how incredible it was that the village had lasted as long as it had. He proclaimed that a new golden era was about to begin, but first, they needed to rid themselves of the relics of the past. With that, Fugaku performed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball toward Hiruzen. The old Hokage, surprisingly swift for his age, dodged the flaming projectile by leaping aside. However, two Uchihas were already waiting for him, their katanas descending toward him. With a swift motion, a large black staff with golden tips appeared in Hiruzen's hands, blocking the dual strike, much to the surprise of the two Uchiha. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen pushed their swords aside and struck them in the face. A trio of Uchihas lunged at him, and while in midair, they drew shurikens from their pouches and hurled them at Hiruzen. He simply nodded and formed hand seals as quickly as he could. Earth-style, Earth Dome Jutsu. The ground began to tremble, and in an instant, the Hokage was shielded by a dense dome of rock that stopped all the shurikens. "Break that dome now," Fugaku commanded. An Uchiha Jonin woman nodded and performed several hand seals. Lightning-style, Powerful Thunder. The Uchiha woman brought her hands above her head, crackling with electricity. With a swift motion, she moved her hands forward, unleashing several bolts that shattered the rock dome Sarutobi was using for cover. Before it was completely destroyed, Sarutobi leaped out. He pulled out a sealing scroll and opened a Fuma Shuriken, tossing it before forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Suddenly, the single Fuma Shuriken multiplied into 20. The Uchiha attempted to evade the metallic rain, and except for one, all managed to dodge the massive weapons. One down. Let's see if I can get more lucky shots, Sarutobi thought as he landed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another Uchiha forming hand seals. Fire-style, Heat or Barrage. Several yellow spherical fireballs appeared around the Uchiha, resembling miniature stars, and with a wave of his hand, he directed them toward the Hokage. Running toward the attacker, Hiruzen spun his staff as fast as he could to deflect the heat orbs, and as he reached the Uchiha, he swung his powerful weapon at him. The Uchiha jumped aside, but to his surprise, a furry white arm emerged from the staff and grabbed the unfortunate Uchiha's neck. With a sickening crunch, the Uchiha was no more. Be careful of that staff. It's actually the Monkey King Enma, a summon. It's extremely dangerous. Fugaku warned the remaining clan members. New plan. I'll fight him directly, the rest of you cover me. The Uchiha patriarch lunged at Sarutobi, his katana ready to strike. The two men clashed, their weapons colliding and parrying each other's blows. Whenever the other Uchihas saw an opening, they unleashed a fire jutsu or hurled kunai or shurikens at the Hokage. Unfortunately, some of these weapons found their marks. A poorly timed fireball nearly hit Fugaku, forcing the Uchiha leader to jump back, giving Sarutobi a moment to breathe. Time he intended to use wisely. It was time to employ the jutsu developed by his two mentors to combat the Uchiha and other clans with special visual powers. He formed a hand seal. In-style, Bearer of Darkness. A mantle of shadows enveloped the entire Hokage tower. Not even the Sharingan could see through this jutsu. However, due to his dwindling chakra, Sarutobi could only maintain this jutsu for a few seconds. Kenichi, track the Hokage now. Fugaku shouted. I'm on it, stammered the Uchiha sensor before forming a hand seal. In no time he located the Hokage. I've got him. He's behind Usuke. Naturally, Hiruzen was not foolish enough to not target the sensor ninja first. Kenichi, another Uchiha shouted, marking his position for Sarutobi. The Hokage silently rushed toward him and struck him down with a well-placed blow from the adamantine staff. Sarutobi found himself unable to maintain the jutsu, and the darkness receded. Fugaku looked on in disgust at the bodies of the Uchiha that the Hokage had just defeated. Even in your old age you're a tough one, aren't you? Has anyone told you that? Fugaku spat, glaring at Hiruzen. A few times. In fact, it's part of the job description, Sarutobi replied, allowing himself a chuckle. To think you've already taken out 4 of my men. There's no one else to blame for their deaths but you. I know. That's why I have to make sure their sacrifice isn't in vain. Underground shelter of the Senju residence. Naruto couldn't help but feel awed by the foresight his parents had when they built the underground shelter. It consisted mainly of a large individual room, as spacious as either floor of their house. There were several shelves filled with canned food and bottled water, as well as a good amount of medical supplies. While there was no visible decoration, there were also some furnishings, like a large table, several chairs, a couple of sofas, and a few cabinets. And as Shizen had said, there was even a bathroom, which had an ample supply of toilet paper. The walls were nearly covered with paper seals. Naruto managed to identify some of them, such as armor seals and shield seals. The former were used to increase the hardness of what they were applied to, and the latter were used to nullify chakra-based attacks, mainly ninjutsu. There were also one-way silence seals that would not let any sound escape the room but would allow the occupants to hear what was happening outside. There were many other seals that Naruto did not recognize, like mirror seals and camouflage seals, which together made it nearly impossible for the shelter to be detected unless someone already knew where it was located. He had heard Shizen say that not even a Sharingan or Byakugan could see through those seals. Naruto had been told that due to both his heritage and his status as a Jinchuriki, many people would want to harm or kidnap him, so they had to do everything possible to protect him. But what kind of threat warranted something like this shelter? Where were his parents in light of what was happening right now? If they were aware, why hadn't they done anything to stop it before it happened? Naruto had too many questions swirling in his mind. He needed to talk to his parents when everything calmed down. The blonde Jinchuriki was pulled from his thoughts when he felt someone tugging at the sleeve of his shirt. It was Kaida looking at him with worried eyes. Naruto-Nissen. Will Mom and Shizen Nekken be okay? Asked the white-haired girl. Naruto wondered the same thing. He had heard many screams, clashes, and explosions, but after a while, there was nothing but silence. Still, he was aware of how strong his adoptive mother and older sister were, and he refused to believe they were gone. Besides, he had to be strong, otherwise the twins would panic. Of course they will. Mom is the strongest woman who ever lived. Naruto said, putting on his best smile. You should have seen her when we trained. She can knock down a tree with a single blow. Can you imagine anyone being able to hurt her? Kaida slowly shook her head. Exactly. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kaida admitted, sounding unconvinced. Naruto frowned. He really needed to do something to distract the twins from what was happening outside. Hey, since we're going to be here for a while, how about we play something to pass the time? I'm sure Mom and Dad left some board games or something, so let's take a look, one of the twins suggested. Yeah, both twins replied in unison, and the 3 children scattered to cover more ground. Kaida searched the cabinets but found only spare clothes in various sizes, smaller ones for her and her brothers, and larger ones for the adults. Naruto inspected the shelves, discovering only food and water. However, Higane found something behind one of the sofas. Hey, look at this, the white-haired boy exclaimed. Naruto and Kaida paused their activities and rushed over to Higane. In front of him was a cardboard box filled with items like scrolls, a couple of books, worn clothes, and used ninja tools. One item that caught Naruto's attention was an open envelope filled with photographs. He took the envelope and pulled out the pictures, with the twins looking on curiously. Hey, look, it's Dad. Higane pointed out. The first photo showed a much younger Jiraiya alongside 3 children. While 2 of them seemed ordinary, the third immediately captured Naruto's interest, a boy with spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes. That boy looks a lot like you, big brother. Kaida remarked, echoing Naruto's thoughts. Do you know who he is? Jiraiya had told Naruto about being his father's sensei and how he would train Naruto to surpass him. A bittersweet smile appeared on Naruto's face as he replied, Yeah, I think I have an idea. He placed that photo at the end of the stack and looked at the next one. It featured a brown-haired man with 3 other children, one with long white hair, another with long black hair, and a girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Who are they? Higane asked. Naruto chuckled softly. Oh, come on, Don't tell me you can't recognize your own parents? Both twins' eyes widened in disbelief. Is that mom and dad? No way! Kaido exclaimed. And who's that other guy? He looks scary. Higane pointed at the third team member. Jiraiya and Tsunade rarely spoke of their third teammate. All Naruto knew was that his name was Orochimaru, and he and Jiraiya had a falling out long before Naruto was born. Another thing I'll have to ask Dad about, Naruto thought. And who is this man? Naruto laughed again. You might not recognize him now, but this man is the same old Hokage. Really? But why isn't he wearing the Hokage hat? Kaido inquired. The Hokage doesn't wear the hat all the time. I mean, we don't wear the same clothes all the time, right? But every time I see the Hokage, he always has that hat on. Higane mentioned. Maybe he wasn't Hokage yet? Naruto wondered. Unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen was already Hokage when he was Jiraiya and Tsunade's sensei. They continued looking through the photos, most featuring Jiraiya with someone else, although there were a couple of their biological parents. One photo that caught Naruto's eye showed Jiraiya with 3 other children, a boy with orange hair, a boy with red hair and unusual eyes, and a smiling girl with blue hair. Mom never told me he was the sensei of another team. Man, I don't think I'll remember all the questions I have for him. Hey, look at this book! Higane exclaimed as he picked up one of the books from the box. Naruto paled at his brother's words. A few months ago, he learned what kind of books his father used to write for a living. What he read had disgusted him, and his respect for Jiraiya had diminished considerably. Don't touch that! Naruto shouted as he snatched the book from his brother's hands. Hey! I'm sorry, but this book isn't for kids. It's not for anyone except perverts, Naruto scolded, looking at the book with distaste. However, his disgust turned to confusion when he saw the title. The Tale of the Brave Ninja. Strange. This doesn't look like the kind of book Dad usually writes. Yet, Jiraiya's name was on the cover. Naruto dared to see if his suspicions were correct and opened the book to a random page. It turned out the book wasn't inappropriate but was apparently an adventure story about a ninja named Naruto. Hey, you're reading the book and you said it wasn't for kids. Kaido protested loudly. I'm sorry, I thought this was a different kind of book. But it's fine, kids can read it. Do you want me to read it to you? Yes, both twins shouted in unison. Naruto sat down on one of the sofas with one twin beside him. He opened the book and noticed a handwritten dedication. This book is dedicated to my godson Naruto. Yes, your parents liked this book so much that they decided to name you after the main character. Funny, right? Anyway, I hope you enjoy this book as much as your parents did, and I hope it inspires you to become a great ninja better than the main character and definitely better than me. Your godfather, Jiraiya. Naruto smiled warmly as he read the dedication. Now he really wanted to read the book and wondered why Jiraiya had never shown it to him before. He needed to jot down all the questions he had. Alright, let's get started. Naruto began reading the first page. Naruto Musasabi leaped from branch to branch as he searched for his enemy. There was only one thing on his mind, to protect Shuku and his home at all costs. Drawing a kunai, he prepared to. Traitor! I hope you rot in hell. The last Uchiha in the area was silenced by Itachi's blade. With this, he had taken down 4 squads, 3 of which were engaged with other Konoha ninjas or defending conquered areas, and 1 team sent to hunt him down after someone alerted the rest of the clan about Itachi's massacre. Even though none of them were close to defeating the prodigy Uchiha, Itachi was beginning to feel fatigued. Reaching into his pouch, he took a soldier pill and swallowed it. He immediately felt his strength returning, but he knew he couldn't fight alone against what remained of the clan. Taking more than 1 soldier pill could have dangerous side effects, some of which could be immediate. This was the last Uchiha squad in this district. I've tracked another squad fighting against some Konoha ninjas. They're 3 blocks from the academy, reported the crow on his shoulder. Itachi nodded and headed toward the academy. What about Sasuke and Shisui? The clone of Kuroke's inquired. They haven't moved since you left, he replied. That's good. Also there's... Oh, what do you mean? Did something happen to Sasuke or Shisui? Itachi asked, A hint of panic in his voice. No, it's not that. One of my clones found the Hokage. He's fighting against your father and other Uchiha. It doesn't seem like the Hokage is winning. What? Damn minute. Where are they? At the top of the Hokage tower. Then that's my next destination. Itachi leaped from rooftop to rooftop, heading toward the Hokage tower. He hoped he would arrive in time. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The 4 remaining Uchiha surrounded the Hokage, bombarding him with fire jutsus from all angles. Dodging was not an option. Fortunately, it wasn't their only choice. Earth style, Multiple Earth Domes Jutsu. Rocks appeared from nowhere, forming a dome around the Hokage. However, another dome formed around the first, and then a third. The barrage of fireballs destroyed the outer dome but left the other 2 relatively intact. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha, Sarutobi was forming hand seals. Earth style, Death Projectiles Jutsu. The second dome suddenly shattered into thousands of sharp rocks, flying outward in all directions, striking the 4 Uchiha. Fugaku and the other 2 managed to avoid most of the damage with a well-timed substitution, but the third was not quick enough and fell as the sharp rocks pierced him. Destroy that dome before he can launch that jutsu again. Fugaku ordered. The other 2 Uchiha nodded and threw several kunai with explosive tags attached at the dome. The explosions shattered the rocky shelter. Sarutobi managed to escape the dome before the blasts could harm him, and without wasting time, he formed more hand seals. Fire style, Dragon Fire Bullet. Hiruzen leaned back and exhaled a massive stream of fire. Unfortunately for the Hokage, Fugaku's Sharingan copied the attack. Fire style, Dragon Fire Bullet. The 2 fiery streams clashed against each other, pushing back and forth, though ultimately, Sarutobi's attack seemed to be the stronger. Unfortunately for Sarutobi, this was not a one-on-one duel. The 2 remaining Uchiha ran parallel to the streams of fire and unleashed a barrage of shurikens toward the Hokage. Cursing inwardly, he cancelled his current jutsu and jumped, narrowly avoiding the rain of shurikens, though a few grazed his skin, and almost getting burned by Fugaku's attack. Upon landing, Sarutobi nearly lost his balance and fell to one knee, gasping heavily. You know, Hiruzen, given all the trouble you've caused me alone, I'm sure that if you had decided to keep some Ambu by your side, you would have made it out alive. But this fight ends now, Fugaku declared. Why are you so sure, Fugaku? I've already taken down more than half of your men. What can you do to prevent me from taking you and your remaining squad mates down? To start your age. While you are strong, it's clear you can't keep fighting for much longer. How old are you, 70? People your age are not known for their stamina, you know. You barely have chakra left. Then there's all the blood you've already lost from the kunai and shuriken wounds you couldn't dodge. Your movements have become slower and more careless as the fight progressed. You can hardly stand. And finally, the fact that you didn't realize I trapped you in a genjutsu, and my men have already moved to finish you, Fugaku said, forming a hand seal and dispelling the genjutsu. Suddenly, Sarutobi found his chest pierced by 2 katanas, held by Fugaku's 2 remaining men. The adamantine staff vanished in a puff of smoke. He felt the little energy he had left fading, and within moments, he fell to the ground, lifeless, without enough time or strength to utter any final words. You have been a strong opponent, Hiruzen Sarutobi. History books will remember your brave last stand. I can promise you that. Itachi, I regret to inform you that the 3rd Hokage has died, the clone of Kuroke said. Amen. Itachi cursed aloud. If the Hokage had only lasted a few more minutes. How many men does my father have with him? 2. Itachi, are you planning to fight? Even with that soldier pill, you're quite exhausted, the crow remarked. Yes, I am. And he just fought against the 3rd Hokage. He must be much more fatigued than I am. I believe I can defeat him. With my father gone, the Uchiha will have no leader, and the remaining squads will either be destroyed or forced to surrender, bringing this conflict to an end. I see you've made your decision. Is there anything else I can do to help? Not anymore, Kurokase. You've been a great help here, but I can continue on my own. Please keep an eye on Shisui and Sasuke until this madness is over. As you wish, Itachi. Good luck, the crow clone said before taking flight. Thank you. Itachi couldn't help but wonder what he would say to Sasuke when it was all over. After all, he was going to kill their father. Even if it was for a greater good, he feared Sasuke wouldn't see it that way. No, I can't think about that. If I'm not focused, I won't be able to end this. This is all my fault for not acting sooner, Itachi thought to himself, pushing his conflicting thoughts aside. Forgive me, Sasuke. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Itachi pulled several shurikens from his tool pouch, grabbing a handful in each hand. With a few leaps, he reached the roof, jumping over his father and his two unsuspecting companions to unleash a rain of metal. Fugaku spotted Itachi just in time, activating his Sharingan and using his katana to deflect the shurikens aimed at him. The other two Uchiha, caught off guard by their apparent victory and momentarily dulled by fatigue and injuries, failed to notice the newcomer and fell almost instantly. Itachi landed before Fugaku, katana in hand. Look who decided to show up, Fugaku spat with disdain. But I'm afraid you've arrived too late, son. The old regime no longer exists. To save the Hokage, perhaps. But to end this madness, not even by a long shot, Itachi calmly replied. I've already taken down half the clan, and the forces of Konoha are dealing with the other half as we speak. I'm sorry, father, but you've already lost. And now? Itachi faced his father, Fugaku, who was filled with anger over the insurrection against the village, the death of the Hokage, and the loss of many Konoha ninjas. Fugaku's expression twisted into a grimace as he declared that he had underestimated his son, believing he only needed time to reflect. He regretted not being harsher and wished he had imprisoned Itachi instead of letting him go. Itachi stood firm, asserting that he was no traitor and that his loyalty had always been to the village. He accused Fugaku of betraying Konoha by instigating a rebellion that would lead to nothing good. Fugaku, filled with rage, insisted that he acted for the sake of his sons, believing the Uchiha clan would perish under Konoha's oppression. Itachi countered, stating that the rebellion was doomed from the start and that he had merely expedited the inevitable, preventing a total civil war that would have destroyed Konoha. He expressed regret only for not acting sooner. Fugaku declared that if he could not have Konoha, then it would not have the Sharingan either. He planned to gather the survivors and start anew, even creating their own village. Itachi acknowledged that the Uchiha clan would thrive again, but not under Fugaku's leadership. He raised his katana, signaling that the time for words had ended, and it was time for Fugaku to face the consequences of his actions. They charged at each other, swords drawn. Fugaku struck first, his blade finding its mark. Itachi felt the impact as Fugaku's sword pierced his neck, and Fugaku's eyes filled with tears as he realized the gravity of their confrontation. Suddenly, Itachi transformed into a flurry of crows that scattered in all directions, leaving Fugaku to feel a sharp pain as a blade pierced his chest. As Fugaku's life began to fade, he was overwhelmed by regret, realizing the truth in the words of both Hiruzen and Itachi. In his final moments, Fugaku bitterly wondered why clarity only came with death and urged Itachi to take care of Sasuke. Itachi promised he would. With that, Fugaku Uchiha departed from the world of the living. Itachi released his grip on the katana, and Fugaku's lifeless body fell to the ground. Itachi knelt, overwhelmed by sorrow as all the emotions he had suppressed surged forth. His grief was interrupted by a sharp pain in his eyes, reminiscent of the sensation his father had felt moments before. He recalled a conversation with Shisui about the evolution of the Sharingan after experiencing loss. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A soft groan pulled Itachi from his thoughts, and he turned to see the Hokage still alive. Rushing to the fallen Hokage, Itachi urged him to hold on while he sought help. Drawing his own blood, he performed a summoning jutsu, and one of Kuroke's clones appeared. Kuroke's, noticing the urgency, immediately flew off to find a medic. A minute later, one of the crows returned, carrying a large slug. As the sun began to rise, Tsunade and Shizun were surprised to see one of Katsuyu's clones rushing towards them, announcing that the coup had been halted and all injured had been healed. Tsunade, however, seemed on the verge of collapse, prompting Shizune to insist they get her to the hospital. Tsunade murmured about checking on the children first, and Shizune hurried back to the house. To her relief, the secret hatch remained intact. Inside, she found the 3 children asleep on the sofa, Naruto in the middle, with his siblings resting against him. A book lay open on his lap. Shizune smiled at the sight, appreciating Naruto's efforts to keep his siblings calm. After waking them, they rushed outside to find Tsunade motionless on the ground. Katsuyu's clone reassured them that she was still alive but needed immediate help. Shizune quickly organized the children to assist her in getting Tsunade to the hospital. The next day, Sasuke awoke as usual, dressed, and stepped out of his room. The house felt unusually quiet, and he sensed something was wrong. He called out for his parents but received no response. It was strange. Sasuke's parents always woke up at least an hour before him. He went downstairs and inspected the rest of the house, finding it empty. Then he heard a noise coming from above. The boy with black hair hurried back upstairs and saw Itachi entering through one of the windows. Sasuke was puzzled to see his brother, especially since Itachi's clothes were soaked and his face was flushed, his body trembling. Itachi urged Sasuke to come down, saying there was something important he needed to share. That morning, Sasuke awakened his Sharingan. Thanks to the efforts of Itachi and Tsunade, the Uchiha coup was quelled by sunrise, saving many from what would have been certain death. Among those saved was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, despite being in critical condition, managed to cling to life thanks to a clone of Katsuyu that Kurokaze had managed to bring until the real doctors arrived. Many messengers were dispatched to summon the Jonin outside the village, ordering them to abandon or complete any missions they were on and return immediately to assist with reconstruction efforts. Upon learning of their failure and the death of their leader, the few remaining Uchiha decided to fight rather than surrender, knowing they would be executed for committing high treason. The mercenaries and criminals who had not fled Konoha when it became clear they were losing the battle chose to surrender. Those confirmed to have committed murders would face execution, while the rest would be sent to prison. A massive funeral was held to honor all those, both ninjas and civilians, who died during the insurrection. While many lives were lost, the most notable deaths were those of clan leaders like Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka. Naruto did his best to comfort Hinata, who, like her mother and younger sister, spent the entire ceremony in tears. Hinata's pain was contagious, and Naruto found himself crying too, even though he barely knew Hayashi. He could feel Hinata's sorrow deeply. Naruto also recognized 3 of his classmates, Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, weeping profusely as they stood before Inoichi's grave. While Ino's grief was understandable, Naruto couldn't comprehend why Shikamaru and Chuji were so affected. He was unaware that the 3 clans were very close, and Inoichi was an honorary uncle to both Shikamaru and Chuji. There was another funeral after the main one, for Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, at Itachi's request. Only Itachi, Shisui, and Sasuke, the last 3 surviving Uchihas, attended the ceremony. After the coup was suppressed, an air of dread and hopelessness hung over Konoha, a feeling not experienced since the Kyuubi attack 8 years prior. The near death of the 3rd Hokage was a significant blow to the populace, especially the ninjas. He was not only loved and respected, but unlike his successor, who was killed by what most believed to be a mindless monster, Hiruzen Sarutobi had nearly been slain by the head of one of Konoha's most respected clans. Many began to wonder what would become of Konoha now. Losing one of its strongest clans was just the tip of the iceberg. The Hyuga clan, the largest in Konoha, had lost nearly 40% of its members. Overall, Konoha had lost almost 30% of its workforce, most of whom were Chunin and Special Jonin. These losses, combined with the absence of a Hokage, led many to fear that other villages might take advantage of the situation and invade. All they could do was pray that such a thing would not happen and that Konoha would soon choose a Hokage to restore its former glory. 2 days after the coup, Jiraiya rushed through the hospital corridors, fearing the worst. The Sannin felt a sense of déjà vu when a ninja messenger collided with him, delivering the news of the Uchiha coup and the 3rd Hokage's critical condition. While the news was alarming, The messenger also mentioned that Tsunade, after being gravely injured, had used her healing network to assist all those fighting against the Uchiha and their mercenaries. She was now in critical condition as well. 8 years ago, he lost one of his students. Now, he might lose his sensei, whom he loved like the father he never knew. He couldn't bear the thought of losing his wife too. After confirming he was on the right corridor, Jiraiya began checking door numbers until he found the correct one. He burst through the door and, to his relief, saw his former teammate, now wife and mother of his children, alive and seemingly well. Shizune, Naruto, Hagane, and Kaida were also present, but he would not register their presence until later. Naruto brightened at the sight of his father. Tsunade weakly greeted him with a small smile. Jiraiya rushed to embrace her, but she winced in pain, reminding him that she had been injured. He quickly apologized, explaining that he feared the worst upon hearing what had happened and was relieved to see her alive. Tsunade acknowledged his concern but mentioned that it would be a few weeks before she could leave the hospital, expressing her lack of enthusiasm about it. Jiraiya smiled in response, but then he noticed something unusual on Tsunade's forehead. Her Byakugo seal looked different, larger than usual, with uneven sides and angles, almost resembling a poorly drawn picture. When he inquired about it, Tsunade explained that Kaida had been upset because she thought her mother had lost her diamond, prompting Kaida to create a new one with a purple marker. Jiraiya noticed that his daughter also had a diamond drawn on her forehead, but it looked much better. Kaida proudly showed off her creation, and Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at his daughter's playful antics. Tsunade then requested Jiraiya to place some privacy seals in the room, indicating she needed to discuss something important. After a few moments, Jiraiya confirmed it was safe to talk without fear of being overheard. Shizune offered to take the children outside, guessing the topic of conversation. Tsunade agreed, asking her to take them to get something to eat. Shizune nodded and left Jiraiya and Tsunade alone in the room. After Shizune and Jiraiya dealt with the Uchihas sent to apprehend them, another figure appeared. A masked man cloaked in Akatsuki attire stood before them. This man possessed a Sharingan and could wield the wood release technique. Jiraiya was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. He knew that the person behind such actions had to be powerful, but this was beyond his wildest conjectures. Concern for Naruto filled him. If that man was pursuing him, Naruto needed to grow stronger. Konoha as a whole needed to be stronger. Fortunately, someone was about to provide the necessary tools for that task. A knock sounded at the door. Jiraiya deactivated the privacy seals while Tsunade instructed the visitor to enter. An ANBU operative wearing a bear mask stepped inside. Jiraiya-sama, the Elder Council requires your presence at the Hokage Tower, the ANBU announced. Jiraiya groaned, a frown forming on his face. He wondered what the elders wanted this time. Tsunade interjected, noting that Sarutobi-sensei could no longer continue as Hokage. It was clear they wanted Jiraiya to take his place. Jiraiya laughed heartily, finding the idea amusing. He thanked Tsunade for the joke, saying he needed a good laugh. He promised to see her later, giving her a quick kiss before leaving the room. At the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He was met by Hamura Mitokado and Koharutate, former teammates of Sarutobi and now advisors after retiring from active duty. Hamura crossed his arms, annoyed, and questioned if Jiraiya thought they were joking. Jiraiya retorted that they seemed to lack any sense of fun, which only deepened the elders' frowns. Koharu explained that they had lost 2 Hokage in less than a decade, along with their recent losses. They needed to appoint a new Hokage as soon as possible, and unfortunately, Jiraiya was their best candidate. Jiraiya protested, claiming he would be terrible at the job and that there must be a better candidate. Hamura mentioned that Danzo had also spoken to them about supporting him for the position. Jiraiya dismissed the idea of Danzo being a better candidate, calling him a psychopath. Hamura calmly explained that their support for Jiraiya was not based on personal affection or belief in his potential as Hokage, but rather because it was what Hiruzen had wanted. Jiraiya expressed disbelief, questioning whether Sarutobi-sensei had truly seen him as Hokage. Hamura reassured him that he did not need to take their word for it. He placed a scroll in front of Jiraiya, revealing it to be Sarutobi's last will. Skeptical, Jiraiya opened the scroll and began to read. It detailed Sarutobi's thoughts on the Uchiha clan and the events surrounding the Kyuubi attack 8 years prior. He reflected on the distrust that had grown between the Uchiha and Konoha and his own failures in handling the situation. Sarutobi expressed regret for not appointing Jiraiya or Tsunade as Hokage when they returned to care for Naruto. The letter concluded with Sarutobi urging Jiraiya and Tsunade to lead the village, emphasizing their combined strength, experience, and wisdom. He expressed his love for his family and his hope that they would protect Konoha until Naruto was ready to take on the mantle. As Jiraiya finished reading, the two advisors observed the change in his expression, particularly regarding the parts that mentioned him and Tsunade. Once he was done, they spoke again. Kohar pointed out that while Tsunade would have been a strong candidate, she would be bedridden for a considerable time, according to what the ANBU had reported. They could not afford to wait that long. They also believed that bringing Tsunade out of the hospital to place her in the Hokage's office would not serve the village well. Not only has our medical care improved significantly since she took charge of the hospital, but the number of our medical ninjas and their overall skills have also increased considerably since her return, Hamura explained. Jiraiya protested, feeling the need to defend himself. He mentioned that it might seem like he just stayed home writing novels, but he also worked for the village as the main information gatherer. Hamura acknowledged this but pointed out that they could send someone else to meet with his spies or train others in the art of gathering information. They couldn't simply ask a doctor of Tsunade's caliber to stay in an office doing paperwork. Jiraiya sighed, a part of him regretting his return to the village. Taking care of Naruto was manageable, but being Hokage? That was out of the question. The thought of handing the Hokage mantle to Danzo was a nightmare, to say the least. Defeated, he admitted he had no choice. He decided he would become the new Hokage. Hamura responded with enthusiasm, stating they would announce his appointment that afternoon. Later that day, Jiraiya felt more nervous than he ever had in his life. Perhaps only the day before his wedding compared, but marrying one woman was nothing like being married to the entire village. As the two elders spoke to the gathered crowd around the tower, Shizune adjusted her robe to ensure she looked presentable. Naruto, Kaida, and Higane were also present. Jiraiya asked how he looked, and Shizune smiled, telling him he looked absolutely imposing. However, he frowned in response, reminding her to drop the honorifics when speaking to him. He preferred just Jiraiya. Shizune replied that since he was about to become Hokage, she didn't see that happening anytime soon. With a flourish, Hamura announced Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage. Shizune encouraged him, giving him a pat on the back, while Higane cheered for him, and Kaida added that they would be there cheering him on. Naruto chimed in, saying he would soon be the 2nd best Hokage the village had ever had. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, puzzled by the comment about being 2nd best. He asked who the best was, but then shrugged it off, realizing what Naruto had done. Without wasting any time, Jiraiya walked to the edge of the tower and glanced at the large crowd below, who waited in silence for him to speak. He knew he had to make it worth their wait. He began his speech, addressing the people of Konoha. He noted that the appointment of a new Hokage was usually a reason to celebrate, but he could see that no one felt like celebrating. Konoha had gone through one of its darkest times, surpassed only by the attack of the Kyuubi. Many good ninjas had died, and families had lost loved ones. However, he urged them not to be consumed by grief but to remain strong. They had faced similar challenges before and had recovered quickly, and this time would be no different. He reminded them that their beloved 3rd Hokage, his mentor, may no longer be with them, but his will, the will of fire, still lived on. The 3rd Hokage wanted them to move forward, to be happy, and to keep the village strong and thriving. He vowed to honor his master's last request by becoming Hokage and working hard to uphold his legacy. He called on everyone to do the same, to let anyone who wished to harm them know that this village could withstand anything. As Jiraiya concluded his speech, the crowd erupted in cheers. His family members present smiled proudly at him. Shizune thought about how he had always been a good speaker and lamented that Tsunade wasn't there to see it. She would have loved it. Orochimaru's main base in the land of rice fields, Obito emerged from his characteristic swirling vortex, looking as if he had been trampled by a stampede of wild elephants. His cloak was torn, his mask nearly shattered, and his body bore multiple bruises, with one arm completely missing. Another member of Akatsuki awaited his arrival. Orochimaru greeted him sarcastically, laughing as he noted that Tsunade had clearly given him a hard time. He remarked that Obito needed to choose his opponents more wisely. Obito growled in response, throwing aside his broken mask and demanding that Orochimaru prepare the operating table. Orochimaru noted that it seemed Obito needed surgery as if there were no tomorrow. Obito, irritated by Orochimaru's taunts, growled that if he hadn't needed him, he would have killed him long ago. Orochimaru shrugged, maintaining his unsettling smile. He asked if Obito had at least obtained something useful from the mess. Without saying a word, Obito pulled 3 sealing scrolls from his torn cloak and tossed them to Orochimaru. The yellow-eyed man opened them, revealing a collection of Byakugan eyes, a pair of Byakugan eyes, and a single Sharingan eye. Orochimaru commented on the good haul but inquired why the Byakugan were separated. Obito explained that they belonged to the head of the Hyuga clan and that he needed those specific eyes, so Orochimaru shouldn't touch them. Though Orochimaru was tempted to ask more, he sensed that Obito wasn't in the mood to indulge his curiosity. He could always learn about Obito's secret plans later. He then asked about the modifications he had made to Obito's body, curious if he had noticed any improvements. Obito admitted that it took him much less effort to use wood element techniques, but he still couldn't give his jutsu the full power he desired. Orochimaru advised him that progress sometimes took baby steps and that his first priority was to find a way to extend his life beyond its natural limits. Obito countered that Orochimaru should focus on improving his body even more, especially if he wanted Obito to continue providing him with more genetic material from Hashirama. Orochimaru feigned hurt, claiming his work always produced the best results. He then asked which he would prefer, the Byakugan or the Sharingan. Obito chose the latter, and Orochimaru noted that he understood, asking if Obito missed having both. He mentioned that he would have certainly chosen the Byakugan. For greater versatility, you know. Obito had his reasons and instructed Orochimaru to prepare the operating table. He had no intention of revealing the special properties of Shirsue's eye to the Sannin of the serpents, nor to anyone in Akatsuki. Trust was a rare commodity in an organization made up almost entirely of criminals. Minutes later, Obito found himself bound to the operating table, with Orochimaru looming over him, a sadistic smile on his face. If only all his test subjects possessed the enthusiasm and courage of Obito. Orochimaru declared that they would begin with the eye and then fix the rest of Obito's body. He offered anesthetics, but Obito refused, asserting that he should know better. Orochimaru then put away the syringe and took out a scalpel, warning Obito that it would hurt a lot, but he should already be aware of that. Obito dismissed Orochimaru's attempts to intimidate him, claiming he no longer felt pain. Orochimaru chuckled, wondering what their leader would say about that. The first law Jiraiya passed was not well received, though he had anticipated such a reaction. The clan discrimination bill was designed to punish those who attacked, discriminated against, or ostracized someone for belonging to a particular clan. It was painfully obvious that, while it affected all clans, the main aim was to protect the last 3 remaining Uchihas from the wrath of the rest of Konoha, especially those who had lost someone during the failed coup. Once news spread that Itachi, Shirsue, and Sasuke were still alive, a mob formed and headed toward the Uchiha complex, ready to eliminate the demons with red eyes. Fortunately, the ANBU acted swiftly and dispersed the crowd before they could cause any harm. Jiraiya couldn't help but think that if it weren't for Tsunade and himself, similar mobs would have formed to hunt down Naruto. Perhaps that was why Sarutobi wanted to enact a law to prevent people from mentioning the Kyuubi. Jiraiya held a meeting with the 2 older Uchihas to discuss the future of their clan, which turned out to be more interesting than he had anticipated. Shirsue recounted his failed role in stopping the coup and how Danzo had stolen his eye to gain its mind control powers. However, even after Jiraiya ordered a search of Danzo's facilities, the eye was never found, and Danzo denied everything. Given Danzo's eloquence about not trusting the Uchihas, the people were not pleased with Jiraiya siding with them over Danzo. Jiraiya appointed Shisui, the eldest at 22, as the new head of the Uchiha clan. His first action was to rescind Fugaku's exile of Itachi. Shisui also sold most of the Uchiha properties to Konoha, including the entire Uchiha complex, as compensation for the coup, while requesting a new home for them to live in. Jiraiya purchased a 4-bedroom apartment near the south gate, and they moved in as soon as possible, as Shisui viewed their new home as a symbol of a fresh start for the Uchihas. However, things were far from perfect for the remaining Uchihas, especially the youngest. Itachi hesitated to enter Sasuke's room, despite the door being open. Sasuke's room, though spacious, contained only a bed, a wardrobe, and a small nightstand. Sasuke sat on his bed, gazing out the window. Itachi wondered if he would like to train together. In the past, Sasuke would have jumped at the chance, but now he barely reacted. Itachi noticed Sasuke's mood and suggested they go out for a meal together, but once again, it was as if Sasuke hadn't heard him. Sensing his brother's reluctance, Itachi decided to leave. He expressed his willingness to talk whenever Sasuke was ready, but received no response. Itachi exited Sasuke's room and made his way to the living room, which was quite large but felt empty due to its sparse furniture. At least there were a couple of sofas, one of which was occupied by Shisui. Shisui inquired about Itachi's progress with Sasuke, to which Itachi responded that things remained unchanged. He couldn't blame Sasuke, considering the trauma of losing their father and half their clan. Shisui reassured Itachi that Sasuke would eventually understand that he had done the right thing and needed time to process his feelings. Itachi remained doubtful, fearing that Sasuke would never be the same again, and that Konoha's animosity toward them would complicate things further. Shisui encouraged Itachi to remain strong, asserting that Sasuke needed his older brother to be supportive. Despite the challenges, Shisui maintained a cheerful demeanor, revealing that he had a date with the most beautiful medic in Konoha. Itachi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shizune had agreed to go out with Shisui. Shisui playfully remarked that Itachi still had a sense of humor, indicating hope for his brother. Shisui also shared that he had received a message from Nikoba, who agreed to move her shop to Konoha, which was good news for their community. She intended to do it for Tamaki, ensuring that the abandoned city was no place for a girl, and even mentioned enrolling Tamaki in the academy, which delighted Itachi. Sasuke could definitely use a friend like her. Shisui noted that Sasuke never made friends at the academy, which was unfortunate. He was too focused on his ninja training and thought socializing was a waste of time. Itachi pondered for a moment and then realized something. He asked Shisui if he had ever considered an eye transplant, mentioning that Konoha likely had many unused Sharingan eyes. Shisui chuckled, recalling that Shizune had asked him the same question. He expressed his discomfort with the idea of having a stranger's eye and preferred to wait until he could recover his other eye, managing with just one for now. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly opened his eyes, feeling not just weak but numb, as if his brain barely registered the rest of his body. The sensation was familiar, likely due to the many medications and painkillers coursing through him. As he looked around, he realized he was in a hospital room, lying in a bed. Beside him sat a large man with white hair, glaring at him with intensity. Jiraiya expressed his frustration at Sarutobi for taking so long to wake up, revealing his anger stemmed from concern. Sarutobi weakly joked about Jiraiya's tone, reminding him of their relationship. Jiraiya threw a scroll at him, indicating that he was now in front of his new boss and needed to express his love for his family. Sarutobi recognized the scroll as his last will and testament and questioned how Jiraiya had obtained it, given that it was meant to open upon his death. Jiraiya explained that Sarutobi had indeed been dead for a few minutes, thanks to the efforts of the medical staff. His expression then shifted to one of fury as he scolded Sarutobi for sending his Anbu away and confronting the Uchihas alone, emphasizing how miraculous it was that he was still alive. Sarutobi defended his actions, stating he could protect himself while others could not, and inquired about Fugaku's fate. Jiraiya grimly informed him that Fugaku was dead, killed by his own son, along with most of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi looked away, cursing internally at the catastrophic outcome. He asked if any Uchiha had survived, to which Jiraiya replied that 3 were still alive, Fugaku's 2 sons and Shisui. He recounted how Shisui claimed he was about to use a Sharingan technique to prevent the attack but was ambushed by Danzo, who stole one of his eyes. Sarutobi sighed, revealing that Shisui had been his trump card against the Uchihas, a way to stop the conflict without bloodshed. He shared his fears about Danzo's betrayal. Jiraiya had already searched Danzo's facilities, but the eye was missing, and Danzo claimed Shisui was lying. Despite this, Jiraiya believed they had enough evidence of Danzo's treachery to take action eventually. Sarutobi expressed doubt about the weight of an Uchiha's testimony, especially one who was deceased, but suggested keeping a close watch on Danzo until he made a mistake. As Jiraiya prepared to leave for the tower, he mentioned the overwhelming amount of paperwork awaiting him, joking that Sarutobi would not miss it. He promised to visit Sarutobi whenever he had free time, knowing that the Hokage would be in the hospital for a while. The following days were a whirlwind for Jiraiya, filled with meetings, law approvals, mission assignments, and diplomatic relations. He felt on the verge of losing his sanity, almost hearing Sarutobi's laughter echoing from the hospital. Yet, he was eager to continue a particular meeting. Before him sat an androgynous boy, who had been mistaken for a girl until corrected, alongside a tall, muscular man bound in chains and held by 2 Enbu. Jiraiya began addressing Zabusa Momochi, noting how far he was from the land of water. He mentioned the failed coup in Kirigakure and questioned if Zabusa was trying his luck in Konoha. Zabusa calmly stated that he had no interest in Konoha, explaining that it was merely a job. He was surprised to see Jiraiya back in Konoha, especially as Hokage. Jiraiya explained that he had taken the position because Zabusa's client had incapacitated his predecessor. He admitted that he would have executed Zabusa for aiding the Uchihas but was willing to spare him due to the boy's potential. Zabusa acknowledged the boy's ice element and remarked on Konoha's fascination with bloodline limits, noting that Haku was an even better asset than he had anticipated. After Tandai had scanned Zabusa's mind, the Anbu discovered Haku in a tent outside Konoha, a survivor of the infamous purges in the Land of Water and the last of his clan. The opportunity to add another bloodline limit to Konoha was too good to pass up. Jiraiya remarked on Zabusa's reputation as the Demon of the Mist and his notorious subordinates, questioning the boy's nickname. Zabusa admitted that he would have trained Haku better if he had more time, and Jiraiya expressed disbelief that Zabusa would care for a child. Zabusa countered that Haku possessed powers that could be useful for his goals, suggesting that Jiraiya would likely do the same. "Let's get straight to the point and tell me what you plan to do with us," Zabusa said, his tone challenging. Jiraiya, scowling at the Kiri swordsman, responded with a fierce glare. "First and foremost, it's Hokage-sama to you, scum. Here's what we're going to do. From this moment on, you will be sent to prison, and Haku will attend our ninja academy. Once Haku graduates, and if there are no incidents while you're there, you will be released on probation. During your probation, you will undertake missions for the village. Once I believe your debt to the village is paid, both you and Haku will be released without charges and free to go wherever you wish. As you can see, it's a pretty reasonable deal." Naturally, Jiraiya didn't mention that his plan relied on the hope that Haku would grow attached to Konoha and not want to leave with Zabusa once the swordsman's probation ended. Zabusa had already guessed this but decided it was better not to voice certain thoughts. "And what if I refuse?" Zabusa asked tentatively. "Then you will be executed immediately, and Haku will be sent to a certain treatment of mine that will brainwash him into becoming an obedient drone. Once he is old enough, he will be forced to have children with various women from Konoha to produce ice element users. Honestly, I wouldn't want to do that, as it's not a good alternative for either of you. But this isn't just your choice," Jiraiya said, looking Haku in the eyes. "What do you say, boy? Do you want to save your friend and become a ninja of Konoha?" Haku trembled, glancing at Zabusa with fearful eyes as if seeking his approval. The Demon of the Mist simply nodded, and Haku mirrored the gesture. 9 years after the Kyuubi attack, fortunately for Konoha and its inhabitants, the damage caused by the Uchiha coup was not as severe as that caused by the Kyuubi, both in terms of human casualties and property destruction. Within a few weeks, Konoha was functioning normally, even if its forces were considerably weaker. Still, Jiraiya made an effort to present the village as strong and did not halt or slow the flow of missions. One of the institutions of Konoha that also returned to normal was the academy. It was the beginning of a new school year, and Jiraiya's educational reforms were starting to take effect. Many students, especially those born to civilian families, found the new academy too challenging and transferred to civilian schools. Nevertheless, there were at least 3 new faces to replace some of those who had left. "Welcome back to the academy, children," Irika announced. "At least, those who passed last year's exam. Before we begin, we have 3 new students who recently moved to Konoha. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" The first to step forward was a girl with shoulder-length red hair, red eyes, and glasses. "My name is Karen Uzumaki. I haven't been in Konoha long, but I like this place so far and want to become a ninja," Karen said. "Hey, I'm an Uzumaki too," Naruto exclaimed, waving his hand at her. "Where have you been all this time?" "Naruto, please don't interrupt," Irika reprimanded sternly. "You can talk to Karen later if you wish. Now, who wants to go next?" This time, a girl with long brown hair stepped forward. "Hello everyone, my name is Tamaki. I used to live with my grandmother in an abandoned town, but she thought it would be good for me to move here. I obviously want to be a ninja and, well, I love cats." Tamaki heard a disdainful snort in response. She didn't know where it came from, but many noticed it was Kiba, who looked at the girl with contempt. Without waiting for Irika to say anything, the last newcomer introduced himself. "My name is Hakuyuki. I come from the land of water. People like me aren't very welcome there, so I'll stay in Konoha until things improve. Yugao and Hayate told me not to mention my connection to Zabuza to those who don't know yet, at least for now. You all seem like nice people, and I'm eager to meet everyone." Shino raised his hand. "Is Shino?" Irika asked. "I would like to ask Haku-san something, if that's all right." "Of course, I'm sure Haku would be happy to answer any questions you have about him," Irika replied, glancing at Haku for approval. The boy nodded silently. Many voices repeated in disbelief. "My question isn't about his gender," Shino clarified, adjusting his collar. "You said that people like you aren't welcome in the land of water. Does that mean you have a bloodline limit?" "I possess the ice element bloodline," Haku replied in a neutral tone, masking his internal concern. "But you don't have to worry. Here in Konoha, no one will hate you for having such abilities," Irika assured the girl with a feminine appearance. "Now that everyone has introduced themselves, please take your seats." Tamaki sat in an empty seat next to a bored shikamer. Haku took a seat in the front row. Karen was about to sit next to Naruto and Hinata, but something else caught her attention. Specifically, the good looks of Sasuke Uchiha. Fortunately for her, there was an empty seat beside him. Naruto's face fell when Karen chose to sit with his rival instead of him, her family. Sasuke recognized Karen with a sigh. The redhead then noticed another girl sitting across from Sasuke, one with long pink hair, glaring at her with fury. "Maybe you should go sit somewhere else, Karen," a voice called from the upper tables. Karen turned to see a blonde girl looking at her. "While I can see why you chose to sit with Sasuke, you should know he comes from a clan of traitors and murderers. It may not be safe to be near him. I'm sure you'd be better off with Naruto. He is your family after all." Sasuke didn't seem to react to the hurtful words of the blonde, but the pink-haired girl beside him certainly did. "Enough, Ino," Sakura shouted. "Sasuke had nothing to do with the coup, and you know it. Stop being so mean to him. You weren't the only one who lost someone that day. And you should stop defending him, Sakura." "Oh yes, Sasuke lost his clan, boo-hoo-hoo. Maybe they should have thought twice before trying to take over Konoha." "Enough, you two," Irika shouted, silencing the arguing girls. "I will not tolerate that kind of conversation, understood?" The coup d'état by the Uchiha was a dark day in the history of the village, but harboring resentment would not help anyone. Haku was beginning to understand why he had been advised to keep his ties to Zabuza a secret. Tamaki, however, was undeterred by Ino's words. Her family had always been a staunch ally of the Uchiha clan, and she was determined to show her support for Sasuke. Her good looks certainly didn't hurt either. Once everyone had calmed down, the teacher instructed the students to open their books to page 3. Jiraiya was tirelessly working in his office as usual. Even with the help of a couple of shadow clones, it seemed that the paperwork would never end. He missed the free time he used to have when he trained Naruto, Higain, and Kaida, or spent quality moments with his wife. Now, those moments were much scarcer. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he decided he needed a break, even though the clones continued to work. He opened a drawer and pulled out the unfinished draft of his next Ika volume. Progress had been slow, so he knew he needed to hurry and finish it. He would hate to keep his loyal fans waiting. However, something in the drawer caught the Hokage's attention, his first novel. He picked it up and recalled a conversation he had with his godson a few months ago. In a flashback, someone knocked on Jiraiya's office door. He called for the visitor to enter, relieved to have a brief respite from the endless mountain of paperwork. To his surprise, his godson walked in, and Jiraiya's smile widened. Naruto returned the smile, mentioning that he had some questions he believed only Jiraiya could answer. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair, fingers crossed over his lap, ready to hear what was on Naruto's mind. He wondered if it was something about the academy, his mother, or perhaps a girl he liked. Naruto interrupted before Jiraiya could imagine more ridiculous scenarios and handed him something from his pocket. The surprised Sannin recognized it as not just his first book, but the one he had given to Minato as a gift. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he asked where Naruto had found it. Naruto explained that he had discovered it in an underground shelter, inside a box. He expressed how much he enjoyed the book, claiming it was much better than Jiraiya's current work, and questioned why he hadn't mentioned it before or written more like it. Jiraiya sighed deeply, admitting that he had forgotten about it. He explained that the book had barely sold, with only Naruto and his father giving any positive feedback. He then shared that the book reminded him too much of Minato and the life he would never have, thanks to the Nine Tails and the masked villain who nearly killed Tsunade. He thought he had moved on, but the pain still lingered after all these years. Naruto apologized for bringing up the topic, looking away. Jiraiya forced a smile, assuring him it was all right, acknowledging that he would have done the same in Naruto's position. Curious, Naruto asked what else Jiraiya had found in the box. Jiraiya mentioned that there were a lot of old photos, including some of him and Naruto's mother when they were younger, and a few of his biological parents. Naruto then pointed out a picture of Jiraiya with 3 children he didn't recognize. Jiraiya explained that they were orphans from Amigakure whom he had taught ninjutsu and survival skills during the Second Great Ninja War. He shared that the last he heard of them, they had formed a freedom-fighting group and were about to confront the leader of Amigakure. After that, he had lost track of them, and he feared they might not have survived. Naruto understood why Jiraiya would want to forget the contents of that box, and Jiraiya humorously remarked that it felt like a collection of all his failures. Naruto boldly reassured him that he would not meet the same fate, reminding him of all the good he had done, including being the Hokage. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at Naruto's unwavering optimism. His life hadn't turned out so badly after all. He had married the girl of his dreams, had 2 more children besides Naruto, both with unique lineage traits, and even if it wasn't what he had wanted, he was the leader of Konoha. He conceded that Naruto was right and looked back at the book, contemplating that perhaps it deserved a second chance. The flashback ended as Jiraiya was brought back to the present by a knock on the door. After inviting the visitor in, he was greeted by Itachi Uchiha. Itachi asked if he had been summoned, and Jiraiya nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. He acknowledged Itachi's sacrifices for the village and explained that what he was about to ask might seem like a lot, allowing Itachi to decline if he disagreed with the task. With respect, Itachi pointed out that if that were the case, he wouldn't have become a ninja in the first place, especially now that he was a jonin. He assured Jiraiya that he would do whatever was needed. Jiraiya admired Itachi's devotion to the village and explained that during his time as Sarutobi-sensei's main informant, he had built a network of spies throughout the elemental nations. Due to his new responsibilities, he could no longer leave the village as often as he used to, so he needed someone he could trust to take on this task. Itachi correctly assumed that Jiraiya had thought of him for this role, and he agreed to take it on. Jiraiya cautioned him that this job sometimes required long absences from the village, meaning he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his younger brother as before. Itachi expressed his gratitude for Jiraiya's concern but assured him that it would not be a problem. Sasuke did not seem very eager to talk or even spend time with Naruto. Perhaps he should give him some space, and this work could be good for him as well. Later, during lunch, Naruto and Hinata sat on a bench, enjoying their meal and each other's company while watching other children play, talk, or eat their lunches. Naruto's gaze was particularly fixed on Karen, and to his dismay, the redhead refused to leave Sasuke's side. He grumbled about how frustrating it was to have found a lost clan member only for her to spend time with that guy. Hinata suggested that Karen would be more than happy to meet him, encouraging Naruto to wait for the right moment to introduce himself. Naruto expressed his frustration, wondering what it was about Sasuke that attracted all the girls. He remarked that it almost seemed like a higher power had sent Karen to Konoha to fill the void left by Ino, who no longer fawned over Sasuke. Hinata couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's comment. She explained that some girls liked Sasuke's appearance and strength. Naruto was relieved that Hinata was not pursuing him like the other girls, expressing how he would hate to lose her to Sasuke as well. Hinata blushed slightly and reassured him that he didn't have to worry, she would always be by his side as his friend. Naruto then suggested they befriend the new students, noting that they were not from Konoha and likely didn't have friends yet. Hinata agreed, saying the three newcomers seemed like good people. Naruto quickly dismissed Karen from consideration since she was with Sasuke and suggested Tamaki instead, scanning the playground for her. Hinata mentioned that she also liked cats and wondered if that could be a way to connect with Tamaki. Just then Naruto spotted the cat girl, but to his dismay, she walked toward Sasuke. He lamented that it seemed like everyone was drawn to Sasuke's attention. Hinata gently suggested they approach the boy from the Land of Water who was sitting alone on a bench. Naruto grumbled about how if he were a girl, he would also be trying to get Sasuke's attention. He then revealed that Haku's adoptive father had helped the Uchiha during the coup, which surprised Hinata. She felt a pang of pain at the mention of the coup, recalling the disdain she had faced from members of her own clan. After finishing their lunch, they approached Haku, who had just finished eating and was putting away the remnants of his bento. Naruto greeted him enthusiastically, introducing himself and Hinata. They expressed their desire to get to know him better and asked if they could sit with him. Haku smiled and welcomed their company, mentioning that it would be nice to meet some people in Konoha. Naruto sat down, and Hinata followed suit. She mentioned her own bloodline limit, the Byakugan, which allowed her to see through solid objects and gave her a 360-degree vision. Haku found this interesting and asked her to tell him more. Hinata explained how her ability allowed her to see the chakra pathways of others. Haku shared that his bloodline limit was related to ice, enabling him to combine wind and water chakra to create ice. He demonstrated by forming a small snowball that floated in the air, which fascinated Naruto and Hinata. Naruto praised Haku's ability, and Hinata agreed, assuring him they were sincere in their admiration. Haku then revealed that using his powers in his homeland had led to tragic consequences, as he lost his family when their neighbors attacked after discovering his abilities. Naruto, with a casual tone, mentioned that Haku had met Zabuza, which surprised Haku and made him tense. Naruto explained that as the Hokage's son, he had access to information about many events in the village. Haku requested that they keep Zabuza's name a secret, fearing it would make his time in Konoha unpleasant. Naruto assured him that his secret was safe with them, and Hinata nodded in agreement. Haku then asked if they had bloodline limits as well. Naruto, wanting to feel included, mentioned he was a Jinchuriki, even though it was not something he usually took pride in. Jinchuriki? Haku interrupted before Naruto could explain what a Jinchuriki was. You know what it is? Yes. The current Mizukage is one. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought it was amazing that someone could be a Kage. That's incredible. If he can be a Kage then. That's not okay. Haku suddenly shouted, startling Naruto and making Hinata flinch. Why not Haku? Hinata asked, her voice trembling. He is the reason people like me are hated. He is ruining Kirigakure and the entire country. That's why Zabuza wanted to remove him. Haku's anger was palpable. Unbeknownst to Haku, or perhaps ignoring it deliberately, was Zabuza's own ambition to become Mizukichi. Seeing the expressions on Naruto and Hinata's faces, Haku quickly regained composure. I'm sorry for that outburst. You have nothing to do with my difficult situation. Don't think I hate all Jinchuriki just because one ruined my life, Naruto. Naruto smiled, his trademark grin shining through. It's okay. Hey, guess what? When I become Hokage, I'll talk some sense into that Mizukichi to make it safe for you to return home. Thank you, Naruto. I appreciate the gesture, Haku sighed, wishing it were that easy. By the way, I'd like to know how strong you are. Do you want to fight us? Naruto asked. That sounds good, Naruto. That way, I can also gauge how strong you two are. Later that day, after the academy ended, Naruto said goodbye to Hinata and Haku and headed home. Although he usually looked forward to training with one of his parents or Shizune when they were busy, that was no longer the case. Jiraiya had started instructing him in Fuinjutsu, which Naruto found incredibly tedious. Still, the Sannin insisted, claiming it was Naruto's cultural heritage and an incredibly useful art that not many bothered to master. Naruto could clearly see why. While he enjoyed the idea of making his own explosive tags, the overall training in Fuinjutsu was not very STMLTNG. Hey, Naruto, a feminine voice pulled him from his thoughts. Turning around, he smiled upon seeing Karen running toward him. Hi, Karen. Karen stopped in front of Naruto, catching her breath. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier. I got distracted. Yeah, that's pretty common with Sasuke, Naruto replied with a smile. So, are you an Uzumaki? On my mother's side. I see. My mother and I thought we were the only Uzumakis left. We've traveled a lot and never stayed in one place for more than a month since I can remember, and we never met another Uzumaki. It's funny, I thought I was the only one too. It's great that we're both wrong. Indeed. The reason we came here was because of Tsunade, who, according to my mother, has Uzumaki blood and would protect us. She's my adoptive mother, you know. She took care of me along with my father, who is the current Hokage, when my biological parents died. I think she did it because she was related to my biological mother in some way. That's good to hear, Karen said, adjusting her glasses. Would you like to come to my house later? I'm sure my mom would love to meet another family member. Yes. And maybe another day you can come to my house and meet my family. They aren't Uzumakis except for my mom, but I'm sure you'll like them. That sounds fun. A few months later, Naruto's entire class was not at the academy but at Training Field 17, which had plenty of trees and was popular for sparring exercises in the Land of Fire. Their new sensei, a tall man dressed in blue with sunglasses covering his eyes, similar to Shino, had brought them there for training. Hello kids. My name is Ebisu, and for the next few weeks, I will teach you some exercises to refine your chakra control, he announced. Chakra control is important for young developing ninjas like you. Without it, you won't be able to perform ninjutsu. But enough talking, let's get to the exercise, Ebisu said, noticing that most of the children were now paying attention. How many of you can climb this tree? He asked, pointing to a large tree behind him. All the hands shot up as expected. It was time to throw in the challenge. And how many of you can climb it? Without using your arms? All the children who had raised their hands lowered them and began murmuring in confusion. That's impossible, someone exclaimed. Oh, it's very possible. Watch me, Ebisu said as he started walking up the tree as if gravity had no effect on him. The children watched in awe, much to the delight of the special Jonin. To do this, you need to gather chakra in the soles of your feet. But be careful. If you use too much chakra, you'll be pushed away from the tree, and if you use too little, you'll fall. Now, choose a tree to climb and get started. The children split into several groups, as the trees were wide enough for multiple people to climb at the same time. Naruto stayed with Hinata and Haku, while Sakura, Karen, and Tamaki chose the same tree as Sasuke. This is going to be a piece of cake. Naruto exclaimed as he began climbing the tree with ease, naturally drawing attention. "Hey, how did you do that on your first try?" Kiba asked, annoyed. "Relax, I did this exercise with my mom before. And her methods were much more extreme." Flashback. After many attempts, Naruto finally managed to complete the climbing exercise, not without effort. "Look, Mom, I did it," he said proudly. To Naruto's confusion, Tsunade was pouring a liquid at the base of the tree. Then the Sannin threw a lit match, igniting the base of the tree. "What the heck?" Naruto shouted, startled. "Climbing is pretty easy with practice. Staying in one place for a long time, not so much," Tsunade explained calmly, ignoring her adoptive son's protests. "I want you to stay like that for 5 minutes. The fire is to ensure you're motivated enough not to fall." And a flashback. "In the end, she had to buy me a new pair of pants," Naruto recalled, rubbing his backside, still feeling a phantom pain. "But on the bright side, my chakra control improved a lot." Even though his training with Zabuza was brief, it helped Haku complete the exercise in no time. Hinata was the last of her small group to reach the top of the tree after nearly an hour of trying. Others who completed the exercise in record time included Shino, Sakura, and Ino. To Naruto's amusement, Sasuke was struggling with the task. He had made significant progress on his first attempt but was moving at a rather slow pace. It was a delightful irony to see the prodigy being outperformed by one of his admirers. Kiba, Shikamaru, Karin, Chuji, and Tamaki were also facing difficulties. After an hour and a half, Ebisu dismissed the class, congratulating those who completed the exercise and offering advice and encouragement to those who did not. However, after a week, the entire class managed to master the tree climbing exercise. In the Hokage's office, shortly after the educational reform, many people gathered to protest against Jiraiya for raising the standards at the academy. This increase led to a higher number of students failing to advance to the next grade, often resulting in their withdrawal. Most of the complaints came from angry parents, primarily civilians, demanding that the academy return to its previous state. Less frequently, a teacher would voice concerns about the students not working hard enough or struggling to understand the lessons. However, this was the first time a ninja, a jonin no less, requested an audience with the Hokage to discuss the matter. The man in question was tall and well-built, with extremely thick eyebrows and a rather unusual bowl haircut. He wore a green jumpsuit beneath a bulletproof jacket and orange leg warmers. Despite his rather eccentric appearance, this man was one of the strongest jonins in Konoha and the foremost specialist in taijutsu. Mato Guy approached Jiraiya, who remarked that he hadn't expected to speak with him again after assuming the position. Guy, known for his exuberant and annoyingly optimistic demeanor, now appeared quite the opposite. He expressed his concerns about the educational reform, mentioning that he had recently met a student from the academy who was in tears, feeling that his dream of becoming a ninja was slipping away. The child struggled with ninjutsu and genjutsu, which Guy identified as the root of the problem. Jiraiya acknowledged the unfortunate situation, suggesting that perhaps the boy was not destined to be a ninja, as many were forced to retire after certain injuries. Guy, however, urged Jiraiya to give the boy a chance, sharing his own experience of struggling with ninjutsu and genjutsu before focusing on taijutsu. He believed the boy had great potential and could follow in his footsteps. Jiraiya listened but remained firm in his stance on the academy's standards, emphasizing the importance of ninjutsu in being a ninja. Guy, however, was determined and insisted that he could train the boy to reach an unprecedented level of taijutsu for an academy student. Jiraiya reluctantly agreed to let Guy take the boy under his wing, but reminded him not to neglect his duties as a jonin. Weeks later, Ebisu took Naruto's class out of the academy to Training Field 19, which featured a large lake. He instructed them to bring swimsuits for the next part of their exercise. Ebisu announced that they had completed the tree climbing exercise and were ready to take it to the next level. Without further ado, he began walking on water, leaving the children in awe. He explained that this exercise was more challenging than climbing trees because water was liquid, requiring a constant flow of chakra in their feet to stay on the surface. The goal was to walk 10 meters on the water and return to land. Haku asked Naruto if he had mastered the exercise yet, to which he replied that it was much harder than it appeared. Hinata noted that Ebisu had made it sound quite difficult from the start. Naruto added that, fortunately, his mother couldn't set the water on fire, though he still felt a sense of dread. Unlike the tree climbing exercise, no one managed to walk on water during their initial attempts. Those who performed best typically sank after only 2 or 3 meters, while others struggled to take a single step without going under. It took Naruto and his classmates another 2 weeks to master this exercise. To their surprise, the training did not end there. Once everyone could walk on water acceptably, Ebisu revealed the next part of their training: taijutsu battles while in the water. He explained that a ninja must be prepared to fight anywhere, including lakes, rivers, or even at sea, and that this would further improve their chakra control. Excitedly, he asked who wanted to go first. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke volunteered, standing opposite each other in their swimsuits, ready for the challenge ahead. Nearby, Ebisu was overseeing the fight. He signaled for the match to begin with a swift hand gesture. Naruto flashed a teasing smile at Sasuke, declaring that he was ready to kick his opponent's butt. Sasuke merely grunted in response. Sakura cheered from the edge of the lake, encouraging Sasuke, while Ino chimed in, urging Naruto to win, leaving him puzzled. Naruto charged at Sasuke, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Sasuke dodged the blow and, taking advantage of Naruto's open stance, struck him in the stomach. The impact disrupted Naruto's chakra control, causing him to plunge into the water. He managed to stand up a few moments later, shaking off the surprise. Ebisu explained to the onlookers that maintaining balance while fighting in water would be challenging, but with enough practice, it would become second nature. He then turned to Naruto, asking if he was ready to continue. Naruto confidently replied that he was, keeping his eyes locked on Sasuke. Ebisu encouraged them to continue. Once again, Naruto lunged at Sasuke, preparing to punch him in the face. Sasuke anticipated the move and began to dodge, but at the last moment, Naruto switched tactics and kicked Sasuke at the hips. This time, it was Sasuke who lost his balance and fell into the water. Naruto couldn't help but gloat over his fallen opponent. Ebisu reprimanded Naruto for his behavior, reminding him that this was a friendly match among classmates. Naruto frowned but nodded in acknowledgement. The matches were generally brief, alternating victories between Naruto and Sasuke. However, when Sasuke decided to take things seriously and activated his Sharingan, he quickly dominated the next few exchanges. Observing this, Ebisu decided to end the match and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge Sasuke. Only one hand went up. Haku confidently stepped forward, claiming he could defeat Sasuke. As he approached the Uchiha, Naruto returned to the shore to join the others. Haku studied Sasuke intently before Ebisu signaled for them to begin. Sasuke's Sharingan remained activated. Haku dashed towards Sasuke, ready to strike. Just as he was about to land a hit, he leaped into the air, catching Sasuke off guard. Haku landed gracefully behind Sasuke and executed a swift low kick aimed at his legs. Sasuke stumbled but managed to maintain his chakra control, preventing himself from sinking. Quickly regaining his footing, Sasuke retaliated with a series of punches and kicks, which Haku skillfully dodged. Haku noted Sasuke's eyes, prompting a slightly irritated response from Sasuke, who questioned if Haku had never seen a Sharingan before. Haku clarified that he was referring to Sasuke's eyes, not his bloodline limit, expressing that they resembled the eyes he once had, those of someone angry at the world. Haku inquired if something had happened to him. Sasuke, feeling cornered, shouted that it was none of Haku's business and retaliated with a flying kick to Haku's chest. Haku nearly lost his balance and sank but managed to keep his chakra steady. Haku pressed on, sharing his own painful past of loss and betrayal, suggesting that perhaps Sasuke's clan had faced similar fates. Sasuke, frustrated, shouted for Haku to be quiet while landing a punch to his jaw. This time, Haku couldn't maintain his position and sank into the water. Ebisu intervened, declaring that it was enough for both Sasuke and Haku and instructing them to return to shore. He then asked if anyone wanted to train in the water. Sakura eagerly raised her hand, confident in her chakra control. Ebisu acknowledged her enthusiasm and asked if anyone would like to challenge her. Hinata, with a gentle voice, volunteered. Ebisu instructed them to face each other and begin. Both kunoichis took their fighting stances, with Hinata activating her Byakugan. Sakura was the first to attack, attempting to punch Hinata in the face. Hinata skillfully leaned back to evade the blow and countered with a palm strike to Sakura's abdomen. Despite Sakura's good chakra control, Hinata's gentle fist momentarily disrupted her chakra, causing her to sink into the water. Sakura winced, expressing her discomfort, while Hinata apologized. Sakura reassured her that it was fine, acknowledging that it would be foolish to get angry during a friendly match. She was curious about how Hinata managed to bend so easily, likening her flexibility to that of rubber. Hinata explained that the gentle fist required significant elasticity in the body. Determined to improve, Sakura adjusted her strategy, adopting a more defensive stance and inviting Hinata to attack. The two girls exchanged blows, with Sakura focusing on dodging and waiting for an opening to counterattack. Unfortunately, Hinata landed another gentle fist strike before Sakura could turn the tide. The match continued for several more minutes until Hinata delivered another blow, prompting Sakura to concede. Tamaki then volunteered to fight Hinata. As Sakura returned to the shore, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She had hoped to impress her classmates, especially Sasuke, but instead, she felt she had made a fool of herself. It was surprising how someone as sweet, shy, and gentle as Hinata could deliver such powerful strikes. Nevertheless, Sakura reminded herself that this was just a small setback. She still considered herself the best kunoichi in her class, and nothing would change that, or so she thought. Meanwhile, the rest of the class watched the two girls train. At that moment, Shikamaru approached Naruto, expressing his confusion over Naruto's eagerness to fight Sasuke, noting that Sasuke always ended up defeating him. Naruto protested, insisting that he hadn't been defeated that badly, especially before Sasuke activated his Sharingan. He argued that without it, they were nearly equal. Shikamaru pointed out that he doubted Sasuke would hesitate to use his Sharingan again if he felt he was losing. He suggested that Naruto needed to change his approach, as Sasuke had already defeated him by adapting his strategy. If something wasn't working, it was time to try something new. It was a basic strategy, explained the laid-back Nara. Naruto seemed to understand it now and expressed his gratitude for the advice. Shikamaru continued, admitting that even if he devised a plan to counter the Sharingan, he lacked the strength and skill to match Sasuke in pure taijutsu. He was also aware that Shikamaru's father had killed Sasuke's mother, and Sasuke might seek revenge for that, but Shikamaru preferred not to mention it. Kiba approached and dismissed Shikamaru's perspective, insisting that strength and speed were what truly mattered in a fight, not strategy. Shikamaru lazily retorted that explaining why Kiba was wrong would require too much effort for little gain. Kiba boasted that the next time they fought, he would take on Sasuke instead of Naruto, overwhelming him with superior strength and speed. Shikamaru, unimpressed, pointed out that if that were true, it would have already happened, as Kiba could barely land a hit on Sasuke. Kiba insisted that he had been training harder under his mother and that once he had his dog, Sasuke wouldn't stand a chance. Shikamaru simply rolled his eyes at Kiba's bravado. At Konoha Hospital, after a long stay, Hiruzen Sarutobi was finally deemed fit for discharge. However, his recovery was far from complete. The doctors insisted he use a wheelchair for a while, as his body was still fragile and they couldn't risk any unnecessary strain. Hiruzen expressed his relief at leaving the hospital, lamenting the poor food and wishing he had addressed it sooner. His companion, Tsunade, chuckled, noting that her husband had more urgent matters to attend to. She shared that her time in the hospital had not been pleasant either and that she needed to express her appreciation for Shizen's cooking more often. Hiruzen teased Tsunade about her feelings regarding not being able to run for Hokage, to which she vehemently denied any desire for the position. She believed that being Hokage was not as glamorous as people thought, and if Naruto knew what it entailed, he might reconsider his aspirations. Hiruzen defended the role, and Tsunade speculated that he had hoped one of them would replace him when Jiraiya returned. Hiruzen admitted that the thought had crossed his mind but acknowledged that Naruto needed them more than the village did. He had hoped to retire once Naruto graduated and became a ninja, But things had not gone as planned. Tsunade expressed her fears about Naruto becoming a ninja, concerned that he would leave the village for missions, relying only on his teammates and sensei for protection. Hiruzen questioned if she planned to keep Naruto in her underground bunker forever. Tsunade defended the bunker, stating it had been useful during a previous attack. She confessed that while she couldn't protect Naruto indefinitely, her worries for him persisted. Hiruzen understood, noting that after years of being his guardian, it was natural for her to grow fond of him. The conversation shifted back to the threat they faced, with Tsunade revealing that the attacker claimed to be behind the Kyuubi's assault. Hiruzen noted that the man possessed both the Sharingan and Wood element abilities, which explained how he evaded Minato's security measures during Kushina's childbirth. The thought of such a man being able to teleport and abduct Naruto was unsettling. Hiruzen reassured her that the attacker would not succeed, citing that he had to wait for the right moments in the past and could not simply teleport into Konoha during the day. As they walked through the village, many villagers and ninjas stopped to congratulate Hiruzen on his recovery and wish him well in retirement. This made him realize how little time he had spent enjoying the village he had protected. Tsunade asked what he planned to do now that he was retired, and Hiruzen suggested he might help Jiraiya as an advisor. Tsunade suspected he wanted to assist Jiraiya to give him more time to write his questionable books. Hiruzen innocently smiled, revealing that even at his age, he had certain needs. 11 years after the Kyuubi attack, 2 years had passed since Jiraiya implemented educational reforms at the Ninja Academy, raising standards significantly. Many students struggled to meet the new requirements and left for civilian schools, resulting in Naruto's class shrinking to just 12 students. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, Shino, Tamaki, Haku, and Karen. Among them, Sakura was the only one not born into a ninja family, while Tamaki, despite her unique training with ninja cats, was determined to prove herself as the best kunoichi in her class. However, that status would not last long. In fact, the past 2 years had been challenging for the pink-haired girl. As classes shifted from theory, an area where Sakura excelled due to her book smarts, to a more practical approach, her grades began to decline. While she was fairly good at chakra control and in the few classes that still required studying, she struggled in everything else. Although she managed to master the 3 E-rank jutsus with little difficulty, the D-rank techniques proved to be much tougher. The obstacle courses were a nightmare. However, the worst part was the taijutsu battles. Just as Naruto had chosen Sasuke as his rival, Sakura did the same with Hinata. But while Naruto gradually closed the gap with the Uchiha, every time Sakura clashed with Hinata, the blue-haired girl seemed to exert less effort to defeat her. After admitting that Hinata was too strong for her, Sakura lowered her standards and aimed to defeat her former friend-turned-rival, Ino. Unfortunately, the results were the same. Even though Ino wasn't as skilled or strong as Hinata, she still managed to outmatch Sakura. Unlike Hinata, who showed some restraint, Ino took pleasure in defeating Sakura. Tamaki, who aimed to become a close combat fighter, didn't even attempt to challenge her. So far, the only other kunoichi Sakura could occasionally defeat was Karen. Even then, those victories were short-lived, as Karen eventually surpassed her as well. Ino even replaced her usual nickname of Forehead Girl with the Pink Punching Bag. Her parents suggested that perhaps she wasn't cut out to be a kunoichi and should consider other career options. Yet, she could ignore Ino's taunts and her parents' discouragement. What she couldn't ignore was the way Sasuke looked at her every time she lost. That gaze filled with disdain, barely acknowledging her presence, was unbearable. Sakura had always excelled without even trying, so the idea of training outside the academy was foreign to her. Still, she decided that if she wanted to catch up with her classmates, she needed to improve quickly. Unfortunately, her additional training and study hours yielded little progress. One day, after yet another painful and humiliating taijutsu match, Sakura could take it no longer. She ran out of the academy in tears, not caring that the bell hadn't rung or that she had forgotten her backpack. She ran without a destination, ignoring everyone she passed. Her legs carried her to a park, devoid of children at that hour. Breathless, Sakura collapsed at the base of a tree and began to cry. Maybe they're right, and I can't do this, she thought. Hinata has the Byakugan and her clan's taijutsu style, Ino has her clan's jutsus, Tamaki has her ninja cats, and Karin is a sensor who can heal people. What do I have that makes me stand out? Or even makes me useful? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, asking if she was okay. Sakura turned around, wiping her tears, and saw Naruto, flanked by Karin and Hinata. She instantly noticed that Hinata was holding her backpack. How did you find me? Sakura asked. Karin raised her hand, explaining that she was a censor. Sakura, you left before class ended. What happened? Naruto asked as he crouched beside her. Why do you care? Sakura snapped, causing Naruto to flinch. Hey, that's not how you talk to someone who asks if you're okay. Karin replied. You look pretty upset. Is it because the taijutsu matches are tough for you? Naruto inquired. No. It's not just that. Sakura sobbed. I used to be the best girl in class without even trying, but then your stupid father had to change everything, and now I'm at the bottom. Naruto's gentle expression turned into an angry frown. Hey, don't blame my dad for wanting to make us stronger. Yeah, it's easy for you to say. You have not one, but 2 legendary ninjas training you. Everyone has someone to train them, but I don't. Hey, my mom knows some medical ninjutsu and a couple of clan jutsus, but she isn't great at anything else, Karin countered. Then how did you get so much better than me in taijutsu? Naruto offered to train with me since we're from the same clan, she explained. But Naruto is like your cousin or something, right? So my point still stands. Well, you could train with us if you wanted, Naruto offered. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Really? But I'm not part of your family. So what? Naruto didn't see the problem. Hinata isn't either, and we train together all the time. Don't clans only train their own members? Sakura asked. Yeah, most of the time. But that doesn't mean we can't help others too. Besides, it's not like we're revealing clan secrets or anything. Sakura looked at Naruto in disbelief. Why are you helping me? You don't dislike me, but we're not exactly friends. We barely talk. Because I'm going to be Hokage, and a Hokage has to care about everyone in Konoha, not just their friends and family. And I can't stand to see a smart girl like you like this. Plus, it's obvious you need help, Karin added, adjusting her glasses. Naruto-kun was going to teach us something he said was good for people with good chakra control. Maybe you could join us and learn it. Hinata suggested. Sakura smiled as she stood up. Really? That would be great. In that case, meet us at Training Field 3 tomorrow after class. Don't be late. Naruto said as he turned to leave, with Karin following suit. Hinata, however, approached Sakura and handed her backpack back. You forgot this. Oh, thank you, Sakura said, wiping her tears and accepting her backpack. Sakura-san, can I ask you something? Hinata ventured. Yes, of course, go ahead. I mean, maybe it's not my place to ask, but what made you want to become a ninja? Sakura was taken aback by Hinata's question. Looking back, she couldn't remember the reason she had joined. That realization felt unsettling. Sakura thought perhaps it was to impress Sasuke, but she couldn't have known him until later. Yet the reason? Yes, she remembered wanting to become a ninja when she was little, but that was just a silly childhood dream she had set aside. She felt a bit shy as she reflected on this. Hinata appeared thoughtful and asked if she still wanted to be a ninja. Sakura affirmed her desire, and Hinata pressed her for reasons, explaining that being a ninja was a means to an end. Hinata aspired to lead her clan, while Naruto aimed to become Hokage. Sakura searched her mind for an answer but found only thoughts of Sasuke Uchiha. She thought to herself that she wanted to become a ninja to impress a boy who was already stronger than she could ever be, but she knew she wouldn't share that with Hinata. Hinata guessed her feelings, asking if it was because of Sasuke. Sakura blushed and jumped back, feeling defensive. She questioned Hinata's assumption and expressed her frustration about liking a boy, pointing out that everyone knew Hinata had feelings for Naruto. Hinata also turned red, realizing how obvious her feelings might be, but she felt that Naruto was oblivious to her emotions. She insisted that her feelings for Naruto were not the point and defended her dedication to training, unlike Sakura, who she felt was distracted by her crush. Sakura gasped at Hinata's accusation, feeling sadness rather than anger, as she recognized the truth in Hinata's words. She reflected on the time spent trying on outfits and hairstyles to catch Sasuke's attention instead of training. Tears began to form in her eyes. Realizing she had gone too far, Hinata quickly apologized, not intending to hurt Sakura. Sakura admitted that Hinata was right. She felt like a failure as a ninja, having spent her time idolizing Sasuke while her friends improved and grew stronger. Hinata reassured her that it wasn't too late to improve, noting Sakura's intelligence and chakra control, believing she could become a wonderful kunoichi. This brought a smile back to Sakura's face as she felt encouraged. She resolved to work hard and prove herself as a ninja, even without belonging to a clan. She thanked Hinata for her support, calling her a true sweetheart, and noted that it was no wonder Naruto enjoyed spending time with her. Sakura playfully suggested that with a little improvement in her wardrobe, Hinata could be Naruto's girlfriend in no time. Hinata's face turned a deep shade of red at this comment, and Sakura teased her about putting on an act of being the innocent girl, claiming that she wasn't fooling anyone, except perhaps Naruto. Hinata questioned what was wrong with her clothes, looking at herself, while Sakura pointed out that there was no need to hide behind her coat, especially since it wasn't cold. In a flashback, Hinata recalled a day in the Hyuga compound dojo, where she practiced her gentle fist technique against her mother. Her mother had suddenly stopped and looked at her in silence, making Hinata nervous. When her mother suggested buying her a bra, Hinata blushed and instinctively covered herself with her arms. Back in the present, Hinata insisted that she liked her coat. Sakura shrugged it off and thanked Hinata again for the conversation and for bringing her backpack, saying she would see her the next day. Meanwhile, in the center of Konoha, Sasuke was in a heated argument with a merchant who was angrily telling him to leave. Following the failed Uchiha insurrection, the remaining Uchihas had become pariahs in Konoha, facing hostility and disdain from the villagers. Sasuke had learned to ignore the glares and whispers, but this was the first time he faced such open hostility. Noticing that most of his clothes were becoming too small, Sasuke decided to buy new ones. However, when he entered a store, the bald shopkeeper wasted no time in throwing him out. As their argument escalated, a small crowd gathered, some enjoying the spectacle while others joined in with insults directed at Sasuke. It wasn't long before a couple of ANBU arrived to investigate the commotion. One ANBU, wearing a ferret mask, pushed through the crowd and asked what was happening. The shopkeeper pleaded for the ANBU to remove Sasuke, claiming he was a demon. Sasuke protested that he had been thrown out without reason, but the shopkeeper insisted that being an Uchiha was reason enough. The other ANBU, wearing a bear mask, calmly placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, urging everyone to calm down so they could resolve the situation. To everyone's surprise, the ferret-masked ANBU arrested the shopkeeper for refusing service to a ninja based solely on his clan affiliation, citing a clear violation of the clan discrimination bill. The shopkeeper was furious, shouting about his wife being killed by Uchiha and claiming that the ANBU was siding with them. He threatened that both the ANBU and the Hokage would regret this. Amidst the chaos, a random villager defended Sasuke, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. El pueblo debe ser eliminado antes de que nos traicionen de nuevo, anadio otro habitante. Sufficient, grito el oso ANBU enmascarado. Todos, dispersos serán arrestados también. La advertencia fue efectiva y la gente reanudó en silencio lo que estaba haciendo antes del incidente. El oso ANBU enmascarado estaba a punto de preguntar a Sasuke si encontraba bien, pero notó que el joven Uchiha ya se había ido. Al día siguiente, después de la clase, Sakura se dirigió al campo de entrenamiento 3, donde Naruto, Hinata y Karen ya la esperaban. Estaban frente a una roca muy grande. Todos están aquí, así que podemos empezar ahora. Anunció Naruto con entusiasmo mientras miraba a Sakura. Naruto, no me malinterpretes, estoy muy agradecida de que nos enseñes esto, pero espero que no esperes que te lo mismo sensei, dijo Sakura. ¿Qué? Oh no. Seria un mal sensei de todos modos. Al menos hasta que me vuelva más fuerte, respondió Naruto, frotándose la nuca. Vern, esta es la técnica secreta de super fuerza de mama. Es muy simple. Todo lo que tienes que hacer es reunir chakra en tu puño y soltarlo. Así. Naruto golpeó la roca detrás de él, dejando una pequeña grita. Ven. Vaya, eso es tan asombroso, exclamó Karen. ¿Te duele? Preguntó Hinata. Un poco. Por eso también necesitan mantener algo de chakra para proteger las manos de la reacción. Mi control de chakra aún no es perfecto, pero el suyo es mucho mejor. ¿Por qué no lo intentan? Naruto se apartó de la roca para dejar espacio a las chicas. La primera en intentarlo fue Karen. Tal como lo indicó Naruto, reunió chakra en su puño y golpeó la roca, dejando una grita más grande que la de Naruto. Sin embargo, también agitó el puño de dolor una vez que terminó. Dijiste que no dolía, protestó Karen mientras cuidaba su mano danada. No dije eso. ¿Recuerdas usar algo de chakra para contrarrestar la reacción? Preguntó Naruto. Karen negó con la cabeza. Ya me lo imaginaba. La siguiente en intentarlo fue Hinata. Sin embargo, parecía indecisa. Naikun, ¿está bien que nos enseñes esto? Quiero decir, dijiste que es la técnica secreta de Tsunade-sama y. No te preocupes. Mamá me dijo que puedo enseñárselo a mis amigos si quiero. Aseguró Naruto, sonriendo ampliamente. Luego su sonrisa desapareció y agregó. Pero por favor no lo enseñen esto a otras personas sin preguntar primero. ¿De acuerdo? Why no pueden enseñar esto a Sasuke? No quiero dar más armas para usar contra mí. En realidad, si Sasuke-kun quiere aprender esto, solo tiene que copiarlo con el Sharingan, dijo Sakura, para horror de Naruto. Al notar la angustia del rubio, la peligrosa agregó. Pero no creo que lo haga. Sasuke-kun generalmente prefiere el ninjutsu y el combate armado a los puños desnudos. Bueno, esperemos que no piensen hacerlo. Vamos Hinata, enséñame lo que puedes hacer. La hyuga ascensió y camino hacia la roca. Apretando el puño, reunió chakra, recordó la advertencia de Naruto sobre la reacción violenta y golpeó la roca con todas sus fuerzas. Logró hacer una grita un poco más grande que la de Karen y, a diferencia de la pelirroja, logró evitar lastimarse la mano. Bien hecho Hinata, victorió Naruto con una gran sonrisa. Gracias. Sabes, creo que puedo encontrar una manera de combinar esto con el puño suave. Señaló Hinata, principalmente para sí misma. Ella ya estaba trabajando para combinar ninjutsu elemental con el puño suave. Si también lograba combinar ambos, los resultados podrían ser sorprendentes. Mi turno, dijo Sakura con confianza mientras caminaba hacia la roca. Después de revisar mentalmente todos los pasos de la técnica, golpeó la piedra. ¡Wow! Exclamaron tres voces al unísono. Sakura logró hacer una grita en la roca dos veces más grande que la de Karen y Hinata, y además logró hundir todo su puño en la roca. Todos, incluida Sakura, no podían creer lo que acababa de suceder. Eso fue increíble, gritó Naruto completamente perplejo. Atonida, Sakura lentamente sacó su puño del agujero que acababa de crear. Se quedó mirando su mano elisa durante un minuto, mientras su cerebro trataba de procesar lo que acababa de pasar. Una vez que sus acciones comenzaron a similar, la boca de Sakura se cavó en una enorme sonrisa. Vaya, miren esto, sonrió Sakura, apuntando el agujero en la roca. Oh Dios, no puedo esperar para mostrar esto a todos los demás en la academia. Oh, no puedo esperar a tener una revancha contra Ino. Vimos como gusta el nuevo saco de boxeo rosa. Naruto? ¿Crees que se está volviendo loca por el poder? Preguntó Karen, visiblemente preocupada. Bueno. Creo que es la emoción de tener una nueva técnica. Debería desaparecer pronto, respondió el rubio, mientras seguía observando a Sakura haciendo agujeros en la roca. ¿Ysil? ¿No lo hace? Preguntó Hinata con miedo. Sí. Soy Sakura el imparable. Sakura el invencible. Tiemblan, todos de desesperación. Su condenación ha llegado a este mundo. Después de reducir la roca a escombros, Sakura decidió derribar algunos árboles. Papa dijo que la tierra de la luna creciente es un lugar muy agradable para vivir, respondió Naruto, igualmente asustado. Afortunadamente, como dijo Naruto, Sakura no se volvió loca por el poder y se calmó en el momento en que agotó su chakra después de derribar una docena de árboles. Después de despedirse y acordar una fecha para su próxima sesión de entrenamiento juntos, los cuatro niños se dirigieron a sus respectivas casas. De camino a casa, algo llamó la atención de Naruto. Sentado solo en un pequeño muelle en el río Naka no era otro que Sasuke Uchiha, con las manos cruzadas debajo de la barbilla, mirando distraídamente el reflejo naranja y amarillo del sol descendente en el agua. Sasuke nunca había sido la persona más sociable, pero desde el golpe de estado de los Uchiha hace 3 años, se había vuelto aún más calado y antisocial. Hablar con él tenía el mismo efecto que hablar con una pared, y normalmente se mostraba hostil con quienes insistían en hacerlo hablar. Por otro lado, Naruto nunca pudo entender por lo que estaba pasando el chico. No solo había perdido a casi toda su familia en una sola noche, sino que además la posición de su otro orgulloso clan era más baja que la sociedad. Itachi obtuvo un pase, ya que hubo múltiples testigos de sus actos y como fue fundamental para detener la insurrección y salvar al tercer Hokage. Pero Sasuke y Shisui eran más o menos los nuevos parias del pueblo. Mientras Shisui logró ignorar las miradas frías, los murmullos y la hostilidad pasiva, Sasuke era demasiado joven y no tenía la madurez emocional para lidiar con eso. Y, as such, decided to shut himself off from the world. He had seen Sasuke like this many times, but for some reason he never had the courage to approach him. However, after witnessing how Sasuke helped Sakura today, Naruto thought that perhaps helping Sasuke was within his reach. Resolute, the blonde Jinchuriki walked toward the younger Uchiha. Naruto called out to Sasuke, but Sasuke didn't even turn to look at him. He dismissed Naruto, expressing his disinterest in fighting. Naruto, undeterred, insisted that he only wanted to talk. Sasuke retorted that he didn't want to talk either, and Naruto pointed out that Sasuke had been quite moody since a certain event. Naruto then shared his own struggles, revealing that he understood what it felt like to be blamed for things beyond his control. This finally prompted Sasuke to turn around, curious about Naruto's perspective. Naruto explained that he was the host of the Nine Tails, and many feared him, believing he would unleash the beast one day. He empathized with Sasuke, suggesting that the pain he felt was similar to what others experienced when they lost loved ones. Sasuke, taken aback, reflected on how he had treated his own family, realizing he had been cold to Itachi and Shisui, who only wanted to help him. He questioned Naruto's intentions, skeptical of his offer of friendship. Naruto, with a genuine smile, assured Sasuke that he could count on him for support. After a moment of silence, Sasuke expressed that he would think about it before turning to leave, stating he needed to go home. Naruto watched him depart, feeling that the encounter had gone better than he had expected. Months later, the school year came to an end. Naruto and his classmates passed their exams, which included the basic E-rank jutsus, taijutsu, and throwing kunai and shurikens. They would all advance to the next grade, hopefully the last before becoming true ninjas. After receiving congratulations from Irika, the 12 children gathered their gear and left. As usual, Naruto walked with Hinata and Haku. Naruto invited them to join him for a new training session with his father, but Hinata declined, explaining that her family was celebrating Niji's graduation. Haku also had plans to visit Zabuza in prison, which left Naruto feeling disappointed. As they exited the academy, they were greeted by an unusual sight. Despite it being 2 in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and they could hear the sound of waves crashing, even though the nearest beach was over 200 kilometers away. Haku inspected the scene, noting its peculiarity, while Hinata activated her Byakugan, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Before Naruto could comment, loud voices nearby caught their attention, seemingly coming from the academy. Naruto decided it was best to leave before things became even stranger, and Haku and Hinata followed suit. In the Konoha prison, Haku sat at a table with his legal guardians, Yugao and Heiei, close by. Across from them sat Zabuza, dressed in prison attire, shackled at the wrists and ankles. Haku greeted Zabuza and inquired about his well-being since his last visit. Zabuza responded with his usual complaints about prison life, but Haku remained hopeful that soon he would be a ninja and the Hokage would grant Zabuza parole. Zabuza expressed skepticism about the Hokage's promises, but Yugao defended the Hokage's integrity, insisting he would keep his word. Zabuza, however, shared his learned mistrust of those in power, a lesson he had experienced firsthand. Heiei cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation in a more positive direction. I don't know how things are in Kirigakure, but in Konoha, we tend to keep our promises and agreements. Well, it's just that I know how much you value bloodlines, and Haku is particularly powerful. I really find it hard to believe that he will let us go so easily once my probation period is over, Zabuza remarked. As Heiei said, things are different here. Just do what you're told, and there won't be any problems, Yugao advised. We'll see, Zabuza replied, redirecting his attention to Haku. And how about you? Are they treating you well? Haku smiled softly. Yes. I've made some friends at the academy. Yugao-san and Heiei-san are very kind to me, and I can show my abilities without fear of being hunted. Konoha is a nice place. It's good that at least one of us is enjoying his stay here, Zabuza said. Smart. Really smart, Jiraiya. Haku seemed to sense Zabuza's thoughts, and his expression turned serious. But that doesn't mean my loyalty to you has wavered in the slightest. Once your probation is over, I will follow you if you decide to leave Konoha. Zabuza grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. It's good to hear that. They continued their conversation for quite some time. Haku shared details about the training he was receiving from both the academy and his legal guardians, to which Zabuza constantly affirmed that he would do a much better job. Zabuza also recounted the little updates from the prison since the last time the Ice Ninja visited. Eventually, they reached the 45-minute mark, and it was time to take Zabuza back to his cell. On their way home, Yugao couldn't hold back her thoughts on a certain topic. You know, Haku, I'll never understand how such a kind boy like you can be so loyal to such a ruthless criminal. I told you that Zabuza saved me from. Yes, we know, interrupted the purple-haired woman. But still, the way he talks about you, as if you only exist to serve him and your feelings don't matter. Why doesn't that ever bother you? It's a small price to pay compared to my previous situation. What about Yugao and me? Haven't we treated you well over the years? Yes. You have made an admirable effort to take care of me, and I will always be grateful for that. Heiei frowned. However, if you had to choose between Zabuza and us, you would choose him. Without a doubt, Haku's response was firm. But why? That's what we can't understand, Yugao said, her eyes pleading. Because he was the first to recognize me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here. That's why I owe him a debt I can never repay. Do you love him? Yes. He is the most important person to me. I see. And do you think he loves you too? Haku averted his gaze. That's irrelevant. You didn't answer my question. Yugao wasn't going to let the issue slip away so easily. Haku stammered something unintelligible before responding. I don't know. I think so. And do you want him to love you? Haku felt as if he were trying to force the words out. Yes. Then why not ask him that the next time we visit? Heiei suggested. I'll think about it. Can we talk about something else now, please? Haku asked, his eyes pleading. Yes. I think we've pressed you enough on that. So, would you like to have dinner at home, or should we go out? At Training Ground 3, Jiraiya explained to Naruto that this year would be his last at the academy, and they would ensure he was good enough to become a Chunin by the time he graduated. All he would need after that was experience, which would come with missions. He then asked Naruto to show him what he could do before they moved on to something new. Naruto and Jiraiya spent half an hour training, with the Sannin commenting on things Naruto had improved and others he needed to work on. Jiraiya then asked Naruto to demonstrate his ninjutsu skills, starting with the 3 E-rank jutsus. Naruto had finally learned to perform the substitution without needing hand seals, and then showcasing his few wind jutsus. So, how was that? Naruto asked, eager for feedback. Pretty good. But then again, it's no surprise, considering you have such an amazing teacher like me. After all, I'm the Hokage, Jiraiya said, puffing up with pride. Though your mom helped too. Naruto was about to retort when he realized something. Hey, I just noticed something, he said, narrowing his eyes at Jiraiya. Shouldn't you be at the Hokage Tower? How do you have so much time to train me? Oh, you figured it out? Jiraiya replied with a sly smile. You took your sweet time. And before you start throwing accusations, the answer is that I'm not the real Jiraiya, but a clone. The real me is at the tower working. Technically, the real Jiraiya was in a secret room in the tower writing the next installment of Ika Ika, while another pair of clones handled the paperwork. A clone? But I mean, I can touch you. You mean I'm solid? Because I'm not a normal clone, but a shadow clone. Not only am I solid, but I also possess all the knowledge and jutsus of the real Jiraiya. Any knowledge I gain will be sent back to him once I disperse. Wow, that jutsu is awesome. And how durable are you? It depends, but shadow clones are usually quite fragile, and a strong hit is enough to disperse them. Still, Jiraiya's clones are pretty resilient, and nothing less than a stab will take them out. I see. And does the pain from the clones return to the original too? No. Only the knowledge. Okay, then let me try something. Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai from his pouch. Hey kid, what are you? But the clone of Jiraiya had no time to react before Naruto plunged the kunai into his chest, causing him to explode in a cloud of smoke. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya, or rather, another clone, reappeared. Seriously, brat, don't do that again. Jiraiya scolded. We're wasting so much time. Not to mention that watching you try to stab me was very disturbing. Can you teach me that jutsu? Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is a forbidden jutsu that is only taught to Jonin, Jiraiya replied, causing the sparkle in Naruto's eyes to fade. But, given its high chakra cost, and since you have much more chakra than the average genin, I don't see why you shouldn't. The sparkle returned to Naruto's eyes as the Sannin explained the process, which was surprisingly simple for a forbidden jutsu. Once Naruto heard the explanation, he formed a cross with his index and middle fingers from both hands and made his first attempt. He unleashed the shadow clone technique, resulting in 15 clones of Naruto appearing in a flurry of small explosions. Jiraiya stared at the scene, speechless. He was in shock, stumbling backward as he exclaimed that he knew Naruto had a lot of chakra, but this was beyond his expectations. He admitted that even with his considerable chakra reserves, he could only create 6 clones. Naruto smiled and offered to create more if Jiraiya wanted. Jiraiya declined, realizing that if he had known Naruto could do this, he could have taught him the technique much earlier, which would significantly accelerate his training. Naruto tilted his head in confusion, prompting Jiraiya to remind him about the original retaining the knowledge of the clones. This revelation excited Naruto, who realized he could have 5 clones learning 5 different techniques simultaneously, allowing him to learn 5 techniques in the time it would normally take to learn just one. Jiraiya smiled, confirming Naruto's understanding. Naruto felt as if it were his birthday, exclaiming how incredible this was and expressing his eagerness to learn more. Jiraiya appreciated his enthusiasm, recalling how eager Naruto's father had been to learn. He decided it was time for Naruto to learn a technique that was somewhat of a family tradition, summoning an animal companion to assist him in battle. Months passed, and a new school year began. One of the benefits of Jiraiya's reforms was the introduction of elective subjects, allowing future genin to choose their specialization early on. This meant that for a few hours, students would not be together in the same classroom or training field. In the medical ninjutsu course at the Konoha Hospital, Tsunade Senju welcomed her 5 students. She introduced herself and asked them to share their names and reasons for wanting to learn medical ninjutsu. Sakura went first, confidently stating her name and explaining that she believed she possessed the necessary chakra control and intelligence. She expressed her motivation to help her teammates in battle and be useful. Tsunade found Sakura's presentation amusing and asked how many times she had rehearsed it. Sakura insisted it came from the heart. Tsunade smiled and turned to Ino, who introduced herself and shared her belief that saving lives was just as important as taking them. She noted that, unlike Sakura, she hadn't rehearsed her speech. Next, Karen raised her hand and introduced herself, mentioning her innate healing ability and her desire to learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded and looked at the remaining students. Hinata introduced herself, albeit shyly, and expressed her belief that her Byakugan could be a valuable tool for a medical ninja, emphasizing the importance of helping others beyond combat. Tsunade acknowledged Hinata's potential but reminded her that having a Byakugan did not automatically make her a medical ninja. She then turned to the last student, Shino, who explained that he was familiar with medical ninjutsu through his clan's techniques, which involved using insects for healing. He believed this gave him a solid foundation for learning conventional medical techniques. Tsunade appreciated having a male student in her class, reflecting on why most boys were reluctant to study medicine. With the introductions complete, she announced that they would begin with the mystical palm technique, the basic healing technique they would use most often. She shared that her son, despite having average chakra control and no aptitude for medicine, had learned it in 2 weeks, so she expected her students to master it even faster. In the Chakra Flow course at Training Field 18, Hei Gecko welcomed his students, expressing surprise at the turnout. The students, Naruto, Sasuke, Haku, and Tamaki, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he had expected fewer than 4 attendees. Hei explained that last year he had only 1 student, a girl named Tenten, and proceeded to outline the fundamentals of chakra flow. He demonstrated by throwing a kunai at a target on a tree stump, which struck dead center. He then charged the kunai with his chakra before throwing it again, resulting in the kunai piercing through the target and creating large cracks. Naruto and Tamaki gasped in amazement, while Sasuke and Haku nodded in understanding. Hei emphasized the importance of good chakra control for mastering this technique. He encouraged the students to take out their kunai or shuriken and practice at their own pace, assuring them not to get frustrated if they didn't succeed on their first try. In the Elemental Ninjutsu course at Training Field 11, as many instructors anticipated, this elective had the highest enrollment. Irika was the instructor, and behind him were 5 open boxes filled with scrolls. The boxes were labeled with the kanji for fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. Irika expressed his happiness at seeing everyone gathered. He indicated that they could skip introductions since they all knew each other and get straight to work. He pulled out a small brown piece of paper from his vest pocket and asked if anyone knew what it was. Naruto raised his hand and explained that it was a chakra paper used to determine elemental affinity. By channeling chakra into the paper, one could identify their affinity based on how it reacted. Irika smiled at Naruto's answer and confirmed that he was familiar with the basics of nature manipulation. He then asked if anyone else knew about it, and Sasuke, Haku, and Hinata raised their hands. Irika pointed out the boxes behind him, which contained some D-rank and C-rank jutsus. He instructed everyone to choose one and try to master it. The rest were to take a piece of chakra paper and determine their affinities. If the paper burned, it indicated fire. If it got wet, it was water. If it turned to dust, it was earth. If it split in 2, it was air. And if it wrinkled, it was lightning. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Tamaki's papers ignited, while Karen, Kiba, and Shino discovered they had earth affinity. Ino's paper indicated water. Sakura approached Irika with a concerned expression, stating she had a problem with her paper. Irika smiled reassuringly and asked what was wrong. Sakura explained that her paper had reacted strangely and requested another one, suspecting the first was defective. Irika complied and handed her another piece. After channeling her chakra again, the paper got wet and then crumbled into a paste. Irika was taken aback by the unusual reaction of the paper. Sakura asked if there was something wrong with her chakra. Irika reassured her that it was nothing to worry about and, in fact, it was quite remarkable. The paper's initial wetness indicated a water affinity, followed by the crumbling, which indicated an earth affinity. This meant she had two affinities, a rare occurrence outside of bloodline limits. Sakura's worried expression transformed into one of triumph as she celebrated her unique abilities. With everyone aware of their affinities, Irika prepared to teach them the basic control exercises they would need to master before learning any elemental jutsus. As time passed, days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Before anyone realized it, the school year was coming to an end, signaling the final exam. Like previous exams, this one included a written portion covering subjects such as math, physics, history, and geography. The ninjutsu portion required students to demonstrate a jutsu different from the three rank techniques. Most students used techniques from their clans. Karen surprised Naruto with a secret Uzumaki clan technique called adamantine chains. Sakura utilized the chakra scalpel, which Naruto had taught her, while Naruto himself used the summoning jutsu to call forth a small red toad named Gamakichi, who wore a black jacket. The remaining parts of the exam consisted of a taijutsu match against a teacher, an obstacle course, and throwing kunai or shuriken at moving targets. All the students passed without much trouble. The title of Rookie of the Year was closely contested between Sasuke and Haku, ultimately awarded to Sasuke. Hinata graduated as the top kunoichi, with Sakura in second place. Irika congratulated each of his students while presenting them with their desired headbands, signifying that they were now true ninjas. He also informed them to return the next day to meet their teammates and jonin instructors. At the entrance of the academy, the 12 new ninjas were being congratulated by their clans and families. Naruto felt a bit down that Jiraiya and Tsunade could not attend due to their commitments, but he was cheered by the presence of Shizune and the twins, who came to congratulate him. Shizune happily patted Naruto on the back, expressing her confidence in his success. Naruto proudly pointed to the headband on his forehead, excited to show it to his parents. The twins, Hagane and Kaida, eagerly asked to see Naruto's headband, each insisting they wanted to see it first. Shizune intervened, admonishing them to behave or they wouldn't see anything. The twins fell silent, looking embarrassed. Shizune then announced that they would be going somewhere special to celebrate Naruto's graduation. The twins and Naruto cheered, suggesting Ikaraku, but Shizune reminded them that it was a special place, not the usual spot. Meanwhile, Hinata was proudly showing her headband to her mother and younger sister. Hikari gently caressed Hinata's cheek, expressing pride in her accomplishments as the best kunoichi. Hanabi, with wide eyes, asked to see Hinata's headband, which Hinata gladly showed her, assuring her sister that she would earn her own soon. Nearby, another kunoichi was displaying her headband to her parents, celebrating her achievement. Sakura waved her headband in front of her parents, declaring herself a true ninja and almost the best kunoichi, despite not belonging to a clan. Kizashi, Sakura's father, affirmed that they always knew she could achieve anything she set her mind to, while Mabuki, her mother, embraced her with pride. As Sakura hugged her mother, she couldn't help but glance at a certain boy with black hair, who was also showcasing his headband to the remnants of his clan. Shursui playfully ruffled Sasuke's hair, teasing him about being Rookie of the Year like his older brother. Sasuke expressed his determination to restore the honor of the Uchiha clan, feeling refreshed to see his brother happy for once. Itachi encouraged Sasuke, reminding him that he would have many opportunities to prove himself and the clan, suggesting they celebrate his graduation as the best in his class. Nearby, Yugao and Heiate were congratulating their almost adopted son, Haku, who was proudly displaying his headband. It was a shame that Haku hadn't become Rookie of the Year, but Yugao gave him a reassuring pat on the back. Haku smiled at them and expressed his wish to visit the Hokage's office. He needed to present proof of his graduation, which would lead to Zabusa's release. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted from behind them. Haku turned to see Zabusa, no longer in prison uniform, smiling from behind his mask. He was surprised to see him. Zabuza was taken aback when Haku rushed forward and embraced him tightly, exclaiming his joy at Zabuza's freedom. He held his hands up, startled by the enthusiastic display of affection. Hate, trying to suppress a cough, suggested that Zabuza should return the hug, hinting that he might even enjoy it. Against his better judgment, Zabuza awkwardly wrapped his arms around Haku and patted his back a couple of times, bewildered by the situation. In a hidden underground location, a vast artificial cavern adorned with serpent statues housed 3 men. 2 of them were engaged in conversation while the third listened intently. 2 had silver hair, one of whom wore glasses, while the tallest had pale skin and long black hair. He spoke first, addressing Mizuki. He inquired about Mizuki's reasons for joining his humble organization. Mizuki knelt, looking down, aware of the immense power and ambition of the man before him. The former Konoha teacher chose his words carefully, expressing that he believed they were alike in their disregard for petty morality and their relentless pursuit of strength. He revealed that he had left Konoha when he realized it had nothing more to offer him. Orochimaru smiled, amused by Mizuki's boldness in comparing himself to someone like him, a mere academy teacher. Mizuki felt the need to clarify that while they shared similar mindsets, he never claimed they were equals. He believed his place was at Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru chuckled, enjoying Mizuki's desperate attempt to impress him. He had already made a decision, knowing that he could never have enough soldiers or test subjects. However, he decided to press Mizuki a bit further for his own amusement, asking what Mizuki could offer to be accepted into his organization. Mizuki smiled and retrieved a bag, claiming he had a gift that Orochimaru would surely appreciate. As Orochimaru examined the contents, his yellow eyes widened with excitement. He stepped closer to inspect the coveted item, recognizing it as the forbidden scroll of the first Hokage. Mizuki proudly admitted to stealing it during the Uchiha insurrection, taking advantage of the chaos. Orochimaru calmly noted that the scroll had not been there when he attempted to steal it, and he questioned why it had taken Mizuki 4 years to bring it to him. Mizuki felt a wave of panic as he stammered for an explanation. Orochimaru's smile was unsettling, but he acknowledged that Mizuki had ultimately delivered the scroll. He declared that from that day forward, Mizuki would be a ninja of Otogekure, confident that Mizuki would have no trouble training a squad of young recruits. Mizuki eagerly agreed, ready to begin his new role. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to take Mizuki to his room, and as they left, Orochimaru marveled at the scroll in his hands, realizing it would significantly advance his plans. However, he knew he had to be cautious of Akatsuki, as they could pose a threat if they discovered he now possessed the scroll. Meanwhile, Tsunade sighed in relief as she finally arrived home after a particularly long shift at the hospital. She regretted missing Naruto's graduation ceremony but had been unable to leave during a delicate surgery that had turned out to be more complicated than expected. At least she could give Naruto his graduation gift and hoped he wouldn't be too upset with her absence. The living room was empty, just like the kitchen. As she was about to head upstairs, a sound from the backyard caught her attention. She spotted Shizune engaged in a light taijutsu spar with her children, which ended as soon as they noticed Tsunade's presence. Both children rushed toward her, excitedly announcing that Naruto was now a ninja and had received a headband. Tsunade smiled, confident that Naruto had passed the exam without much trouble. However, Kaida questioned why Tsunade didn't have a headband herself. Tsunade explained that it was in her room and that she found it uncomfortable to wear. She then turned to Shizune and asked about Naruto's whereabouts. Shizune informed her that he was in his room and mentioned that he had been a bit upset about her and Jiraiya's absence, but he understood why. Shizune tried to sound reassuring as she spoke, indicating that she didn't believe Tsunade was angry with her. Tsunade sighed, feeling a bit uneasy until she could talk to her eldest son. She decided to go see him and give him his gift. Naruto called out for the visitor to enter after hearing a knock on the door, already suspecting who it might be. As expected, Tsunade stepped into his room. She greeted him timidly, expressing her regret for missing his big day. Naruto smiled back, understanding that her work at the hospital was important and that sometimes she had to stay late. He also acknowledged that his father, the Hokage, had his own responsibilities. Tsunade returned his smile, relieved that he wasn't upset with her. She sat on the bed beside him and asked how he felt about becoming a ninja. Naruto replied that he felt the same as he did the day before. She reminded him that he would soon start taking missions and asked if he was nervous. A sly smile appeared on Naruto's face as he declared that he was born for this. Tsunade chuckled, pleased with his confidence, but warned him not to be overconfident, as it could be dangerous in their line of work. Naruto assured her that she didn't need to worry about him. A moment of silence passed as Tsunade continued to gaze at Naruto, whose smile never faded. She then revealed that she had come to give him a gift to celebrate his graduation from the academy. Naruto's excitement grew at the mention of a gift, and he eagerly asked what it was. Without saying a word, Tsunade removed a necklace from her neck and placed it around Naruto's. The joy on Naruto's face shifted to one of awe as he realized what it was. He spoke softly, asking why she was giving him the necklace of the first Hokage. Tsunade asked if he didn't like it, to which Naruto quickly denied, explaining that it should belong to Hagane or Kaida since they shared the same chakra as their true siblings. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she took him by the shoulders, making him look her in the eyes. She insisted that even though he didn't come from her body, he was just as much her son as the twins, and she wouldn't let anyone say otherwise. With the necklace, all her children would carry the chakra of her grandfather. For once, Naruto was speechless, simply thanking her. Tsunade's stern demeanor softened into a warm smile as she encouraged him to make both her and the village proud. Naruto responded with his characteristic wide grin, vowing to do just that. The next day at the academy, Iruka looked at his former students with pride. They were seated in their usual spots for what would be their last time. He had feared that Jiraiya's educational reforms would lead to chaos, but despite some students dropping out due to the higher standards, these 12 persevered and triumphed. Iruka acknowledged that Jiraiya's idea had proven to be sound, preparing the children much better for the future than if they had stuck to the old model. Clearing his throat, he congratulated them once more, expressing how wonderful it had been to have them as his students. He informed them that someone else would take his place, someone who could teach them according to their growing abilities. They would be organized into teams of 4, consisting of 3 genin and 1 jonin, who would be their commanding officer and teacher. Iruka explained that in the past, teams were formed based on grades to ensure balanced averages, but the Hokage had deemed that approach ineffective. Instead, he suggested creating specialized teams based on the individual skills of the members. While some preferred the old system, it was the Hokage's decision, and his word was final. With that, Iruka announced the team formations. Everyone listened attentively as he revealed who would be their teammates for the foreseeable future. He started with the assault squad: Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Haku Yuki. Naruto cheered, excitedly hugging both Hinata and Haku, who reacted differently. Haku chuckled while Hinata blushed deeply. Next, Iruka announced the medical squad: Sakura Haruno, Karen Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Both Sakura and Karen were thrilled to be on the same team as Sasuke, exchanging excited glances. Ino, however, thought about how she once would have done anything to be on Sasuke's team but now felt relieved not to be. Sasuke raised his hand, insisting there must be a mistake, as he was not a medical ninja and couldn't possibly be on the same team as 2 girls. Iruka assured him there were no errors and suggested he discuss any concerns with his Jonin sensei when they arrived. Iruka continued with the animal squad: Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Tamaki. Kiba and Tamaki exchanged sharp words, while Shino remained silent, letting out a long sigh. Iruka, feeling overwhelmed, was glad to pass the responsibility to someone else. Finally, he announced the tactical squad: Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Shikamaru and Chuji shared a high five without needing to turn around. Iruka concluded that if anyone had issues with their teams, they could complain to the Hokage. He instructed them to wait as their Jonin senseis had been notified and would be arriving shortly. Just as he had said, a Jonin entered the room 5 minutes later. A woman with black hair, known well by Naruto and, to a lesser extent, Sasuke, greeted them. Naruto called out to her with enthusiasm, asking if she was a Jonin sensei. Shizune smiled and confirmed that she was, explaining that she thought it would be a good experience. Naruto expressed his excitement, wondering if she would be the sensei for his team. Shizune, noticing his disappointment, explained that it was prohibited for a Jonin to be the sensei of a team with a close relative in it. However, she reassured him that she knew his sensei and was confident they would like him. She then asked the medical team members to follow her. Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen stood up from their seats and followed the black-haired Kunoichi out of the classroom. Sakura realized that the second-best medic in Konoha would be leading the medical squad. 10 minutes later, 2 Jonin arrived simultaneously. One was a tall man with short, spiky black hair, a matching beard and tanned skin, holding a cigarette in his mouth. The other was a woman with long, jet black hair and deep crimson eyes that could easily be mistaken for a Sharingan. The man instructed the tactical squad to follow him, while the woman called for the assault squad to come with her. Both teams stood up and followed their senseis out of the classroom, leaving the animal squad behind. An hour later, Kiba complained that they had been forgotten, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Tamaki suggested that perhaps their sensei was just running late. Kiba countered that being late would mean 15 or 20 minutes, noting that the other senseis had only taken 10 minutes to arrive while they had been waiting for almost an hour. Shino suggested patience, reasoning that their Jonin sensei was someone worth waiting for and likely had a valid reason for the delay. 2 hours passed, and Tamaki had fallen asleep at her desk while Kiba groaned in frustration. He exclaimed in disbelief at their sensei's absence. Shino, with a hint of irritation breaking through his usual stoic tone, remarked that he was beginning to believe their sensei had forgotten them or that the Hokage had neglected to inform him about them. Just then, the door opened to reveal a tall man with gravity-defying silver hair, his lower face covered by a mask. He greeted them simply, and Kiba shouted that he was late, waking Tamaki abruptly. The man apologized, explaining that he had forgotten how to get there, as it had been a while since he was a student at the academy. He smiled at the 3 genin and confirmed that they were the animal squad. Shino replied that they were indeed the only team still present. The man instructed them to come with him and apologized once more for his tardiness, promising it would not happen again. The 3 genin suspected that this might not be entirely true. At training field 10, Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino sat on the grass, looking at the tall, bearded man who had informed them that this would be their new training ground as a team. The man encouraged them to introduce themselves to better connect with one another. He started by introducing himself as Asuma Sarutobi, sharing his interests in training, spending time with friends, and playing shogi. Shikamaru perked up at this. Asuma expressed his dislike for bullies and those who did not take their roles as ninjas seriously, stating that his dream was to make a name for himself, marry a nice woman, and start a family. Ino's interest was piqued by this last detail, and she smiled widely, asking if he had someone in mind. Asuma replied that he didn't think he needed to share that information,